there's no culture that brings people together.
Okay, fine.
The culture, like, our culture is based off class. So you'll find, like, if you go to different neighborhoods, there's different, like, groups of people. So people are still segregated within their so-called unified diverse nation.
Okay,
That's
let's get back to.
Ironically, that's what education is.
Go on mute, please. Go on mute, please. I'm going to give you 60 more seconds on political violence, and go. If you want it.
Yeah, so I think that's part of the problem is that people are not sensing this sense of oneness, sense of nation.
And what is your solution to solve the problem?
We gotta think through this together, basically how to create.
And how do you propose to get everybody to think through this together?
One, by getting the adults on board, and then our children, bringing them together and sort of letting them grow together with each other in that way.
I agree with you. When was the last time you did that?
It's not going to be done if not.
The question is, when was the time you did that?
I do that all the time.
Really? All right,
Yeah,
cool.
I have a very, very diverse
I think it's
family.
great.
Like my family, like part white, part black, part Arab, part like from all over the world. Like I'm so thankful for my family because
that's great.
Like.
Thank you for your contribution. Go ahead and go on mute. I'm going to say something very short, and then I'm going to give it up to the mods. Go ahead and go on mute, please. Thank you. Some of you may be asking, well, how do I do that? I've been doing that basically every Saturday and every Sunday for the past 4 years on Clubhouse. Here's my shameless plug. Ask Uncle Steve on Saturday, Ask the Atheist on Sunday. The show's been basically running the same for 4.5 years. Everybody and anybody is welcome to come up and talk about anything they want, as long as it's respectful. That's how I do my best to bring people together. And unfortunately, if there's any way I could pass joints through the Clubhouse telephone and give them to everybody on show, I would. If all the mods would unmute, that would be amazing. I'm going to take off. Mods, I'm just going to ask one thing. Just try and keep the show respectful, one person at a time. Other than that, do whatever you guys want and make sure the last mod or the last mods agree to shut it down. Fair enough, guys?
Sounds great, Uncle Steve.
The show is yours. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
And I you.
Don't forget to turn the lights off, mods.
I think Dawn was next in queue by you, the correct line.
Thanks. I don't have anything too profound. I don't know the correct answer. I can only suggest that we bring back mental institutions and we remove the way out extremists from our parties and take their voting rights away. That's the best I can do, guys. Okay.
Exactly, Fatty.
Well, I do have a question for you. Who gets to decide who is too far on the extremes? If we were to take their voting rights away, who would get to make the decision that your view is so radical that you can't vote anymore?
Our political leaders need to step up or get out.
That's the problem, is that we actually have political leaders that have literally retweeted Russian disinformation. We do not have the most informed Congress.
We must fight Russia at all costs possible. Death to Russia! Fight Russia with all our might and all our resources and all our taxes forever!
That is overstepping, because what they are doing right now is not defined in the Constitution or any document. They are literally overstepping, and that's the problem we're facing right now, which is a constitutional crisis. We have an autocrat one at PLC, who is leading with a ton of EOs, executive orders, and these are not constitutionally, both Venezuelan ships and international waters, any other administration would have been a big deal. Everyone would have raised this. Instead, it's like page 3 of the news. Whereas Charlie Kirk's telling and Jimmy Kimmel are now at the headline. hell is happening right now? Like it's a little insane.
Nothing. You're just rambling, bitch. As usual. Nothing's happening. You're just talking about nothing, wasting all your fucking time. That's life, bitch. That must be what Dismal's life is like.
Did you care to contribute?
Sure. I did a little deep dive using Gemini. Of course, we know that's AI. However, I did a deep dive on it. I had to do a research on it. So to give it more information, I created a document in Google Docs. I just copied and pasted the results in. I think it's interesting. I think it's fairly balanced. I haven't read through the whole thing, but it does provide websites that it's gone through in order to arrive at the information. And basically, I was just asking it what are the statistics regarding political violence in the United States, and it came up over the last few decades, and it started from 1975 up until present. And the numbers are really low, obviously, and it depends what the criterion is, because it depends what source you're using to determine what constitutes political violence, whether it's deaths only or other actions. But if we just look at deaths, it's about 0.035% since 1975, excluding 2000 9/11 attack. That skews it considerably because of the amount of people that were killed during that. But since 2020, it's only about 0.011%, if that. So it's quite low. However, it's disproportionate in the effects it has on society. And we see that right now. We can see how disproportionately we're affected by these sorts of incidents, whether it be Charlie Kirk or any others that have happened in the recent past or long ago. So if you're interested, I think it's a good read. Probably take you about 20 minutes to go through it. It's about 45 pages long. So I just thought I would offer that up. And just some quick numbers. Extreme right, 391 deaths. The left, I think it said 65. So you can take that for what you want.
That seems to jive with what Scott put up he got from X. So yeah, cool. Thank you.
He pulled from Cato,
Thank you.
libertarian think tank.
I don't know who to really ask. I guess Scott, Matt, JCC, and Marshall. Violet, do you want me to say anything about what I found out on my AI assistant about churches and money? Or is that...
Sure. Sure. I mean, not like Uncle Steve asked you for that. I'm definitely down to hear the answer.
Well, I appreciate that. Bottom line, just because it's like a 4-pager or something. The bottom line is churches can receive public money, which is tax money in the U.S., federal, state, and local, on the same basis as any other charity. But tracking exactly how much a specific local church gets can be hard because many churches are exempt from publicly filing financial returns. Below, I'll explain why it happens, where the money comes from, common programs, and give a very simple ABC 1, 2, 3 checklist that we can find this money trail, or that I asked for. And then why churches get the money. The federal government does not reserve special funds just for the churches. Faith-based groups are simply eligible to apply for the same grants and contracts as other nonprofits if they meet the program rules. Federal, state, local programs often give money to any nonprofit service provider that will deliver non-religious services like food, shelter, rehab, job training that includes faith-based charities, as long as the government funds aren't used for worship and proselytizing, and that they are self-governing. So there's nobody checking in on this, and if anybody knows what it's like to be in a church, mostly people are trying to get you on board. But anyhow, and also many funding streams are distributed through local boards, municipal grants, and intermediary agencies like United Way, county administrative boards. And it goes on, and it is 5 pages, and basically the loophole is as long as nobody's proselytizing, they get all this money, and the churches who know where to write the grants, and if you're super smart and know where to go to look, you can get a lot of money for your church. Even to put in something like a circle, you can get a lot of government money, have parties for 2 years, go out to eat everywhere, to plan this big thing called walking in a circle in the churchyard, where nobody ever even uses that circle. So I think it's called something else, and I'm kind of being rude about it. I think it's called a labyrinth, and it is awesome, but nobody ever uses it. And I watched people take that money and then give the leftovers to the poor. And I will tell you, I left my Bible, and I feel like I never go back to these places. So that's what's going on, and thanks for letting me share that. I really appreciate it, guys, for letting me practice too how to read and speak in public. Thank you.
Anytime. Glad to have you here.
Can I just ask why the bell was banned from the churches?
Say that again?
Why was the bell banned? You know how like the bell call to prayer? They have the bell.
Well, I don't know.
It depends on what city you're in, and like local noise
Yes.
ordinances.
Indeed.
So some cities have noise ordinances that don't allow you to do that, and the reason they're acceptable is because they're not about church bells specifically. They're about all noises above a certain decibel limit. So sometimes towns can do that. I'll tell you, in my town, the church down the street from me, its bells toll at least 4 times a day. So maybe in bigger cities, there are more restrictive decibel limits.
That makes sense.
So,
I also
in my neighborhood, the bell chimes, but I think it's for the time, not necessarily call to prayer, because it's not a church that I think they publicly call to prayer, as far as I understand.
No, it's not like a call. It's not a call to prayer like the Muezzin, which is 5 times. I believe it's Muezzin is 5 times a day where there's a mosque. We have 2 mosques in my hometown, and the Muezzin, if you're near it, you hear a person called Muezzin, not a speaker. And I think that's because you're not allowed to have like amplification on that kind. I know
It's because of
church I hear,
Tylenol?
you can only
You
hear it
really
if you're
don't want to
within
tell the
several
truth,
blocks of the
nothing,
church.
baby.
Right? It's not something they broadcast on loudspeakers.
Gotcha.
I mean, I really appreciate like the churches, the mosques, the synagogues. They really do bring the best of people out compared to people who like, are in not the best situations. They don't really. I feel like that's like a refuge for people going through stuff, you know? So I feel like we should be protecting the churches, the mosques, the synagogues for that very reason, because we could have a lot more crazy people walking around.
I also think that that's true too, but I also believe that the government shouldn't be we shouldn't be giving money to the churches as taxpayers. They need to earn it from the people who go in there and then help the people out of their own goodness of their heart, like they were called to do by Christ. And so I'm not, I've been around a lot of churches and a lot of stuff, and I'm not against churches or people gathering or people of faith. But I am against people taking money and say, yes, we're going to do one thing and then doing something else with that money. I am very much not down for that. So, thanks.
Okay, this is Uncle Steve is a liar, a fraud, a low IQ scumbag. That's exactly what Uncle Steve
Actually,
is.
that ties back to my other idea. The churches, the mosques, I think are also segregated. So depending on what church you go to and what what area you're in the church that you go to, it's also segregated. So maybe we can start there, right? Like, those are the places where the communities actually go and worship. And if we could have something else that's non-religious for everyone to come together in that kind of environment where it's just love and
right
peace and
now.
serenity, like that would be something
Uncle
I
Steve.
think to move this country in a better.
Okay, don't forget everybody. Uncle Steve is a liar,
So it's
a
actually what
fraud, a
wants
low
to be like this
IQ
diverse nation that's inclusive.
scumbag. That's what Uncle
There's no
Steve is,
segregation in the
everybody.
church, but
Steve
it is,
Appel,
there
that's
is,
right.
there is
The
segregation.
world famous clown house atheist with his
Have
little
any of you guys visited a church where
his mod squad of
there's people
incel
from all different
faggots
backgrounds,
like
all
Matt,
different economic classes?
JCC, and yes, Scott
That's very, very, very unlikely.
Jones.
Same thing with mosques.
There's always been more of a Republican, conservative, extremist, terrorist attack. It's 4-1. I got the data here. It's not the liberals. It's the Republicans. Yes, that's faggot Scott Kent Jones. Go ahead, Scott. Put the link in the chat with the receipts.
They're very much segregated.
Well, I don't know.
You're not seeing segregation
The
in West
Republicans
Coast,
really know how to fight.
which is why I think like
But the Democrats, they're a
black
bunch
and
of
white
tricky
and
liars.
black and white and
That's my Donald Trump impersonation. I live in the basement of the YMCA. I'm a former alcoholic. Got a master's degree in divinity.
And I
I'm a
totally agree
faggot.
with segregation, and if I want a different
Well, I did
experience,
interview
I have to
Kitover
go
once.
someplace else sometimes
Hey,
to
look,
a
look,
different
look, look.
neighborhood to get a different outlook from who's open on a Sunday. So, and it is sometimes it's not always comfortable to walk into a place and be the different person, you know. But
exactly.
I think it's very hard, and I think it's something that everybody should experience. And I know some places are different. There are some places that are different, and they have interfaith. But I do see your point about segregation all the way across everything. It's still here, and a lot of economical segregation, and then that is not good either. So, but yeah.
Even our school system, like with the zoning laws, for example, if you go to one specific school within a specific neighborhood, you'll see 95% of the students are either white or black. Why? Those are the kids of the future. You know? Our schools should be more diverse. We as adults should be teaching the children how to love and see each other as one nation, right? Under God. Well, that was the anthem. They're not allowed to even say that anymore in schools, which I think is not good.
Well, that's because we have separation of church and state, right? So you can have your, under God. They still say in some schools, under God, the Pledge of Allegiance.
Nowhere in the Constitution does it say separation of church and state.
I didn't say it was in the Constitution, so, yeah.
We should have something like that in the schools again. And instead of a very diverse community where people can still associate with their racial group, but at the same time they're interacting with other groups.
Well, and that's the other thing is that I'm hoping, and I do believe, or maybe I just want to believe, but maybe I have magical thinking. But I do see more families. It seems to me I see more people strolling like outdoors, and I do think that in the school systems, as stressed out as they are, I've seen that people are making space for kids to learn, and there is a lot of diversity going on, to the point where some people think that it's too much diversity, like swung the other way. But I just want to hope and believe that kids in public education are being taken care of, and I think that maybe some of that is going on, and I just don't know about it because I haven't visited a school lately, and I don't have grandkids, so I don't spend lots of time with younger people to understand what's happening in the school right now. If anybody else has spent time in a school with kids, I would love to hear what's happening with how things are going there, and are political things entering the classroom at a young age. I hope not, but I don't know. Anybody have nieces and nephews?
So I send mine to a private school, a Christian private school. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It has a big red sign. You drive in. It says, "Our teachers are armed and will take necessary measures to protect our children."
I feel like that's so scary with the school shootings.
Yeah, this is the last place I would think a school shooter is going to go is to a place with this big red sign that says our teachers are armed and will take necessary measures. But anyways, the public schools are terrible. I'm in a great school district here in Houston, Cy-Fair. Great school district, huge school district, size of Atlanta, population of Atlanta. I grew up on the school district. Fantastic back then. Nowadays, I sent my 19-year-old to public school. It was reason it just, I wouldn't be my kids to public school. That's a God honest truth. To live in a homeless shelter. My kid would be better off.
I'm happy my daughter's a junior in public school. She's been in public school since kindergarten. Prior to that, she was at a Montessori school that was very, very diverse, and it was a great start. Would I have preferred her to stay at the Montessori school? Yeah, however, the public school that she went to was considered a pretty good high-level public school, so she didn't, drop down in her level too far, but I did notice a little bit. But otherwise, it's been a great experience for her, and I have no complaints about the public school she was in. So, yay for public school.
Yeah, hey, public school's fantastic for some people. It's just, for my family, it's not fantastic. And it differs for different folks.
Okay, so private schools, you have to have money, right? And then, I don't know if there's diversity there, but I know from public schools, like, there is no diversity.
What do you mean there's no...
There's diversity in public school. Big time. There's no diversity in my son's Christian school. There's strong Christian men and women, and they teach. So there's not much diversity in that form.
Okay.
But in public school, there's a lot of diversity, which is good.
No, it doesn't. There's no diversity in public schools.
Okay, what makes you
Of
think...
course there is. If you look at major metropolitan, hold on. If you look at major metropolitan areas, I'm just going to use Texas as an example. If you go to Dallas, if you go to Austin, if you go to Houston, if you go to San Antonio, the schools are going to be very, very diverse.
Yeah, I want to ask her, what makes you think there's not? I want to ask, yeah.
Okay, so public schools, like the way it works in, I guess, New York State, is that everything is done, like you send your kids on the basis of zoning. So like there's zoning laws. Like if you live within a specific neighborhood or district, you have to send your child to a specific school. And when you go to that school, depending on the economic status of, I guess, you and your neighbors, you're all going to be stratified into that one particular school. And because statistically and historically, the wealth and how, anyway, that's something else. But depending on where you go in New York State, some schools are majority black, and then others are majority white, and then others are like half and half. But there's no true diversity, and I think that's the problem that we have to address. It starts with our children.
That sounds like that's a New York State problem.
Yeah, there's so many laws.
How are you defining true diversity?
Yeah, that's actually a really good question.
Yeah,
are you defining it racially, economically?
Everything. So, I don't know if you...
Everything!
How to
Everything!
There's no looking at somebody with a different eye. There's no other. There's us. There's one nation. So how do you do that? You have to include everyone. Everyone has... And they have to start as children. They have to start as children. They have to all grow up together. How can you divide between two people who grew up? It's going to be impossible for, I guess.
For example, where I live, it's 97% Hispanic and 3% other. Right? You could take all the white people in the Rio Grande Valley and stick us in a football stadium. But when I went to school in public high school, I went to school with black people, I went to school with Asian folks, Jewish folks, Hispanic folks, right? Like, Muslim folks, not very many, but like enough to know they were there and enough to know they were a part of the fabric of our school, right? Like, that, it seems like New York may have a bigger problem than maybe Texas does. Don't get me wrong, if you go to like, oh God, San Antonio Heights, you're gonna wind up in an area that's a whole lot more affluent and may have a higher percentage of white students than Hispanic or other students. But typically Texas high schools are like fairly diverse, in particularly if you're like in a major metro. If you're in a small town, or you're like in the Rio Grande Valley where I live, where it's literally 97% Hispanic folks, right? Your ethnicity may be, percentage-wise, a little down. But that's just because the majority of people who live in the Rio Grande Valley aren't white people, aren't black people, aren't folks of Asian descent, right? Like, we have our fair share, obviously, but it's like, it doesn't make up a sizable portion of the population. And I'm not so sure how that people actually like want to move to where I live. And like, two of the main industries are agriculture and like hospitals and education. Those are three big economic endeavors in the Rio Grande Valley. And so like, if you don't want to live in a place with $21,500 poverty line that's like 4 hours away from any major metro, then you probably aren't going to move to the Rio Grande Valley, right? And that's not an issue of diversity. That's an issue of like, hey, I want to live in the Texas Triangle. The Texas Triangle is Houston, Austin, Dallas, and the vast majority of Texans live in that triangle. And so you're going to have a lot more diversity in that triangle than say you are in South Texas. But that's because it's geographically hours away. Like, the drive I took this weekend was a 7-hour drive, and I'm still on my way home. Like, it's 7:09 right now, I'm not going to get home till like 11. So I'll be on the road for at least another 4 hours.
This is a truck highway right there, Highway 59.
Highway 59 is a drug highway. Well, it connects to 77, which is a drug highway, right? Like, but my point is more like, there may be like a lack of percentage diversity, not because of race or economic status, but far more due to geography. And I don't know how you like
You'll be mistaken
take
to think
geography out of the account.
You'll be mistaken to think that. It is based off economic class. All segregation is based on that. Even when you look at housing, for example, if you like within specific neighborhoods, like all the landlords will up your rent, right? And only a specific class of people will be able to afford that kind of rent, pushing the majority of those inhabitants who are already there, who are not of that same class, which then they're pushed to a separate neighborhood, and then there are the same things happening again and again. So it's a segregation that's based off economics, but it's also tied into race because of historical factors such as slavery, which led the wealth, the massive wealth to be generated into one specific racial group. So if we're continuing that segregation, I think that's going to cause a lot of animosity, which it still does. I don't know, like, why you guys are in denial about it, but racism still exists. It's well and alive in America.
I live in upper middle class neighborhood, Hardstone, and the elementary school, all these kids go to school, but it's what, sections 8 or something like the school. It's all free meals. One of the poorest elementary schools inside here. And I live in the middle upper class neighborhood. Extremely diverse. At this elementary school. Same thing as junior high. Same thing as high school. Just matter where you live.
Yeah, Angelica, it sounds like New York State has some significant policy issues when it comes to education.
It's trying its best right now. Like they're implementing quotas when it comes to like developers, and when they're developing housing, for example, they're making it obligatory by law that a specific amount of people from a class, like the lower class, like they can afford it. So they're mixing it up. They're trying their best, but it's still a major problem throughout the U.S.
Yeah, but that's more of a NIMBY problem than like a class problem. there are people who don't want to live next to somebody who's in a $20,000 house and like doesn't keep their yard up because it drives down their property values, right? Which New York, I'm imagining New York, since you said it assesses based on like zoning, it probably also has property values that like go to school receipts, right? So like, there's a lot of NIMBY stuff there, and to be frank, I don't know if you can ever get rid of NIMBYs. You know, the not in my backyard people, to some extent in major metros, are always going to exist. Maybe you can like regulate that to a lesser extent, but I'm more in the corner with Matt when it comes to less regulation rather than more regulation. Now, I don't want to tell New York what to do. New York should be allowed to make decisions Texas would not make, right? So New York should be allowed to do New York. But at least in our state, we do have issues where it's less diverse. Like I said, San Antonio, Alamo Heights is a very affluent area, and the high schools there are more affluent in class and more white. I don't know to what extent they're slightly more white, but like those big rich places, those schools. But again, I don't know if you
crazy shit to say at the end.
From the president.
He just said that.
From the president.
That doesn't allow for Christian
From the
belief.
president.
That doesn't allow for Christian values. So I would have advised him never to say those words.
Oh, you would advise them.
If I had his ear, I would have told him not to say he hates his enemy, because that doesn't allow with Christian values.
Correct.
To love your enemy.
So man,
The problem is, you know what the problem is?
thank you
I'm
for
gonna tell
saying
you
that.
money. I've spoken to people like him. The problem is that he doesn't understand what love is. He thinks that love is, oh, you gotta be all nice and cuddly. No, love means to have patience.
Love is in the air.
Without judgment. That's what love means. I have love for everybody in this world. Everybody. And that's all it requires. Patience, kindness, and understanding without judgment. And the fact that he thinks love is something else. And he can't understand that you do need to love your enemy the way Jesus said to love people. Not love people, love you, oh, I love you, come here. No, that's a different, I think that's the problem. He doesn't understand what real love is.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. And it's refreshing to hear that from you versus, you know, what everyone on the right would just be like, oh, here we go with the echo chamber, pointing out Trump's hypocrisy. That's hypocrisy. Remember the stunt he did with the Bibles and tear gassing everybody in the first term to go to that church, and even though the cardinal of the church called him out as a fraud, you know, he's selling his Bibles, claiming he's a man of faith.
Remember that.
Total hypocrisy. So thank you, man, Kennedy, for keeping it real.
Yeah, the problem with Trump is I think he's on a big journey, and there's certain aspects he's still not doesn't have a handle on yet. Because there's no way you would get on a microphone and say, I hate my enemy, when the Bible says love your enemy. So what you doing? He don't understand that, and I think he's too caught up in his ego to understand that that's not what you need to do. That's wrong.
Yeah, that's a problem, Anthony, and he's the president of these United States, you know what I'm saying? So all that rhetoric is just not appropriate coming from him. I don't know what you guys think, but I think
that rhetoric adds to the flames of division. So I think the problem is that I think what he likes to do, and this is a strategic part of him, he likes to speak to the people's guttural emotion, right? Because he knows that there's a lot of political currency to be gained through speaking directly to the guttural feelings of people. So when you say that, here's Erica Kirk comes out there and says she forgives the murderer of her beloved husband. Okay, that's an example that we all need to strive towards. Love your enemy, forgive your enemy.
Okay, I thought.
And then he comes out, and he basically crisscrosses her statements. And he come out and say, I hate my enemies. I can't stand my enemies. That's wrong. That's not the tone of the night.
But I'm glad you feel that way, and I'm proud of you for not falling into the same crazy shit as what's the guy's name?
Stephen Miller?
No. Anthony and TC. Well, not so much Anthony. Anthony really doesn't. He really doesn't do that. But TC will
did TC explain it?
I'm sorry?
How did TC explain it?
You haven't talked to him about it at all. Well, not about Trump's speech, but we did discuss a long time. Well, I wasn't in this. Was it in this room? No, it was in Patty's room. A long time about Stephen Miller's speech.
I
It
hear what Stephen Miller
was
said.
very, 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 very dark, racist, and he was clearly talking to
Racist!
a group of people. It was very clear, but
Is he Christian?
but
He's supposed to be
TC
Christian?
he's a Christian nationalist. We
He's
know that.
Jewish, you dumb
Hey,
bitch.
Matt, okay, Matt's in the chat already. He said Matt said Trump never said he was. Doesn't make him a Christian. He was showing the Bible is a great book. I'm done.
You see, that's what I'm talking about. So thank you, Dan Kennedy, for keeping it real. Unlike Matt, yeah, unlike people like Matt Cool, who no matter what,
What do you mean, Matt Cool? Matt Cool, what do you mean Trump never said he was a Christian? Yes, he
Thank
did.
you.
What are you talking about, Matt? Where'd you get that from? He talks about Christianity all the time and Jesus Christ and all of that. What you talking about?
He's not. I believe he has said it once or twice, but he's not. He doesn't follow anything Christian, sir.
No, he's a fraud.
Anybody's Christianity.
Okay,
He says it in name just to get votes.
I know, but we shouldn't do that. You can
Okay,
do
but
it.
he's not.
I ask you guys,
He's
if
not.
he's a, what church does he belong to?
He belongs to, he grew up in
What
Episcopalian.
denomination is he?
Episcopalian.
Okay, so I don't know where Haitian is. Let me call him because I need him to play the music. It says
I pinged him, so.
Okay, let me see if I can call him because he knows what time the room's gonna start. Maybe he got something to do.
Yeah, this is Trump is a fraud, TDS Moose. Many of you know Moose, he's I believe he's Canadian. He's a total faggot and a loser.
Really?
You can't really say the F word.
Unless
I didn't mean to say the F word, but we should have just said F word.
I mean, does it really
No,
matter?
no need to use vulgarity or to be mean,
No,
as we
sir.
try
I
to
was
explain
asking
to
a
people
question.
what.
I'm sorry, it's not Christian.
But there's no actually explaining anything to people on this app.
Excuse me,
That's just the way it goes.
Presbyterian. He grew up as a
Hi,
Presbyterian.
Stephanie.
Okay, you don't know either.
I'm recording a couple of streams. You may know which one it is. There's a lot of TDS
His
people in
Scottish mother grew up as raised him as Presbyterians.
He still has to accept for himself when he's a accountable age, sir.
I understand that, but what I'm asking is, why do you question his Christianity based on, I mean, I understand why you're questioning it, but at the end of the day, you can't say he's not a Christian. That's too far.
Exactly.
I understand you can question him. He's doing things that's questionable. He's doing things that's questionable, so you have every right to question him.
Always deny
Yeah, that's fine, but I do.
I'm saying as a Christian, you shouldn't tell nobody they're not Christian.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's
I didn't tell him. I have an opinion, and that's my opinion.
I know, but you
You
shouldn't
really
acknowledge
don't
the
have to
anti-Christian
argue
belief.
over my opinion.
It's an anti-Christian belief. You shouldn't say nobody's not a Christian if they say
Okay,
they're Christian.
but I did.
I know you can, but it's not good before God.
But
I
what
don't
you
want you to
should
do
be
that.
more focused on is what Trump shouldn't say.
Trump!
Me.
Right.
We're
just
talking
talking
about
about
argument.
Mike, hang on 1 second. Mike, hang
We're
on.
talking about the
Hang on,
president.
Mike. I know you hear me. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
Go ahead, Deborah.
but what shouldn't Trump
I
say?
just respectfully asked you to hold up, Mike. I just want to get your point across.
Yeah.
Deborah was not talking.
You said this, I get it.
I said he's not a Christian.
Don't line
And
someone up.
I'll say it, and I'll double down on it, and I'll do what I want to do because I can.
You're not a Christian.
Damn.
That's fine. You think I'm gonna argue with you over whether or not I am? I'm not.
But man, Finity, you gotta
But whether Trump is a Christian or not, why would you
But
want to do
man,
that?
Finity, you gotta
I
understand
told
that
him
they're
how
going
to
to
act.
take away anything
I
that
don't
Trump
have to
says,
ask.
anything that
Nobody talking to you yet, Mike. It's not your turn to talk. I'm talking to Miss Vanity right now.
Yeah, well, we're having a
We
conversation.
having a conversation. We're having a conversation.
I mean, I was invited on stage, so it is what it is.
Mike, you gotta respect the mods. We're telling you this nice and early.
Well, man,
This
Finity is
powerful respects Deborah right now.
You know, what's going on?
Hey guys, come on now. We just getting started. Everybody's gonna have a good time tonight, and everybody's gonna be able to talk. Trust and believe. Everybody. So Mike P,
How you doing? How's your day going?
my day is just ending, Mike P. It is just now ending. I've been at work. How long have I been at work, you guys? 12, 13, 14 hours and 22 minutes.
Lord.
I know, right? But I'm good. I'm looking at my.
And Dave Chappelle, I'm pretty sure. Put this on there. Yes, Chappelle should not have been canceled, or at least attempted to be canceled. That did happen, right? But the big difference that I see between Dave Chappelle getting canceled, quote unquote, or trying to get canceled by the left at that point, versus Trump and his censorship of Jimmy Kimmel, is that when it comes to what the Chappelle thing was, Chappelle was the market reacting. It was the viewer base that happened there. They reacted negatively, and they were the ones trying to stop the show, et cetera, et cetera. No one was trying to censor him. No one was trying to do that in positions of power, at least, right? Maybe the people that were protesting didn't want it on air, wanted to censor it, but that wasn't people in positions of power doing so. That was the market that just didn't want it anymore. Now, when it comes to the Trump thing with Kimmel, the difference between that is that's somebody supposed to be holding and enforcing the Constitution, openly going for somebody because they have a political disagreement or don't like how a certain characterization of them was made. And now we have an institution that has power, using that power in a way that they shouldn't to censor something that they don't like, which is why there's a lot more outrage over the Kimmel stuff than there would be for the, Chappelle stuff, at least in those two examples. But that's all I wanted to add on there, just some clarification.
Thank you, actually. So let me just say this. So ABC is acquiring ESPN. It's acquiring the rights to NFL to show games, historic games, all that stuff, playoff games, and possibly a Super Bowl. It's a multi-billion-dollar deal. That deal does not happen if Daddy Donald says so. If Daddy Donald kills that deal, it's going to cost ABC billions of dollars. So that's something also we have to look at with this whole Kimmel stuff. Let me go to Vero, Steve, Kent, and Stark. Vero, good to see you.
Hello.
Hello.
What's
How
up,
you
y'all?
doing?
I'm good. Oh my god, I've been off for a long time, so I haven't seen y'all. I got really busy here in New York, so having a good time. But here I am. As to the topic of the room, goodness, I think currently I'm gonna be a little honest. Currently, I've been feeling that the left has been kind of doing a little bit more dangerous. I mean, not a little bit, extremely more dangerous. The Luigi Mangione fella, that the man was shot on the steps of my husband's law firm building. So, it kind of puts, it kind of hits a little close to home. I'm going to be honest, this is what's going on right now. I won't say historically that's true, but definitely, yeah, it's something that's kind of hitting close to home, and it's making me realize that sometimes the left views can become radicalized to the point where they're taking, one person is taking upon themselves to kill another person, and that's nuts.
Thank you, Vero. I agree with you. And to be honest, I forgot about Luigi Mangione. I forgot about that lunatic, who I believe is going to beat both his cases.
Quick question,
Steve Wheat.
Quick question.
Yeah, Maz.
In terms of the left, because nobody ever answered in the chat about who the head of the left of Antifa is, I can't find it. And like Luigi Mangione, are we talking about lone wolves, or are we talking about organizations in terms of the left? Because I just want some enlightenment on who the left is.
I think what happens is, and we're all guilty of this, I believe. One of these lunatics pull one of these stunts like they did with Charlie Kirk, like they did with this Luigi Mangione, and we find out that they had tinges of Democratic far-left ideologies, and now all Democrats are far-left, which is so absurd to me. But, I'm not far-left. I've been a Democrat my whole life. I don't know if I'll vote Democrat anytime soon, though, but I'm not sure I'll vote Republican either. Steve Wee, how you doing, Steve Wee?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Hey, this Kimball thing, Sinclair Broadcasting owns a lot of those stations. And Sinclair, not Donald Trump, was calling ABC and telling them, hey, we may not carry this stuff on our affiliates, which would have knocked the advertising revenue right out of ABC for that slot. It was already underwater with the money the show was bleeding out. So, you know, there's more to that than just the FCC. And if you look at a map, I looked at one day the location of Sinclair's stations across the United States. It may not always be in areas where, you know, it's like you'd have the demographics, say in LA or in New York. It's not that. And if these guys pulled him off of that time slot, it would have been devastating. So there's that angle to it too. But I think the left is far more dangerous because I was just reading a story the other day where you had a bunch of people show up at ICE detention center, was trying to bum rush your stuff, and you know you can just see this. If we don't agree with the law, well, the law doesn't apply to us. It's like immigration during Biden's administration. Well, you know, there's a law there that has tells you what immigration is going to be. Well, we don't agree with that law, so we're just going to ignore it. And that's such an inaction, a chain reaction. People see this and they say, well, you know, if that's your deal, then why should I have to abide by any law that you had? That's your sacred cow. And it starts a dangerous spiral downwards. And I just point out this last fact. After Charlie Kirk got assassinated, how many stores did you see looted? How many cities did you see on fire? That wasn't the reaction. Wasn't the reaction at all. And I think that encapsulates the two ideologies right there as well as anything. When one of the rights gets taken out, there's no cities being set on fire. There's no riots. There's no nothing. They go and have a memorial.
And what about January 6th?
What about January 6th?
Hold on.
Don't forget about January 6th, you
And
racist!
by the way, here's a little caveat that might trigger some of you, I'm just going to say Democrats. I'm not even calling you lefties because it's not fair to paint everyone with the same brush. But Donald Trump is pondering making Charlie Kirk's birthday a national holiday. Imagine that. I know some of you righties are going crazy right now. Hit the parade. Kent, how you doing, Kent? Kent, are you there? There you are.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I'm doing well. I'm going to digress here for a minute. I'm just making tacos. Carry on.
All right, I'm going to be moving from the room because that is rich. Thank you. So let me go to Stark, the Mad Steven, the MVP of Clubhouse, Matt P. Stark, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
Fantastic. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I would like to add a point and then ask a question. I've been listening to the discussion, very good room, very decent discussion. Job mods. If you ask about the Jimmy Kimmel, yeah, he deserved to go. He was always toxic. Spewing out fake news. It's an easy case. In terms of Charlie Kirk,
Stop, he's a comedian. Look ahead.
Of course, he's a comedian, but he can't stay live about the killing Kirk, right? So that was fake news. So that doesn't fall under comedy in my opinion.
It falls under the First Amendment, but please continue.
Well, hate speech, right? I don't think.
How is that hate speech? How long you been at Stop? How long you been on this app? Because I'll show you rooms on this app where there's plenty of hate speech. Nothing to the level. The thing Jimmy Kimmel said is nothing to the level you hear on this app. But please continue.
No,
Absolutely.
I agree with you, but he has a position to influence people. So
do you.
Watch. Okay.
Sark, let me ask you a question. Do you know how many people work at the Jimmy Kimmel Show?
Sure, dozens.
Dozens. Try almost 250 people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when you call for the cancellation of people along, the lines of not even being offensive, okay, you're affecting other people's lives. Do you understand that? Like, there are people who are on set crew, makeup designers, producers, like, I mean, you name it. Like, it affects a small economy that is around where the Jimmy Kimmel Show is. Like, that's not cool. And our president definitely, in his efforts to create more jobs, should not be calling for the cancellation of people and having a production background of understanding how many jobs he's taking people out of in doing so. Especially over comments that, quite frankly, he had a right to say. And I personally, as a Republican, didn't find that offensive.
All right, hold on, everybody, hold on. Marshall, hold on, because I got to address something in the chat. This asshat, Midas Spade said Juneteenth is a fake holiday. Jimmy Kimmel is trash. Midas, you're more than welcome to come up to the stage.
Well, he's not trash because he's going back on the air tomorrow.
Hold on.
So, it's when the rabbit's got the gun, right? So he's going back on the air tomorrow.
And he was responding to me and saying that, so real quick, I just find it real fucking funny that the same people that think that Juneteenth is a fake holiday / a waste of time are the same people advocating for a fucking National Charlie Kirk Death Day.
That's a fact. All right, everybody, hold on.
All right, Jimmy.
Stop. Well, hold on. Midas. Guys, hold on a second. Midas, you can spew your hate in a second. Let's start landing this plane. Okay, start landing your plane, Jimmy.
All right. Thanks, guys. So yeah, let's agree to disagree on Jimmy Kimmel. I'm not a big fan of him. So, but I mean, I see your point.
I couldn't tell.
Staffers, but he said something that's totally fake and hateful, in my opinion, because he made fun of a death, and he connected it with ideology in a wrong way, especially when he knows very well the killer was.
You don't think that people had the same perception of Charlie Kirk in his rhetoric, saying that Michael Brown was a thug that had it coming? So I mean, there are grievances on both sides.
But you got to look at it. Jimmy Kimmel has a relationship with what's that Steiner guy that does the talk show in the morning?
Howard Stern?
Yeah, Howard Stern. They said him and Howard Stern, and there's one other talk racist trash about black people, and that they are, prejudiced. But I understand people who know how to just do business and go ahead and work with you on your merits like that. And so just I'm gonna listen to your because I got some things to do around the house. But I kicked for Barack Obama, and he gave us lawyers because they had the Soros brothers and they had the Kirk. What's those rich ones? Starts with
The coach,
they had them watching us because just like with Kirk, they want their verbal agenda to be brought forward to those who can pass the litmus test. I even for my father's funeral had a 65-mile escort by the state police of North Carolina. The left is far more dangerous, even though I grew up in their backyard. I've learned everything about politics from the left because I was a diehard Democrat. Now I vote for the very, very best person. Right now, the left is just acting out because they didn't get their way. But
Thank you, Connie.
With Charlie being in the backyard.
Connie, you gotta please respect my space. I have a queue, and you just jumped in. So land your plane, please.
Yeah. I know. I'm trying to yield as people are speaking. So, anyways,
I get it. Just land your plane.
So moving on to the Charlie Kirk. I mean, I'm a big supporter of First Amendment, Second Amendment. I have no problem with all that. But
unless it offends you, then you're not a proponent of the First Amendment. But please go ahead.
No, say JB. But if you're dragging me back to Jimmy Kimmel issue. He said that the killer is a Trump supporter, which is totally fake. It's a hateful.
Who cares? How's it hateful? Stop. How's it hateful? Who cares what he said? Who cares if he is a Trump supporter or not? People are so hypersensitive to nonsense.
All right. Well, again, let's agree to disagree because I don't think news should be reported in a fake way.
He's not a news reporter. He's a comedian. He's a comedian. Laugh at it. Dismiss it, move on from it.
I mean, he behaved like a total clown. And
listen, hold on, stop. I'm not even a Jimmy Kimmel fan. I'm a First Amendment fan.
Right. All right. Okay, so now let me ask you this. I think this question might trigger a lot more, people. Do you think Charlie Kirk's killer, Tyler Robinson's parents, apparently there was a rifle given by a grandpa during it was manufactured in Germany during World Wars. So, do you think Tyler Robinson's parents should be charged because they failed to secure the?
No, they turned him in. And y'all watch too many fucking movies. Like, this is crazy. Like, the conspiracy theory ilk on this app is absolutely insane. Yes, because you sound absolutely ridiculous.
Hang on. You believe in freedom of speech, right? So why can't you tolerate me making a point here?
I mean, because you're a little bit long-winded, and I'm asking you to land your
I'm not long-winded. I'm asking
I didn't ask you
a question
You can ask it in the chat. Majesty, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello. Would you like to chime in?
Yes. Hello, Jay. Hello, everyone. Definitely the correct answer is the far left. At least this time around. I mean, is there not a list of crazy things they're doing, from telling 5-year-olds that they're little boys when they're girl, or girls when they're little boys? Like, that is enough for me. We don't even need to go on. That's fucking crazy. Because, I don't know, like last time I checked, I was born with a vagina. And God forbid a little bitch likes to climb a tree and play sports. Now I've got to dress like a boy. Thank you, Mom, for not fucking forcing that on me. I just went through a phase, goddammit. Now I like French manicures. So that, just alone, I went.
Thank you, Majesty. So, let me do a quick room reset, then I'm going to go to Corey. Midas, I haven't forgotten you, I promise. I'm going to go to Corey, Mike Moon, and then Madison. This is unhealthy debates. Who's more dangerous in America, the far left or the far right? How you doing, Hope? Keith, how you doing? Joe, good to see you. PB, always a pleasure. We got a couple of anonymouses. Shana Tova to you. Heidi, how you doing? Tiffany. Uncle Steve just walked in the room. If you have a pink ticket, Kirill, I don't understand you, bro. You come to every space, remember, you don't cash in your ticket, you cheap bastard. Jay, Randy, cash in your ticket. Jay, Randy, you got a lot to say that, man. At least cash in that ticket. So let me go to Corey. Corey, how you doing, bro?
Not too bad. How you doing?
I'd be doing better if you cash in your pink ticket, but
I did already. It just isn't. It was showing that
I'm busting your chops, bro. The mic is yours.
So I'm the type that's going to say what's good for the goose is good for the gander. When you establish a line of credibility on yourself of what you accept, you then have to accept when that karma comes in. It's in where, and the fact was is he used his monologues to mock and laugh and praise the firing of others that were fired for saying things, tweeting things in private conversations even. So I mean, for Jimmy, he got what was coming to him. He did his thing, and it bit him in the ass. And the thing is he's lost 70 million in ad revenue since January. It came out. It's not gonna last long. It is what it is.
Corey, let me ask you a question. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but let me ask you this question. I agree with you. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. But what about all the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk spewed about the Second Amendment?
What about the Second Amendment? I mean, which rhetoric are we talking?
That he was a big gun proponent. People should have guns, and
Yeah.
So you don't think that what's good for the goose is good for the gander? And I'm not saying he should have been killed. I'm just saying trying to get your opinion.
Having guns isn't saying shooting people. So that to me is a big difference. I've got a lot of guns, and not one of them has ever shot anybody. Not one of them has ever shot in the direction of anybody. So I mean, when we look at that, having a gun is very different than turning the gun. When we have the people who, there's two things that I find very ironic, Jay, is the people who are free speech absolutists right now were the ones who literally had Mark Zuckerberg testify that no. He had me deplatform people. He had me silence people. YouTube, same thing. You had another side that literally deplatformed the President of the United States, wouldn't let him be on certain broadcasts. They cut him. They wouldn't let him be on YouTube, couldn't be on social media. They literally were the anti-free speech people. Now they're the free speech absolutists. Before, they were the anti-gun. And now they're like, wait a minute, this guy has a Second Amendment right. Yeah. So is Second Amendment right give the right to shoot? No. what it says is you can't even necessarily truly defend yourself anymore in some states in your own home. There's people who've shot in their own home and are now defending themselves, you know? So the Second Amendment is very different than saying that, you know, there's any semblance of common sense in
What about
this
what about birthright citizenship? Where do you stand on that?
So it's very different. If you look at the reason that it was first implemented was because we were growing the country. We needed the bodies. We don't anymore. We have an excess, you know. I'll try to find a link, Jay, and I'll just let you watch it later. It's actually from World Bank that did it on global poverty and stuff. It's a very good watch. It's only like a few minutes long, but it's explaining what the USA thinks it's doing and how much global poverty actually increases annually, and there's no way in hell that America can make an impact. So birthright citizenship is no longer really needed. When you look at the deficit, when we weren't in a deficit then when we were doing it. Now we're at 30. So what is it? 38 trillion in debt. We can't keep it up. We're overspending, and we can't keep bringing that in. We can find better ways to do it. There's a tax code. It's called the fair tax. To every Fortune 500 company that left the country. 33 pages long. They gave it to him and said, what would you do? This is how you fix the immigration problem. They said, we'll all come back. You implement that. All operations.
Corey, hold on one second. I think Miss Madison wants to engage with you. Madison?
You know, no, I'm not trying to engage with Corey because I don't think that I'm going to change anything that he believes or anybody believes what he believes. I saw something in the chat about when we talk about trans kids, the groomers reveal themselves, something like that Nye said, and that's what I wanted to respond to because, you know, supporting trans people isn't grooming; it's basic human decency.
I said kids, Madison. I didn't say people. People would imply adults. Respectfully, I'm talking about children. There's no such thing as a trans child. And furthermore, when we talk about trans, but I just want to make sure we're clear. I didn't say people. I said kids.
Well, let's be real clear then. It says, I love when the trans kids topics come up, so the groomers reveal themselves when they defend this lunacy. So that's what I was responding to. And being affirming of somebody's identity is an exploitationist respect. That's like saying if you support left-handed kids, you're forcing them to be left-handed. It's nonsense. Like, what's really happening is people, they throw the word groomer around to scare people and to shut down the conversation, but facts do matter. So being trans or supporting trans rights has nothing to do with predatory behavior is what I'm getting at. So to use those in the same sentence, if anything, spreading that lie is what actually harms kids because it makes them more vulnerable to bullying and abuse. And if we're gonna be concerned about kids, be concerned about these Discord chats, all this violence that's going on, these motherfucking incels, and all of these shooters that nobody has anything to say about in terms of what's happening with young white men. We should be much more worried about that. When we talk about what's dangerous, a dress is more dangerous than a gun today, which is sick to me. That's why people are dying.
And just real quick,
Hold on, Nye, I got you. Nye, I wanted to give you a chance to go, Nye. But guys, please respect the one mic policy. Everybody's going to get to speak. Midas, I'm going to come to you next. Okay?
ladies and gentlemen in the house, I need to make clear, I didn't say anything about trans people. I was referring to the children. And because I spend an unhealthy amount of time on social media, I've seen endless testimonies from parents of trans children talking about their transgender process of their child. Many of them put these children on puberty blockers while they're minors, okay? And for those who have, who are doing active, not selective listening, I want you to think about something real quick. They're putting children on puberty blockers to stunt their growth. Who wants to keep children drugged up on a cocktail of drugs that stunts their growth and keeps them young? To me, that sounds like groomer pedo behavior. I'm not talking about grown adults who are trans-identified people. Those individuals have nothing. You're grown, do you? I'm talking about the children who, in many cases, according to their parents and the scientific community and the folks who are constantly at war with God and nature and biology, and they're surrounded by enablers who put many of these children, aka Jazz Jennings, for example, on puberty blockers. That is abuse. That is diabolical. That is sinister. Who wants to keep children young but pedos and groomers? So when I said, I love when the trans topic comes up about kids, and you hear all these folks defend it, I just sit back and let them talk, because it reveals who the groomers and pedos are. Who the hell defends putting children on puberty blockers? Like, come on.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I don't think that children should.
So then why are you throwing it out there?
If I could finish, because I don't think they should be able to get tattoos. I don't think there should be 16-year-olds getting BBLs. Hell, don't no piercings whatsoever until you're 18. Nothing that's irreversible. But what I was responding to, there's none of those parents are in this room. So when you say the groomers reveal themselves, nobody's a parent that's doing that in this room. So there's a disconnect between what you said and the conversation that we're having. So I'm glad you clarified that. Thank you.
All right,
But
hold on,
I really need for us to not police people's language and not police people's opinions and not try to frame it because there's no trans people in the room. Then I shouldn't be in the chat saying this, that, and the other. Like, are we okay? Like, is everybody all right? Maybe we'll get it in the morning. Like, for real. I'm tired of folks policing because people do selective, not active listening. They get triggered by what Nye says or what people say lean more towards this side or this side. Now it's, well, no trans people are in the room or on the stage. How do we know? How do we know? We
Trans people don't fuck with y'all. Stop defending them.
Like, come on.
All right, everybody, take a breath. Jordan, hold on. No, not yet. Because I'm going to come back to you. MG, you trying to jump in, MG?
Yeah, I was just going to add on to what Nye said. What about, my comfort level as the parent who has to deal with the aftermath of this and this conversation that I was not prepared to deal with at 5 years old? Like, do my rights matter? Like, my husband, my rights, my comfort, my religion? Like, where is that in this conversation?
Well, not if you're Muslim.
I'm not Muslim, I'm Christian.
Well, yes,
right?
religion matters in America, yes.
PT.
Guys, hold on, hold on.
That's all I wanted to say, JB. Like, what about my comfort, my, how my husband and I feel, how we were uncomfortable, how we were annoyed, how we were not prepared to talk about gender identity, gender expression at 5 years old in kindergarten? What about that?
I'm sorry, I thought you landed. Madison, do you want to rebut? Did you want to rebut it?
Yeah.
Then I have to go to Midas.
No, I just wanted to say, I mentioned that earlier, MG. Of course, you should be comfortable as well. And the same people, and not that it's the same thing, but I put it in the chat, during segregation, when Ruby Bridges came to school, there were a lot of parents that were uncomfortable too. My whole point is that trans people exist, gay people exist, guns exist. So this is the world that we live in, and so we have to prepare our children for what's out in the world. And so if you feel like you don't want them exposed to it, we have to do what we do. Sometimes people they homeschool, they do whatever's necessary. I don't like the fact that there's social media out there. So I have to monitor what's going on in my own home. But to squelch somebody else's right to their own expression, then, that's a slippery slope. That's all.
Let me jump in.
I love you, but comparing this to segregation to me is wild. And I say that respectfully.
Let me get the cue going, guys, because Midas has the patience of Moses. I can tell you that. Madison, here's just my opinion. When it starts infringing on other people's rights, and what those rights are, I don't know. Is it a feeling? Is it, where these kids have to have education about it and the parents don't want it? I don't know. But, I think we've become, and it's not anything against any of the speakers, I think America has become hypersensitive to every issue, race, trans, politics. We're so hypersensitive because we pick a side. Midas, how you doing, Midas? Thank you for your patience, man.
No problem.
Midas, see you, Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
Okay.
Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for coming up. Cash in your pink ticket, please. Go ahead.
I already cashed in the ticket. But on what I said earlier, Juneteenth was basically a fabricated holiday. They brought it up recently. I think it was a byproduct of the 1619 project, which is a fraud in the first place. Now, the interesting thing just now is that when we talked about the trans thing, yeah, it is groomers. You can't talk to children about sexuality without calling yourself at least some kind of PDF. I remember back in the days, there used to be billboards and things that people would talk about. If anybody talks to you about sex, then they're sick. They're sick in the mind. And this is the problem. The Democrat Party has become extremely sick. And we're seeing not only are they the face of violence, BLM, Antifa, all these other radical organizations that have been coming up and attacking the people. I mean, just now, Charlie Kirk was murdered. And where do we get from the left? Oh, he deserved that. The bullet should have been for Trump. This is what we're getting from the left. They're sick, genocidal, transsexual affirming weirdos who are trying to force and imprint sexuality upon the children. I think it's sick. I think I'm very glad to see the collapse of the Democratic Party. Thank you for allowing me to go.
Thank you, Madison. Thank you for your patience, man. I know some of these topics, man, we get derailed. But one thing I will say, the Democratic Party is definitely in shambles, right? I think they're on life support. And these midterms that are going to come up next year, it's going to be very interesting whether they're still going to be around in 2028 to even make a dent. I don't care. I don't really care who the candidate's going to be. If they don't get their shit together and start focusing on their party and their principles that they built that party on, the Democratic Party is going to be gone. I believe that. Mike Moon, how you doing, Mikey?
Oh, I'm good. Thanks, man. Hey, my instincts tell me that hyperpolarization on both ends of the political spectrum is what's tearing our country apart. I think it goes back and forth. I think in the last, 15 years ago, the far right was the problem. I mean, I was looking up the research recently, and far right was responsible for a major amount of the political violence that was occurring 15 years ago. However, in the last year, this year specifically, it's completely flipped. The far left has been responsible for almost 100% of the political violence that's been accounted for this year so far, according to what I was researching. So, I want to say that it's the far left is the problem today. The far right might be the problem 10 years from now. Ultimately, it's hyperpartisanship and extreme opinions that on both sides of the spectrum that refuse to accept or see the other side as human beings. So the less that we are willing to find common ground and the more we want to stand on our laurels and demonize the opposite side, the more danger our country is in existing in the future as a whole. I've said it many times, the United States of America, we don't have a common culture like other countries do to hold us together. If we lose patriotism, we're already losing some kind of shared belief in a God. If we don't have patriotism, we don't have belief in a higher power as a people. We don't have anything else in common. And it's unique to our country being as diverse as we are, the experiment that we are. We're kind of the first and biggest of that experiment. And if we stop believing in our government completely and we lose all of our patriotism, and then we also increasingly become less religious in general. And I don't mean Christian, I just mean whatever you want to believe in still, but having some kind of greater authority to answer to, then as a country we're going to collapse because we're no longer united, we're individuals. So right now the left is the problem. And like I said, the right will be the problem again someday. But overall, it's hyperpartisanship, in my opinion.
Hey, can I pop in real quick? 30 seconds, and I have to go to XG and Jordan. Go ahead.
Perfect. A couple things. The right left leaning stuff was really checked into. ADL does a lot of this, and there was some real discrepancies on how they come up with the labeling things left and right. There were some deaths that happened at some of the riots and protests of the Summer of Love. They put those as right leaning when they weren't. They were part of the protests and riots. Another thing is not much of the conservative value. None of the conservatives are going to align with the far right extremist racists. They just don't, but they still lump those into the right. However, the far left, which this is coming from an Islamist leader, extremist leader, he says, find me somebody that ever voted conservative that's an extremist. The Muslim that's an extremist, you won't do it. They don't vote right. But they don't label that as a left wing. That's that's a completely different category. So just, you're right on. I'm agreeing with a lot of what you said, but it was really digging into it and finding out how they label it was really misleading. And I think that's where the problem is anyway, is trying to do this as more polarization. We need to look at it as extremism in general, and we need to start kind of rooting that out because, like you said, the polarization is just going to keep going back and forth. When one feels wrong, it just irritates the other and lights them up. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Corey. And I'll say this. I think one of the major problems we have in America is where we're getting our news from, right? The right goes to Fox, the left goes to everybody else. And to be honest, I don't know if we've lost trust in our government wholly, but I've lost trust in our news outlets 100%. No disrespect, Madison. I just don't. I think that each one of these networks has an agenda, and they go with their agenda. And where I felt that when I was growing up, right, the news outlets were I thought, impartial. Now they're not. You turn on CNN, you know what you get. You turn on MSNBC, you know what you get. You turn on Fox, you know what you get. There's no impartiality with all these groups. I'm going to go Jordan, Jason, and then BT. Jordan, what's up, Jordan? I got you, Majesty. I got you, XG. Jordan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Shanatova.
Shanatova. When I was growing up, you know who the most anti-Semitic folks were? The white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Those are the people I had to worry about at my high school, and many of them were my friends, but the country clubs, you don't hear about Islamic country clubs, but you did hear about white Anglo-Saxon Protestant country clubs that didn't let the Jews in, which is why we still have Jewish country clubs today. So, and going to these fancy private schools, I had to be more concerned about the WASPs. And my ex-girlfriends, many of them were white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Some of their parents didn't like me because I didn't want her dating a Jewish person. Anyways, where I wanted to go with this is that what's kind of fascinating to me, I'm already losing my train of thought here. What's kind of fascinating to me is that there are 2.8 million trans folks in the United States and approximately 80 million psychopaths. Now, you can be psychopathic and transsexual, but I have probably met, I've lived in 9 states and I've lived in California 3 times. I live here now. I've probably met 2 trans people that I'm aware of in my entire life. It is such a negligible problem. First of all, people on the right are far more dangerous than people on the left. People on the left don't even know how to be dangerous, quite frankly. They can't even do it.
Wait, Jordan, what?
Yeah.
Give me your reason why do you feel the far right is much more dangerous?
Because I'm still Jewish. Today's a high holy day. I'm far more concerned about the area, the white nationalists, the pushing the Aryan agenda back in the day. It's only kind of recent that we've been kind of concerned about that Islamophobia has really become so rampant. In addition to anti-Semitism, but the far right is consistently not like Jewish people since I've been a youth. It's just hilarious to me, these people who are making this trans thing. This guy, the chance that you're going to get shot at by a trans person or someone who with a trans person is so asinine. It's so ridiculous. Statistically, it's so rare that you really need to catch up with your humanity.
Well, Jordan, here's the problem.
Okay.
And it's just my opinion, right? I love you, share it, but I'm just going to say this. The problem is some of the high-profile shootings that have happened in America over the last, let's say, year or 2 years or whatever it may be, have people that have either been trans or trans supporters.
Right. That is how much media. Yes, they've been high-profile, but the media attention. That if you're trans, you're like a rock star in America because you get that much attention. We don't highlight all the other murders that happen. It's so ridiculously rare. Yeah, it happened, but it's so unlikely. But no one's worried about all the psychopaths, 40 times more psychopaths among us who have absolutely no conscience. This kid may even have a conscience and may feel guilty. He acted horrifically, but you should be much more afraid of the psychopaths on Clubhouse and the trans people. If there's even a single trans person on Clubhouse, there may be. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'd be much more worried about the vanilla.
It's a whole trans house on here, man.
Who said that?
BT said that.
Yeah, and they look like women. And it's called Carmelina something.
Are you afraid of trans people, BT?
No, I'm just saying, don't gaslight us, bro. There's some trans on this app, bro. And they're
okay.
Proud.
All right. Forgive me. The 2.8 million trans people in America are now represented on Clubhouse. Fair enough. But the 80 million psychopaths at Clubhouse.
You gonna say it again?
Guys,
yeah,
hold on.
The 80 million psychopaths we're not really worried about.
I'm worried about my ex-wife cleaning out at the bank. Guys, mute up, please, because I had a queue and I'll come back. I'll get you, I promise, Midas. But I want to go to Madison and XG. Madison?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you, I agree.
I thought he was going in order. How's it going?
Okay, hold on a second, guys. First off, we always let the ladies go first. And then, XG, they're right. So I'm going to go Jason, BT, then XG. Go ahead, Madison.
Just real quick, I actually agree with you when you said there's no media that's nonpartisan. The one outlet that we have is PBS, and they removed all their funding. And just so you all know, Trump has Ellison lined up, one of his buddies. One of his buddies is taking over TikTok, as we all know. But he's got another one lined up to buy Warner Brothers, which also includes CNN and HBO.
How interesting is that? I didn't know that, Madison. Thank you. We're gonna go hold on, Connie. Connie, hold on, please. I got you. We're gonna go Jason, BT, XG, Connie, and then Simon, and then Majesty. Jason, how you doing, man?
Good, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, for sure. So to the media point that you made, you're definitely right. You know about the partiality. But in 1948, the Smith-Mundt Act is what made news more impartial, and certain reporting was only for foreign audiences because they wanted to influence foreign audiences to see America a certain type of way, look at them in a positive light, but they didn't want to have the same type of programming, which would be more pointed for domestic audiences in the United States. That was changed in the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act that got signed by Obama in 2013. That is when reporting changed. That's why it's not coincidence that the Clinton-Trump election was the first time you've seen that type of news coverage as far as the mudslinging from both sides on the extreme level. It's because it was after the Smith-Mundt Modernization was signed into law. So the way, the polarized way that they report in mainstream news now is really an Obama thing. It really kind of came from the left, them signing that into law. I tried to get a vote count, by legislators to see if I could see, which side was really supporting it. But I give that to the left just because Obama signed it into law. And with the extreme reporting that you get on both sides, it has radicalized people on both sides. So, you can take that however you want to take that. It's a lot of contributing factors, but this is why a lot of people watch independent media now versus mainstream media. Because the independent people who have their own stuff, they got their great setup, they just as knowledgeable as, people that was coming on mainstream TV. They're watching them more. But all that got kicked off when 1948 law around reporting the news, got changed in 2013.
Thank you, Jason. Great share. Appreciate you. There you go, BT. BT, how you doing?
Hey, good evening. I'm doing well. How about you?
Good evening. Doing fantastic, sir. The mic is yours.
Thank you. Who's more dangerous in America? Far left or far right?
Well, you know, JB, I'll tell you. The answer is y'all are equally dangerous. Y'all are akin to the Bloods and the Crips, politically gangbanging your elephant and your donkey around, which is why you have the red and the blue. It's literally the same thing. And I think that you're both dangerous in different ways. I think that, well, actually, I know, I don't even think this. One side, we got saying, you know, hey, we're Christians, so we're going to do everything the good way. But racist as hell and love stealing money, using it and misallocating it, just helping corporations and not the people. The other side just want to change every damn law we've had in history in the name of progress. And some of that shit is outrageous. So they're both I see dangers in both. Because one side we got us gaslighting us, telling us that we can't be him and ma'am and sir no more. We gotta be them and they. And the other side, we got taking away every historical thing about everybody and making new laws that don't make sense. We are in a clusterfuck. This is a conundrum. And I knew no matter which way we voted on this last election, we was going to end up with some bullshit. It was just a matter of which bullshit you wanted. So yeah, absolutely, both sides are dangerous. There is no more dangerous. Y'all are equally as dangerous. Because I don't like the direction either party wants to go. I'll end there.
Thank you, BT. Great share. Appreciate you. We're going to go to Connie for a quick minute. Then we're going to go to XG, then Majesty and Simon. Connie? Connie, are you there? All right. XG, the mic is yours. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things I wanted to comment on. One, I just find it kind of funny for you specifically, JB, when you made the point about media and they love to paint these narratives, et cetera, and then right afterwards, when someone else brings up a point about the shootings being statistically super low, your response is the media talking point, which is part of their agenda, which is, oh, but look at how many trans people have been in the news in the last year when it comes to mass shootings. Yeah, because the news's agenda was to highlight those shootings and push it out as much as they could. Because guess what? There's a ton of others, hundreds of other shootings that happened that year that weren't by trans people. But we didn't see the news on any of that. Why? Because of the same reason you just gave. So that's a part of the media play that you fell for, which is the amount of highlighted trans people that are being shooters, quote unquote, even though statistically, one, they're less than 1% of our population. Two, the fear about trans kids as if there's 1 in 3 trans children in every pre-K is not true, because the majority of trans people, and there are less than 1% population. So if you're worried about your kid going into a class trans child in it, you have more of a chance of getting struck by lightning than that happening at this point. So unfortunately, this big fear mongering and this giant little, pearl clutching that's going on is extremely performative. And I'd rather people just say, fuck the LGBT with their chest than try to play it as if they're.
Hold on a second. Let me give you just a smidge of pushback. Just a smidge. What I said was the high-profile cases that have been spread all over the news, right? And every high-profile case, not every, but a good majority of them.
Look what the fuck's going on. Look what the fuck that. Someone says, "Where do you trans?"
Can I finish?
Grooming. Do you see what the fuck is going on?
XG, hold on. Let me finish.
I'll deal with the chat. Grooming in chat. What are we talking about? Hold on.
Okay. Well, XG, I see you're emotional tonight. I like you, but I'm not gonna have you gaslight my room. Somebody says something to you, you gotta just man up, serious. Bang with them in the chat. But the point I was making was the high-profile cases are either trans people, right, or trans supporters. So my thing was, it's the media's fault. This is why they're putting these people on Front Street. But before I continue, I have to say, Shana Tova to all my Jewish friends, my Jewish brothers and sisters in the room. I hope you have a happy, sweet New Year.
Especially Jesse Eisenberg.
Especially, of course, Jesse Eisenberg. The supreme Jew that he is. So let's go to... who hasn't spoken yet?
Good yantif, JB.
Thank you, you as well.
I didn't hear it, JB, whoever said it. He said it's in the chat, but we do know it is a lot of grooming going on. So that's not that far-fetched.
I mean, there's a lot of grooming going on. There's always always been a lot of grooming going on. Nobody said shit when R. Kelly was doing it, though.
Oh my God, Madison, please.
I'm just saying.
Well, you know, what's funny about R. Kelly is that the people I've spoken to from Chicago, they'll tell you, because he's a Chicagoan, oh, I still listen to R. Kelly. I don't care what he did. Not all Chicago people, but a lot of Chicago people. Go ahead, Madison.
I was just going to say most of them do. I hear it when I go out. It's crazy.
Well, let's not forget R. Kelly's big sister raped him and all his brothers. And she was great. So, there is something there. I'm just saying.
That's usually the case with most pedophiles, straight or gay, but the majority of pedophiles are straight men.
That's no excuse.
I'd like to jump in.
One thing I failed to add, I just want to add this real quick, is that one of the reasons Jews and African Americans were so aligned during the Civil Rights era is because it was the white Protestants and people of Lutheran heritage, if you will, who were most inclined, not all of them, some loved us, but that was where the bulk of the hate came from. And today, the fact that, African Americans who, thank God, many of my African American friends on this app are not anti-Semitic, but there are some people. And there are still plenty of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants who are anti-Semitic. That's how we joined forces.
Thank you, Jordan. I really don't want to turn this into a racial relations room, even though I know it's going to go there eventually. Zach, Kitover.
Kitover, here, let me roll my window. So I just wanted to chime in briefly. I'm driving my truck. It's kind of loud, but I'll try to speak normally. I think the left is more dangerous in America than the far right. The far left is more dangerous than the far right. And I can tell you from my personal experience, for 20 years, I was a radical leftist. And I hung out with radical leftists, and all my friends were radical leftists, and I went to a radical leftist college, and I had radical leftist professors, and I was a radical leftist. And when I was a radical leftist, JB, my friends and I would all sit around and talk about how civilization is garbage and society is bullshit. And that's in fact what led me towards rewilding, the work that I do professionally now. And I still believe that nature connection is very healing. And I think that learning how to practice small-scale living skills is very empowering. But I no longer believe that civilization should be brought to its knees. And I think that the far left, if you ask your far leftist friends, the conclusion of their message is destroy society. And if you ask your far right friends, usually the conclusion of the far right friends is leave me the fuck alone. And I think leave me the fuck alone is not very nice, but it's not quite as dangerous as destroy society.
Thank you, Zach. I think I'm at the BT. Hold on 1 second, BT. Because I'm at the age and stage in life where I'm just like, and I'm not even a fucking far right guy. Just leave me the fuck alone. Please, people, leave me alone. But hold on, BT. Before you respond, I have to say hello to First Lady Chi. She's my future ex-wife, and I just got to say hello to her. Hello, First Lady.
Why you gotta be the ex-future wife? What's going on? Good evening. How are you?
Well, you're here, so I'm doing something right.
That's right. You believe it.
So who's more dangerous in America, the far left or the far right? Ms. G.
Why do you always do this to me, JB? You know, I'm very secretive about how I feel.
Yeah, I can tell I'm politically correct.
I'm anonymous. I plead the fifth.
Good enough. BT wanted to push back, then I want to say hello to my friend Howard. BT?
Can I get in the queue?
I got you.
You're already in it, mother. Yeah, my friend. I'm gonna have to push back on you because if people just wanted to be left alone, they wouldn't have done environmental racism to folks and wanted to come in and change everything. They wouldn't have stolen their eminent domain. It's like, bro, you want to be left alone, but you're messing with everybody else. And so that's my issue with that part. And again, I'm not the left because you were spot on with that part. But you can't. I just see a lot of bias in a lot of y'all views. And me being independent.
Well, I don't know if colonialism is a right wing or.
I have not done, sir. And I don't know if maybe because I'm actually an actual independent, not a fake one. I literally don't like neither one of y'all sides. I can literally say that a lot of you will talk shit about the other and completely ignore your own. And it's like, bro, it's a gaslight. It's biased as heck. Y'all gotta stop that shit. That's all I'm saying.
BT, let me ask you a question real quick before I go to Majesty and Howard. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I'm very disenfranchised with my party right now. And I won't vote for him anymore. I won't vote for a Republican. Would that make me an independent?
It depends. Because you know what they're doing now. A lot of folks say I'm independent, but I'm this leaning. And to me, that's a cop-out. You know what I'm saying? So,
bro, I couldn't agree with you.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you. Jason, hold on. I'm going to go to Majesty, Howard, then Red Apple, Rafi, and then you. Majesty.
What about me? You forgot about me.
I got you, brother. I promise. I always get you.
I just got you.
BT, shut the fuck up, BT. I'm talking to JB.
Watch your mouth, pussy.
Eat my ass. Fuck you.
Fuck you, sissy.
Fuck baby over and fuck the shit out of you. Shut the fuck up, BT.
Don't build a fucking robot. Shut up.
There's a lost art. There's a lost art of people being able to have their own opinion, right? People assume just because, for example, people assume because you're black that you love gospel music and collard greens and fucking chitlins, okay? And that you go to church on Sunday and that you know, but you might hate God and be a fucking
Wait, time out. Is this true?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I know that voice was
It's a lot of stereotyping in the world, so in my community, it's true.
Well, right. So they assume that's just one example I wanted to give, and that's just not. It's not right. You can be black and be whatever the fuck you want. You can be an atheist. You can listen to rock music. So there's a lost art of that in America right now. Where I grew up, in a real democratic household. I was kind of taught through just things I heard as a kid to hate Republicans. They're the enemy. They're racist, and we deserve to have food stamps. We are owed these things. We are owed from the government. How dare they? They owe us. And I divested from that mindset. And I'm not fully Republican. I didn't vote really for anybody because I just wasn't sure. But in general, there's a lost art to having your own opinion. You can be gay, you can be trans, and still support what it used to mean. It's turned into something else. I'll land here and say I like Jeffree Star. I know that might be a horrible example for some people, but he calls out a lot of the community. Because let's be gay, let's hang out, be whatever you want to be. Why does it have to be that you're a man or a woman attracted to the same sex? You should shun the fuckery that's infiltrating your communities. You should gatekeep. You absolutely should. And there's nothing wrong with being Democrat or Republican or socialist or whatever, but there is something wrong with coddling stupid shit, mental fucking illness, things that don't make sense, predator behavior, and the actual things that people are defending are what's separating us and having us argue.
May I respond to that, or is it a cue?
No, go ahead, Madison. You're a mod. Q starts around you.
Okay, thank you, JB. I just didn't want to step on anybody. I agree with you too, Majesty. But what I find is that black people, all the black stereotypes, like who grew up in church and I guess on food stamps. I don't know black people like that. Like I didn't grow up with black people like that, and my whole family's black. And all my friends, most of my friends are black and all of that. So it's like, I think when people grew up in their own bubble, they have a tendency to think that way in terms of their whole community is like that. But this whole entire communities of black people that, that are not like that or didn't listen to gospel music or just whatever. I grew up Catholic. Like New Orleans, most people were Catholic anyway. They weren't Baptists.
Black people like that. Stop it. Everyone in here.
I don't have them in my world. I didn't grow up around black people. Don't tell me what I grew up with. I didn't. And nobody in my family was in food stamps. Nobody in my family has high blood pressure. Nobody in my family has diabetes. We didn't eat like that. We didn't grow up like that. We're from New Orleans, and that was not the culture then. It may be now, but it just simply wasn't. But I think what I agree with you on especially is we can just be human beings. We can just be human beings and deal with each other. But when we talk about some of the things in the community, if you want to talk about what I do know about the black community and the silence that goes on in terms of some of these issues that involve children and some of the abuse when it comes to spanking children. I've got my views on that. Whooping kids' ass. I've never had a whooping in my life. We didn't do that in our family either. But that's very prevalent in the black community. But some of the issues that I think are pertinent, like violence and like all this gun toting and all the other shit that goes along with it and people dying, I just happen to think are more important than some of these culture issues that we get so wrapped up in when we see a shiny object.
Hold on, Jason, everybody hold on a second, because I gotta address something in the chat for 2 seconds. Where is this? This esteemed person. Mango Tree DD, I thought this is a mixed room. Why is it always being taken over by black people? I absolutely don't have anything against them, but every single room becomes a black people topic. How do you say I'm a racist without saying I'm a racist? Did it trigger you, Mango? That some people with strong voices and opinions are on stage and they get to express that? Does that bother you in any way? Because if it does, there's the leave quietly button. Hold on, Jordan. Guys, you gotta let me get to the queue, then we're gonna go popcorn style. Because if I don't get to this queue, I can promise you mothers start screaming at me.
Facts.
So, see that?
I think we all know that's a fact.
So let me go to Mother, then Rafi, then Connie. Mother, go ahead.
All right. Well, I'll use my lady voice since it's my turn. Let's back up real quick because we got distracted with the New Orleans thing. So I think when we talk about like violent acts and I had brought this up in the past, like statistically the trans community isn't been aligned with their percentage of population for mass shootings. Every time you have a trans shooter, America loves to blast it all over the news, but if you actually dig into the data is they're like 0.1% of all shootings in the country. They just get a significantly higher amount of attention when it does happen. And so people who already hate trans people and hate the faggots just run on this as an additional, tick mark on their list of things that they want to talk about without actually looking at the numbers. So when you talk about like large violent events in this country, mass shootings, it's not even close. Like the far right groups disproportionately have higher totals in these counts, right? But I don't think it's a little bit silly. Like when it's not, I think it's like 82%. I gotta pull up the article. Is from far right extremist groups in this country compared to the far left. So I don't even know why this is an argument. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mother. Hold on, Jordan.
He's itching.
Guys, hold on a second, man. Please let me get to the queue, and then we'll go popcorn style, and you can beat each other up. I won't sign. So there's been some things, and I'm not going to go get into specifics, but this labeling of somebody that's trans as a groomer, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't agree with that. I do think there needs to be a dialogue, and there needs to be some parent interaction and how they feel as well. I don't think it's a complicated situation. I think it's a communication situation.
Jay, can I say something on that?
No, hold on, Adams. Adams, you gotta hold on, man, because everybody keeps interfering and it's fucking up the queue. So I'm gonna go to Rafa, and then we're gonna go. Then we'll go popcorn, and then we'll go Shucks, and then popcorn style. Rafa, how you doing? Rafa, are you there? All right, Rafa, you can just hang out with the cool kids. Shucks, how you doing, Shucks?
Hi, I just came to support the beautiful MG. Sorry, I don't have anything to add right now. Let me listen for a bit.
Anybody that supports MG, I support. All right, guys, we're going to go popcorn style. I'm going to ask for one mic policy. If anybody comes off mic with somebody speaking, I'm just moving you down. So we're going to go Jordan, then BT. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, so I shared 2 articles. One talks about, I think they're both peer review. The second reference is a peer review from a popular site publication. And the first one, again, mentions that for the past 3 decades, the far right have been certainly the most violent by far. Now, to the defense of people that are ardently opposed to what I said, I also shared an article because I'm open to new information that shows that the far left, in terms of personality profiling and psychopathologies, they're linking. I don't want to get into the whole narcissism thing, but I just did. But the notion that the far left, essentially, let me just say that extremists of any type are particularly dangerous, lacking. What's kind of notable about the second one is that the far left, and this may also hold true for the far right, but the second one said that the compassion that you might expect from the far left and the altruism as a characteristic that they were looking for as some correlate does not exist. So in other words, if you're far left and you're extreme and violent, just like the far right, you probably lack the altruism that might be expected of you. It's really more about your own psychopathology that is problematic. And this is epidemiological. It's not clinical to suggest that those people who shot so and so were suffering from this personality disorder. Yeah, go ahead.
Jordan, I can guarantee you, at least 92% of this room has no idea what you're talking about because you're using words nobody understands.
Okay, well, the articles are in the chat there.
I appreciate
you. Dr. Jordan. I'm over here cracking up because I'm like, I don't know what's going on, JB. What is happening? I love you, Dr. Jordan.
I love Jordan too, but he says words. I'm like, I don't have time. And then he moves on to another word I don't understand. I'm still looking up the first word. Psychopathology. I'm like, bro, there's crazy people. We get it. Let me go to Adams and then BT because Adams is the patient. Adams, BT, I got you, but Adams, he asked me earlier. Get Adams.
Oh no, I just wanted to comment.
Are you in the bathroom?
No. So I just wanted to comment on the trans women thing. Like, it's crazy. Like, I feel like people have kind of gone off this ledge of sanity where, the sun comes up and they want to blame trans people. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of the trans community, but at the same time, if you're going to have a conversation about gun violence in America, I would start with young, disgruntled white men. People need to stop pointing the finger at trans people.
Thank you, Adams. BT? Hold on, Corey. I'm going to come to you.
No, Corey, go ahead, because he's bouncing off of Adam, so I'll allow it. Corey.
You sure?
Yeah, Corey.
Okay, so I know someone that's post-op trans. It was with them when the Leah Thomas thing broke. Absolutely pissed. Doesn't think it's right. Jenner doesn't think it's right. They spoke about the movement as the far left, we'll call it, in that demographic. And there's a divide. They do not agree, and this is this person's words. Post-op person literally said, those people are fucking it up for us all. And they're right, because this person lives their life as they live it. They don't care. They're not pushing anything on anybody. But then you have the ones who are trying to shove it in everybody's face that they don't like. And I'm telling you, I live 2 miles from probably the capital of the state, might be the freaking country for the gay community and where the LGBTQ community is. And I'm telling you, here it's very prevalent, and there is a divide. And so even amongst the trans, it's not just, all trans are on the board on the same ship. So when we're in this debate talking about it, it's not a one-size-fits-all, even in the trans community. There's a difference in those that are trying to say, we need to allow this to happen. And I know these people I've talked about, they don't like the schools getting involved. They think it should be a parent's thing. And that's from somebody who's post-op.
Hey, Corey, but you know what? Just like everybody, if you're a Democrat, you're labeled the far left. If you're a MAGA, you're far right. And we both know that's bullshit, bro. There's plenty of MAGA that's not far right. I know plenty of Democrats that are on my stage right now. They're definitely not far left.
Yeah, like you and I agree. Like the far left party, the one that's in Manchin and everybody's talking about it, that's causing everybody to leave the Democratic Party, is not the Democrats. But it's not at all. In the far right, the conservatives do not identify with the white supremacists at all. And that's where this whole label, this is why the label is wrong. We can't do that. It's not fair. Most of us really are more of the center, you know, and we get pushed into this right and far left. But if you know, you look back at the book The Crusaders, and G. Edward Griffin talks about it, how you divide a nation, how you break it down. You divide the people. You have these little facts that are fighting amongst each other. It creates an allegiance to the party over the greater good, you know, and that's what's happening here, I think.
Bro, I couldn't agree with you. Hold on. I couldn't agree with you more. Bro, we pick our parties like we pick our sports teams, so we stay loyal to them. Corey, unfortunately, bro, I'm a Jet fan. I'm never going to be anything other than a fucking Jet fan. But people have the same mentality in this country. My family was Democrat, so I'm going to be a Democrat. My family was Republican, so I'm a Republican. Yes, sir.
Did you hear what they did? They're moving our game Monday night to Comedy Central. Jets Dolphins. We're going to Comedy Central because nobody's going to want to watch it.
No, nobody's watching that game, bro. The Jets may actually win the game. Let me go to BT. BT.
Hey, thanks for constantly pushing me to the back of the line. So
don't start that shit. But go ahead.
Y'all gonna chill out, man. Hey, can I land here? I just started. So again, oh man, that trans thing is really tricky. I didn't know that y'all had that issue, Corey. I couldn't imagine looking at it that way. But I literally forgot what I wanted to offer. So
blame the white man. Madison.
Well, you know.
BT, by the way, BT, I really like your energy. I do your follow, man. I think you're cool as fuck. Madison.
I just wanted to say bravo to Corey and self-correct because I said that nothing would change Corey's mind and that I didn't have anything to say and I just heard him say something amazing. And I just wanted to own up to that and say that, you know, it's all about dialogue and the exchange of ideas. So I appreciate what he just said.
And that's why I said earlier, Madison, there's a lack of communication. People listen to respond, they don't listen to learn. And when we take a breath and take a step back and we all listen to each other to learn from each other, man, we become really fucking powerful. Connie, go ahead, Connie.
So I agree with you so much that I'm speechless. That is so much. People listen for whatever reason, but they don't take anything away. You have people who get PhDs, but they didn't listen with their heart, so they really don't, put a lot into the work. I just wanted to piggyback on the conversation, and that is that, like I said, I've dealt with both because I'm into the best candidate. But when it comes to LGBT, the white man does make the decisions. He does, whether everybody sways in that direction or not. As far as left and right, your right would definitely be more based on color. They would have their race. They would have their own subset of groups. For the left, I canvassed my heart out for Barack, but you still have people who know your whereabouts in the canvassing schedule, and they're extremists. I even had a threat while I was canvassing, like that. And so of course I'm going to look at the left because I'm showing up for the meetings. I'm meeting when you tell me to meet you. I'm moving my car all over the country when you tell me to. You know my schedule. And so with the left, all I can say is nobody's safe. And as far as big media, Trump has been reduced down to they have to send calls to your cell phone because of big media. So that is why it's really liking the fact that people are getting into Rumble and Warner and Chappelle. They're thinking about merging or selling like that. And so, and lastly, Charlie could have, I don't think he was going to live that day because he was in a heavy left territory and they should have billed him for the protection or something. But I was looking at YouTube while you all were talking last night, and they said that is how Turning Point operates. They no fee when they're ready to make a move, they're going to make a move. I yield my mic. I'm getting ready to hop in the show listening for the rest of the night.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you for your share. A couple of things. I just want to push back a little bit. I believe we're at Utah is a very red state. He was offered by a security team about a month before he was assassinated. For them, they suggested to him to put a bullet-resistant glass around his tent, and he turned it down. He said, "I'll get back to you." Never got back to them. So, and I'm not blaming Charlie Kirk. I'm just saying that's what I heard.
Yeah, because they said that. They said they the type when they ready to make their move, they not really, pressed about extra protection. And that little bullet could have went straight and hit anybody. And see, I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. No. Because I've gotten more protection than that on a good but yeah, they said that's the quality of what you just said of the movement because she's a real living person. Turning Point by Charlie Kirk now.
Thank you so much.
And he also wants to work. What do you guys think about? He wants to work with black people. He contacted Smiley Davis just before he died, and he wants to talk about the state of America with the broken homes because you can build a strong nation on family and good friends.
Well, one thing I was just thinking about, and it gets brought up a lot. We never really talk about it. Is the epidemic of white shooters in America? The person that tried to assassinate Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, young white man. I don't know if he was in college or had finished college, but he was a college-age kid. The young man that just killed Charlie Kirk, young white man, college-age kid.
Who identified as a man.
Okay. And let me just say this. Adam, you just threw me off my square, man.
I was saying that there's the college-age kids. Were you trying to say?
I was going to say this problem that we have in this country with young white shooters. And why is that? And please don't come off the mic and tell me mental health and they had mental illness. And obviously they were fucking lost in their mind if they took the actions they took. But how do we get here, Madison? How do we fix it? Madison, are you there?
Okay. Yeah, did you say something to me? I'll be right back.
Yes.
What did you say, Jay?
I was saying that the young man that tried to kill President Trump in Pennsylvania, the young man that just killed Charlie Kirk, there is a problem. And you know what? I've never had this, Madison, I never had the conversation. Why is there a problem in the white community with gun violence, especially amongst young white men?
Can I push back on that?
Can I finish? Thank you. So, you know why I've never had that conversation, Madison? Because I don't know, I wouldn't even know where to begin or how to unfold that. So, Madison, why do you think there's a problem? Then Barry's very hyper to jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this a little above my pay grade, but I have been aware of it for at least a couple of years now. And as young men, and part of it is the fact, we're a patriarchal society, but roles have changed. Women are becoming more and more independent every single day. And what I'm hearing is that men don't exactly know what their roles are. The incels, they're talking to each other online. There's also the 4B movement in Korea, where women have just disavowed men. So I think it's, partially a gender thing, but the biggest problem with it is that we aren't talking about it. Like the first step is awareness, right? And they keep reframing this stuff. I'm sorry, I'm at the gym. They keep reframing this stuff like it's the same thing and keep us looking at other stuff while people getting shot. And maybe had that been the focus instead of DEI and all the other buzz things that are being talked about. Imagine if that's what was being talked about, on social media and some of these pundits and some of these podcasters and everything else. We might have been able to prevent some of this stuff, but unfortunately, it has to get to this point. Smirkani's talked about it. For the first time, I heard him talking about it on his show. But there's some articles out there. So I think the first part, JB, is just fucking admitting it's a problem. And then after that, we have to do as a society.
It's definitely a problem. You just did. Can you cash in your pink ticket? Yeah, Barry, the mic is yours.
You don't gotta be a dick, but
okay, I won't be a dick. Okay. Carlito, how you doing, Carlito?
Off to Google.
I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Do you want to chime in?
arbitrarily. I don't think it's a far right or far left problem. I think we are funding genocide, and that genocide is coming to the the youth. So the youth mind is fucked up. It's not a white or black thing. I think it's an American problem. Inherently, we are funding live genocide right now. So it's just driving all of us crazy. All American, left, right, young, black, old. So until we solve our foreign problem, we're gonna have more problem domestically. And that's what I'm talking about. So I say this humbly as a black immigrant. So we have a foreign policy problem, and that's what's coming domestically.
Thank you, Carlito. Before I go, Corey, I see you, Corey. Hold on. BB, you wanted to say something. I saw you give him the X. Why'd you give him the X? BB? He must have stepped away. Go ahead, Corey, then we go to rumor.
I think what we've got is we have an elected leadership issue here. We have people in politics. Good example of it this week was the Cory Booker and Cash Patel. We bring people in that both positions should be respected. They bring these people in, they're answering questions, and then they attack them. For instance, Cash sat and listened, didn't interrupt, let him say what he was going to say. He was done. It was his time, and all of a sudden, there's this outlash and yelling and screaming. And when we see leadership do that, it starts telling the people how to act. No different than kids start acting like their parents. If the parents are ones that back talk and all that, they're going to back talk to the teachers. Now, we have a society watching elected officials literally yelling and screaming at each other instead of showing decorum. They're telling people to go fight. They're literally, see, the beautiful thing about it is they can say they literally played a video of a Democratic leader saying that somebody needed to get shot. So I think it was Hakeem Jeffries, and he didn't address it. They said, what do you think about your constituent? Ignored it and went on to something else. Because they're going to say, there needs to be blood in the streets. They finished with that, right? What we didn't say go shoot him is the deniability of the politician, but they're telling the people who are going to go to jail to go do it, and they know that the extremists, someone out there will do it. That's what has to stop. We need to start having some accountability with politicians who say irrational things like this. I mean, once we have decorum. Joe Manchin, listen to the things he's saying. John Fetterman, listen to the things he's saying. They're the two most sane people on that party, and I think those two should run together. They would win. They're good. Down the middle.
I like Fetterman, but he has no chance because he's so pro-Israel. But I'll say this: Hakeem Jeffries is my representative. I really, with every molecule of my being, believe he's a good human being. He's a horrible politician, right? You don't hear anything from this guy. Anything. This is why my party's falling apart. And I think this is the truth, Corey. I really like Hakeem Jeffries, but they're not putting him in the position that he should be in because he should have a loud voice at the table. Just my opinion. Crystal, how you doing, Crystal?
What's up, JB? Hi, Madison, Soul Madison. How are you all? Everybody else?
Doing fantastic. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
You want to chime in?
I do. A couple of things. I think for real, we have to be genuine when we have these type of conversations. Not that it makes it right, but you have so many people doing the examples that you gave, Corey. Right, left, up, down, like in the middle, whatever party, like you have so many people doing it, right? Where again, it's not right. We should all have speaking with each other. Despite if we may disagree, we have to reach across the aisles in so many different ways. So that's, I think, to be like genuine and saying this for real, that's not just a one political party type. They both are doing it, and it's disgusting. But to your question, JP, I know you asked a question about you and Madison were engaging, and you did ask the question, why do you think
there's an epidemic of young white shooters in America?
Yeah, you know why I think that, and this is from the most respectful place, y'all. With so many, I see where so many young white men who become shooters, this isn't their first rodeo. Like, they've done things before, they've gotten slaps on the wrist, never been really held accountable, for the things that they did, and then it spirals into something big or egregious, and it's like, oh, okay, well, they did it now. I think it's a problem for sure with white privilege, where we can look into different things and see where, okay, well, he's been in trouble, but we're not going to send him to jail. We're just gonna talk to him and put him in the program. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, he's already haywired, and so much is being ignored. I mean, I yield with that.
Thank you. I would try to come up with an example of a black mass shooter. I don't know of any. I'm sure there has been. I just can't remember off the top of my head. But I have to tell you, as the cracker in the corner, I am so fucking sick and tired of hearing these people, and it's the white people calling you people out, saying, "Oh, he was mentally ill. That's why he did it." Making excuses, right? I grew up in a broken home. Making excuses. Man, we really have to have that real conversation of what's really going on. Madison?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something occurred to me, because these are the things that we choose to look at, and the things that we don't. Maybe if we didn't get wrapped up into identity politics and band it together, because we all want the same thing. We want a safe place to live. We want it safe for our kids and our families. So when there is gun violence, in urban America, when there is gun violence and there's these mass shootings at schools, when there is pedophilia, when it's straight and when it's gay, just imagine if we targeted the act itself instead of the identity of the person. They were left, they were right, they were black, they were white, they were straight, they were gay. No, the bullshit that you did was vile, no matter who you are. And if we address that as a society, then we might not be caught up in these circular conversations. And if we held our representatives responsible, left or right, whoever you are, do something about this problem. That's why we elected you. And if we held their feet to the fire and stopped going back and forth with this level of division, maybe we could get some work done in terms of doing the research necessary to see where are there mental health problems, and do people have resources to deal with them? Are there warning signs, whatever it is? What are the issues in urban America where guns are being filtered through our community? How are they getting there? Stop them before they get there in the first damn place. And so those are the serious conversations that never actually happen. The war on drugs wasn't even a war on drugs. It's like they could stop that shit if they really wanted to. And so I think we're all just being bamboozled.
Well, let me say this real quick. Chris, let me just say this real quick, then I'll come to your promise. Two things. Corey, you brought up a good point, but I'm going to push back just a smidge. And I said, I'm not one that uses mental health as an excuse, right? You grab a gun, you shoot somebody, you know you're doing wrong. But that New York City shooter, and I'm not giving him a pass, he had CTE. He was a football player, had multiple concussions. They said when they looked at his brain, they said he had the brain of like a 90-year-old concussions he had. So I'm not giving him a pass, but yeah, I mean, the dude had some serious brain damage. Here's the second thing I want to bring up real quick, Maddie. I'm not a gun lover. I'm not a gun supporter. Nor I'm just going to say take away Corey's guns, because I know Corey's going to jump on me for this one. What I will say is, I think that there has to be better mental health evaluations before gun ownership is approved to anybody. And I don't understand the pushback on that. If it's keeping people safe, but you're still getting to keep your guns because you have some sanity in your head, why? What's the problem? Mass, you want to say something? And I know Crystal wanted to.
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick that, people clown California all the time, but I'm very proud of some of the initiatives and the proactiveness of the state itself when it comes to social ills. I know we have huge problems there. I'm not saying that we don't. But there is an app. It's called Saluna, and it's a free app, JB, for kids between the ages of 13 and 25. And I said kids because before 25, you're still a kid to me. And it's a free app for mental health. Like, they can sign on, and you can treat it like a game if you want to. But it's those types of measures that are, prevention based that I think that we can adopt as a society on a larger scale.
I agree. Crystal, you wanted to say something?
Oh yeah, what you said the first time too, like, kudos for sure, JB, because like these are conversations that Maddie said, and you said the same thing for that these are conversations that we must have. But it's so crazy because we all have a good collaboration, even if we are from different sides, different walks of life, right? But we can't be silent. Gun laws definitely would suffice in this day and age, sorry. But it definitely would suffice. We definitely need more help or more stances. No one is saying take away your amendment rights to bear arms, but we have to agree, y'all. We definitely have to push our representatives to do something. I would hate for any of us to get on the stage in this room another time, maybe tomorrow, and something egregious happens at our children's school. Like that would be, I would, even if we disagree, like I would hurt so bad for any of you. Like it's real, like it's not nothing we have to.
Crystal, I agree with you, but here's the problem, and I feel it's a problem. Maybe people disagree. We've become so desensitized to school shootings that either it was the day before or the day of Charlie Kirk being killed. There was a school shooting in Colorado. There wasn't a single room on Clubhouse about it, right? And I'm going to say something that might trigger some of you people, besides the fact that Boston sucks. Three cops got I see you too. 3 cops got assassinated in Pennsylvania. Assassinated. Nobody speaks on these heroes. These gentlemen were doing their jobs. They went to work. They kissed their wives goodbye, and they were blown away. Not a single room on Clubhouse about it. 5,000 rooms about Charlie Kirk. 5,000. Nobody about these kids being shot in Colorado. Nobody talking about the cops in Pennsylvania. Look, we take our police officers, we take our teachers, we take our fire department, our nurses, we take them for granted. But I think as a country, man, we need to really start doing some serious thinking and some serious communication. Speaking of communication, let me go to Pro Lyrical, Professor Lyrical. How you doing, Professor? And I say that sincerely, Professor.
Man, you said that after you said Boston sucks, but I mean, I'll take what I can get.
Hey, if it don't apply, let it flop.
I like to say Boston's mediocre when we're talking about the Red Sox. Mediocre with a winning record. That's how I like to say it. I was listening to you guys talking. I heard you talking about the far left and stuff, and I would actually, I actually would throw myself in what today is the far left. I don't mean the far left that people think is the far left, but what the far left has kind of been, relegated to with the reassignment of the over push to the right. It's like if you take religion out of it and you take really the really hot button topics that get everybody hot and bothered, I don't think it's like radical to say that let me call myself a far leftist, like that I want to fix potholes. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like poverty. You know what I mean? Like people shouldn't be in poverty, right? Like healthcare shouldn't be bankrupting you. I don't think these are like wildly controversial ideas, even though a lot of that stuff will get pinned as far left. Like as an educator, I think schools that teach facts are probably a good thing. And if you could like go outside and breathe the air, and you don't need to pay a subscription fee for it. That's pretty good, right? And I think a lot of times that people want to say the left doesn't like people making money and they're not capitalists and all this stuff, and it's like it doesn't have to be that nuts. It's like billionaires can still be rich, just not rig the system. Like in sports we're talking about, like you can't own the referee. You know what I'm saying? Like you should be able to basic things, bro. Like you should be able to vote, right? And like easily, and have the votes get counted up fairly. Like these big ideas, right? Let's what happens in your freaking your bedroom. How about that's your own business? You know what I'm saying? Like, if this is like the wild lefty kind of stuff, then it's like, okay, I'm down for that.
Bro, let me ask you a question, respectfully, because I'm talking as a friend now, not the Boston Brooklyn thing. You have a young son, and I'm not going to dox him, say how old he is. He's a young, right, good-looking kid. We've heard on the stage about young kids. Thank God my kids are grown, being indoctrinated with this trans agenda. As a father and as a teacher, what do you think about that?
I don't want to say it's a non-issue because I don't want to be demeaning to for people who that's their issue, but it's just not something on the tip of every kid's mind. My son's not coming home talking about, on a day-to-day basis trans issues, but I will say that younger people are much more forgivable to the ideas that when we were raised seemed like, it was the boogeyman if you were anything other than, what was right in the middle. If you were anything on the margin, it was just like, ostracized. And I feel like we've kind of slipped back to those kind of things. So I'm not surprised when young people aren't shouting out like, trans issues as like, craziness. Like they just see people as people way more than maybe that we were able to when we were younger. So
And that was a long time ago for you. But but there was a scenario brought up earlier. I don't know if she's available. Are you there, MG? MG?
I am.
Can you tell Mr. Pro-Lyrical that scenario with your son and give him some context and then I'll tell him why I'm asking the question.
I can't come off mute. So my son is now 6 years old. He's in first grade, but last year we had an issue with, the school. The principal sent a letter, informing all parents that the student was, going to be in my son's class, and he is trans. And, my husband and I were kind of taken aback and overwhelmed because we just, quite frankly, were not prepared to talk about gender identity, gender expression with a kindergartner, right? That wasn't on our bingo card. The way we explained it was obviously age appropriate on a 5-year-old level. And we just explained that this little boy, he's just different. And we have to treat him, nicely and kindly. He's just different. But as a parent, my husband and I talked about this, and we are not going to, we didn't allow our son to be around this boy. We didn't invite him to my son's birthday party. We didn't attend his birthday party. And the reason for that is because we didn't want our son to be confused. And we wanted to have, boundaries. So, hope that helps.
Thank you, MG. So Pro, what do you think about that?
I think that parents have to do whatever they think is best. I think like it's 100% not what I would do as a parent. But I hear you. You want your kids safe and not confused, and I think it's the same here. I think like it's just I would have different outcomes. Like in kindergarten, nobody's teaching sex, right? They're teaching like kindness, right? They're teaching like how to share and stuff, right? And I as an educator, granted I'm teaching in higher ed, but I've also taught 9 through 12, which is still a little bit older, but you get the ideas, right? You're sharing a classroom. I think if you're doing that with a trans kid, it isn't really a lesson in identity. It should hopefully be more about just respect. Like my child can learn our family values and learn to treat classmates well, I think. And if it's just, and I've done trainings with and I've been plenty with the pronoun stuff. I think that using a name or pronoun is basic manners for me. It's like learning to say Miguel instead of Michael, right? And how people can weaponize stuff like that too. So no one's changing my kid by saying be kind. You know what I mean? Like, but I think we can stop bullying before it starts. Like every kid, I think, wants the same thing. Every parent wants that for themselves. Or for their kids. They want a safe classroom, right? Including yours and the trans kid, right? So I would be thinking of it from the trans kid's family. Can you imagine what they're thinking too when every time, that's probably happening more than once, right? That kid is probably sitting on the sideline. And when we see issues that affect the mental health of those particular kids, it's not shocking or hard to imagine why stuff would happen if that kid is the kid constantly being, sidelined. But, parents gotta do what they gotta do, but that's just my.
Thank you, Pro. Hold on, Corey. Corey, hold on. Double, are you there, Double? I'm gonna go back to Double. Corey, the mic is yours, and then I'm gonna send it.
I'm here. Pro nailed it. Go ahead.
Sorry. So Double, have you ever worn a dress in your life?
Yeah, that one time.
Do you consider yourself trans?
No.
I'm just fucking with you, bro. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Good to
Who's
be
more?
here.
Who's more? It's good to have you. Who's more dangerous in America, far left or far right?
I mean, the far right is more dangerous because they're more capable. The far left are full of a lot of mentally ill people. I think they're more volatile. I think, though, if they had real competency, they would be far more dangerous. I mean, I think their ideology is more, anti-human, anti-civilization, but they're usually not well organized and effective.
Well, they seemed pretty organized when they shot President Trump and they killed Charlie Kirk. Just my opinion. So you came to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but that's like a one-off. I mean, I do think the security is much more lax with these big appearances than, but seriously, it's not like they didn't even use a drone or any real technology. They used, 1800s level technology. It wasn't sophisticated, but I think, the right would, you could imagine people with drones with like all kinds of stuff.
Thank you. Double.
Like the Las Vegas shooter. Put it in context. The Las Vegas shooter. That's more of a right wing capacity.
Oh, the guy that filled up the hotel room with like 600 guns.
Yeah, and he shot like 100 some people all at once, like from a well-positioned location. The guy was a millionaire. Yeah.
Thank you, Agent. And I try not to imagine you in the dress. We're gonna go Corey, Seneca, then Crystal. Corey.
I think it's pretty obvious at the far left.
Seneca.
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on a second. I was going to Corey, then you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Cool.
Yeah, I was going to say Pro nailed it. We literally had a first lady that had an anti-bullying campaign she wanted to run, and then we had just vicious attacks on her nonstop. So she literally just stepped back away to avoid the confrontation, which is, let's be real, the mature thing to do, right? Let's just not incite it. She didn't want to be a part of it. Don't blame her. But we literally had a first lady like, this is my platform. Let's stop bullying. And to be honest, I would have loved to see what she'd have done, because you could see there were times where Trump clearly had pissed her off. She wasn't holding his hand, but I like that about her. I mean, you heard one of the first interviews she did with Larry King with her. She was putting him in his place. And she's the type of person who we could have had some movement there. And I do think that the anti-bullying stuff needs to be held a lot as a more serious violation in schools. Hold kids accountable. If their kids get expelled, make the parents split the bill on where they're going to get to school and how they're going to get to school, because we had you in the school and your kid wouldn't listen. He was a bully and you didn't do anything, I don't know if you remember, JB, the case where the kid, the kid bully on the bus and the dad made him run to school. The next day, after that went viral, ABC had psychologists on blaming the dad for being a violent dad and all these other things, and all of the teachers came out and defended him later, saying, wait a minute, that kid went from being a failing school, a problem child, beating people up on the bus, to now stopping bullies, helping kids. He became an A student, changed his life around. And you and I both know what his dad did. His dad whooped his ass, right? And then made him run to school even though it was raining. But his dad made him be held accountable. But psychologists were then attacking the dad without knowing anything. That was on Good Morning America.
Oh, Corey, let me ask you a question. That's a great share, man. Do you feel that the government is too involved in raising our children?
Yes, and it bothered me when Biden said that there are children as the government. Yes, parents need to be accountable for their children. And I'm going to be honest, I think teachers get too much flack. Parents don't make their kids do their homework. I know a lot of teachers, and they get yelled at because the kid isn't getting their homework done. And the teachers can't say anything or they get reprimanded. So yeah, I think it's about time the parents start taking back some responsibility in raising their kids and holding their kids accountable. Because all of us on this stage above the age of, let's just say 40, know back in our day, if the school called because you effed up, you're getting an ass whooping. Go pick a switch and bring it in.
Yo, Corey, man, you're giving me flashbacks to what my uncle did to me.
Sorry, brother.
When he used to tell me go pick a switch, bro, oh my God, he's telling you to pick your weapon of destruction. That's what he's telling you. It's so fucking crazy. Seneca, how you doing, man? Seneca, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm watching the best show of one of the best shows ever, Black Rabbit, guys, on Netflix. Oh my God.
makers are from the makers of Ozark.
Never saw Ozark, but I'll take a peek at Black Rabbit. So let me ask you, who's more dangerous in America, the far left or the far right?
Far left by far. It's not even close. I'd rather be in the bosoms of a KKK director than to ever be, within 100 yards of a tranny leftist that likes to shit
That's crazy.
with their mouth. I feel so much more secure.
You know it's crazy. I believe that he believes everything he's saying.
No, I believe it too. That's what makes it hilarious. This man is comedy.
I do. I feel a lot safer in the bosoms of a KKK director in a sundown town than I do at the DMC. What's it called? Democratic DCC, a DCC rally.
Seneca. Crystal, hold on. You're in the Matrix. I think Pro Lyrical wanted to push back a smidge. Pro.
It was mainly on you until I heard that comment. Anybody who hasn't seen Ozark, I just generally don't trust. I gotta start with that.
Wait, have you seen Breaking Bad though? Pro, have you seen
What a good series. It's funny, I'm one of the last people in America to start watching Breaking Bad. I'm on like season 1.
I'm gonna tell you how it ends.
No,
I felt like I lived Breaking Bad. St. Teach High School, an urban city, was known for high on Crack Street, which is Lowell, Massachusetts. Kind of felt like it was too close to home,
Pro, if you're still coming in these rooms, if we're still kind of in the same spaces when you finish all of Breaking Bad, I'll be curious to know if you think where you rate it compared to Ozark, because I've not seen all of Ozark, and I stopped watching it early on because it kept giving me Breaking Bad vibes, and I'm obsessed with Breaking Bad, but everybody says Ozark is great, so maybe I'll go back.
Ozark was boring. Only crackers watched that, except Seneca. Okay, Seneca, you want to make the play?
Ozark is amazing. But you gotta get into it though.
It's up there with Sopranos.
It's a slow start. It's a slow start. But yeah, the leftist is pretty much saying that you can't say shit. If we don't like you, you will not be able to make music like R. Kelly.
Okay, yeah, so I would have to say something like this. Feels like you're trolling, because that's exactly how most people on the left feel about the right, and it would be wild.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, both sides, like, they have loud mouths, right? There's people that are gonna, get you riled up or whatever. But to me, it's like the danger now with stuff that I see in daily news when I'm watching like comedians get canceled left and right. It just flies in the face of what you're saying. It's like it's a movement on the right that's using government like a freaking bat. It's not just like yelling out stuff like the stupid left can do when they go crazy at a college or something. They're making laws, right? They're banning books, and there's speech gags for teachers, bro, and political takeovers of schools. I mean, threats to yank these TV licenses are happening like weekly, like almost like that's a legal thing. And you get this like retribution talk from the top. It's more than just what we're talking about, like culture war stuff. That's like actual muscle. That's like actual mafioso kind of stuff. And the recent stuff, and people may not like to hear it, but it doesn't seem, it's like thinly veiled. It's this like Christian nation branding, Bible stuff that we see that, maybe I just see that on my news feeds, and that maybe you don't. When I see like Trump Bibles for sale, and like Christ is King rallies and judges quoting scripture, like, so if you're not with them, you're against God. That's a tough argument to win, right? Like that's how you bless the punishment kind of stuff, and you get this mob boss stuff like leaning on media and doing all this. Let's go reward all these friendly billionaires, right? And promising to go after the enemies, and meanwhile you get this body count from the political violence. It skews right, not left. So yeah, the campus shout down stuff is whack, but state power to me is more of the chokehold, and it looks a lot like fascism. What we're looking at, it's not a fancy like word that it's when want a strongman in a cult, right? And the cops and the laws, they're all lining up to smash dissent. You should be pretty fearful, whatever side you're on, if that gets weaponized and becomes normal when somebody else is in power. That's overreach and it's a threat, bro. And that's why I see the right side as worse, because they seem to be enjoying and smiling while doing.
Sorry, no. It's okay. You were unmuted. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So Pro, I'll make a bet with you. If I win, you get me any Mets jersey I want. You win, I'll get you any Celtics jersey you want. That this deal that ABC is doing with ESPN is going down the drain now. I guarantee.
Oh, I'm not taking that bet. I agree.
If Jimmy Kimmel gets on air tomorrow night, that deal is done. 100%.
He's going back on air.
Yeah, they didn't think about this many billions were going to get lost with loss of subscriptions. They were just like, hey, let's move the deal through, and they weren't thinking about what would happen from the actual people watching.
Absolutely. Free, how you doing? Free range, are you there? Free. All right, guys, no popcorn styles. Respect the one mic. Oh, there's Free. How you doing, Free?
Hey, what's up, guy? I'm hanging in there, man. I'm just listening for now. I am going to respond definitely to what Political said, but I'm a little busy, so I'll just be listening in the background for a second. But appreciate it. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you as well. Guys, we go popcorn style, one mic policy. Everybody gets a chance to speak. Everybody but double agent. We don't talk to Canadians, and there's no offense, BB. Nobody has anything to say? Adams, I know you got something to say.
Well, I mean, I said everything that I needed to say in the chat. We spend $133 billion a year on fat people through Medicaid. And, people are talking about kids staying safe at schools. To put metal detectors that would be adequate for America's schools, it would cost about $980 million. So, again, when people want to look at the scale and look at the mirror and look at reality, fat people are actually, holding us back from keeping kids safe in America.
Well, there's that take. All right, nobody got nothing to say? All right, guys. Corey,
JB, I wrote this down in a small community I used to live in, how cheap it would be to actually put security in the schools. And there were multiple schools in that small community. And when you look at vets and all the other people that could use a job like that, you could put them in a canine. And I'm going to tell you, a canine smells it before they walk in. I still agree with a metal detector, but a canine will smell it before it goes through the metal detector even, right? That dog reacts. That dog starts moving. Shootings happen. When the dog is coming, the dog isn't afraid of getting shot like a cop might be, like a security person might be. That dog is coming. And when that dog is coming, it's coming fast, and it's hard to shoot a moving object, right? And these dogs would be a simple solution. It would be an affordable solution. And we know for a fact that 2 shooters have already said they went to a different location because there was no security there. So just having security there would be a major thing to do. And it would sure put a lot of people in positions, you could give them a tax-free income too. There's a lot of things that you could do to give benefit to these people and not necessarily have to pay them as much. You give them a tax. It's just like a government job. And I think if you did stuff like that, you could make our schools so much safer. Look at that. When was the last time the courthouse got shot?
If you put metal detectors in the school, you can reduce gun violence in schools up to 80%, Corey. I just looked at the numbers.
Yeah, I agree. You know what, Corey? I've been saying for years, we have. For me, I look at America, unfortunately, through a tainted view in the sense of we have overpopulation in our prison systems. That's one thing that needs to be rectified. That never will because there's too much money involved. And how we treat our vets. And how we treat our America is vile, bro. And I've been saying for years, why don't we put some of these unemployed vets who could pass some kind of mental competency test in these schools because they're already patriotic, they're going to protect these kids with their lives, right? And it would build their self-esteem. But why would we empower our own?
Yeah, JB, I mean, if you look at it, you could literally take, it could be pennies, per household. Because a lot of the households don't have schools. I mean, say it's $10 per household. There ain't a person that would reject that. And then, I don't care. Say it costs me $100 a year for security. Add on top of it. If you can't afford it, you can fill out a deal, so it's covered. Whatever. There's so many ways to actually affordably do this that it just doesn't it makes zero sense not to do it. And like I say, and a lot of these vets, if they had that canine unit, that's a great companion for them too. You're right. I know personally from a few situations where there was suicide talks with some vets that were dealing with PTSD, and two officers showed up at one of the places. Both of them couldn't get the help at the VA. One, it was the officer's husband. The other one was the officer themselves. Both pulled me aside, gave me the number for somebody that could help these gentlemen. And it was the same person, but they can't get the help from the vet. And you tell me why this person has helped so many vets, why our VA isn't saying, go to who you want, just get the help you need. That's got to change in America.
Absolutely. Listen, you get zero pushback from me. All right, guys, I'm going to close the room because I got to get going. Shana Tova to all my friends, even my non-Jewish friends, Happy New Year. That's what I'm saying to everybody. Happy New Year to everybody. May this year be the best year, the sweetest year of your lives.
Great room, JB.
Thank you, Jay.
As always, good night.
Good night, guys. Later.
Great room, JB.
drink milk. The milk trumps everything. Even a lot of these red states they're going with Trump, they want to vote fucking right.
Listen, I don't want to piss people off, and people hate when I'm in this space. Like, I can only tell, so listen, you guys, a lot of you guys are here white, so, you probably know your experience.
Only illegal immigrants and immigrants when this country was based off of the backs of and black and brown, illegal and legal people here.
That's a damn lie. You're not finna disrespect us like that. Check this out, bro. You chill out.
I never said black Americans like that.
I can say something here sometimes for sure. You guys are done.
You really got to be fuck off, BT. I'll wait 25 seconds. Stay on fucking mute till see it's time to fucking respond.
Shut up, nigga. Now, he was asking me.
Yeah, I'll touch the fucking answer like, just watch your motherfucking mouth.
Hey, you won't do shit, pussy. What the hell? Where you at, bitch, nigga? Hey, yo, can I answer, man?
I'll send you the address.
Hey, bro, don't do shit. Hey, bro, watch your mouth talking to me like that. You don't fucking know me, nigga. Watch your fucking mouth.
BT, answer the. Go ahead and say what you were gonna say. And then it's after.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Sean, of course.
Give me the back there, buddy.
Why you can't tell Haitian to stop?
It's spicy.
Hey, yo,
Okay, you guys, everybody, calm down. Stop. This is a conversation.
Wait, big pussy, you can tell me where you at.
Hello.
I'm Mercedes Benz.
Okay, listen, I'm not kidding right now, okay, because I will close this room up right now. You guys, calm down. We're just having a conversation. It is really not that crazy. It's just not that out of the line. So can we just continue on with the conversation? What were we talking about? Who's next?
He was talking to me, and I was trying to answer. Every time I talk, three people start talking.
Okay, so BT is next.
It was me.
BT was next. I'm looking at the mics. I'm looking at who came off first.
Yeah, so, and then you can add the time score shark after that.
Well, thank you. So,
NT.
okay. So, the championing of more immigrants to people who have seen our neighborhoods change drastically because white Americans would not accept immigrants, so they pushed them into our black communities. Now our communities are literally erasing, not only because of white gentrification, but because of all those immigrants being pushed into, so much so we don't recognize our neighborhoods that we were raised in anymore. You can't just keep trying to make us say this is okay and try to have a voice of reason, especially for illegals, to just come in and act as if they built something that couldn't have been done at a better wage. And I think y'all have to stop trying to manipulate our heartstrings and our voice of reason, because you're basically telling us to go against what our brain has been seeing, because we're from here and been here so long. And that's just not going to happen. I don't care how harsh it sounds, how mean it is. I'm not finna keep championing more immigrants coming in this country. It just doesn't make sense for actual Americans. Okay, now check this out now. He was asking me the last 15 years they was being productive. The last 15 years.
Omari, go on mute.
The last 15 years, they undercut our wages. They work lower. Okay, the last 15 years, the company's been breaking the law, breaking the work law. And then I got this one place in Georgia. They had a big chicken farm, right? After ICE did a raid, it got like 200 illegals. The black dude came through the news report, asked him, say, hey, why you never work here? He said, the blacks in the neighborhood always put applications, but they never hire them. So, what you were saying earlier, that, tell me this, dog, they production, but black people will get out there and pick oranges, pay us the right pay. Black people will get in the fields and work. I mean, we hard workers. Yo, we work. What is you talking about? 400-something years. We we've been doing this. You've been doing it for 15? Come on, brother. You know what I'm saying? We read the work. If you pay us, hold on, if you pay us what we weigh, we will work, brother. But you ain't gonna pay us like them illegal aliens, brother. You know what I say? That's why we ain't doing that, brother.
You better preach out, brother.
Well, who's the you? All that passion you bring it to me. You need to bring it to the white farm, the white owners farms. That's what I'm talking about. You coming at me, I'm referring to, I'm going on for what you're saying out your mouth. First off, I don't, in Georgia, if you have a lot of black people that's going for those jobs, they are going to choose people that is illegal because they could pay them low wages and get a profit on return. So
already did.
Yeah, I think I was next. Okay, yeah, so the Times Square shark here.
Hold on. That's what I'm
No, he was next.
Yeah, that's what I'm not done. And that's what I'm saying to you. You need to bring that fire that you're bringing to me, go bring it to the white people that own those farms that you need to go get the jobs from. And then join a union, get your worth, and get the illegals out of there. That's what you need to do. That's my point.
Go ahead, D. No. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, amazing. Appreciate it. So, hope to give an educated perspective here, or something that's basis of reality. The basis of reality is that the major cities like New York.
Somebody did nice marksmanship. The base of reality is, the base of reality is, don't people listen to what
Okay, so you know what? Hold up for a minute. Hold up. You know what, you guys? Okay, I'm back. This is getting out of hand.
Talking. I'm moving around my
This is getting out of hand.
Okay, so I'm back.
I'm back. Sir.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I just want to make.
I really.
Okay, sweetheart. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, sir. Go ahead, so you can. So go ahead and say what you were saying.
Oh yeah. So I mean, the thing is that the major cities have lived off of an immigrant, I will say mostly illegal immigrant labor class from AIDS, right? And so if you're just gonna all of a sudden upend the entire labor class that all the rich people live off of, it's annoying and it's ridiculous. And so, I mean, this is done in some kind of like A-team. It's Trump, it's Elon, like, listen, I'm a 6'1" alpha male in a suit as well, but I can be humanitarian. I can have it in a gradual way. I can have things that, listen, start with, sure, like the gang members, you gotta go. The gang people gotta go. Trinidad, I met somebody from Venezuela who knows what Trinidad really is, and he knows the president's funding it. So get rid of some stuff that has been lingering for a while that needs it. But people doing yard work, people doing food service and that type of thing, make some kind of humanitarian way that they can pay a fine over a period of years or something. Not just deport them out of their country or throw their kids out. It's just so disgusting and so unhumanitarian and not how I would have done governance. But I'm out of politics now.
So the issue with what you said is, and you said you're going to be educated more than everyone. But interestingly enough, you completely misunderstood it. Actual Americans own landscaping companies like myself. And we actually know millionaires who own landscaping companies. And I had to close my landscaping company down in 2021 actually, because I couldn't afford to pay my guys a livable wage in contrast to what the illegals were charging them. And it was faster. I ain't gonna lie, it was faster. But the point is, so when you say these things, it's like you're not making sense and you're trying to minimize it to just cutting grass. when landscaping is a very lucrative y'all even take into account
Let him finish, please.
and again, that was not my primary income. I'm open to hire my cousins and my friends who weren't doing anything around the hood. And I had to really let them go because I couldn't afford to pay $10 an hour. I couldn't.
Well, I mean, but see, that's a failure of policy.
Guys,
That's a failure of
hello,
policy.
sir.
This pen-shaped device can help. No, it wasn't.
Okay,
Because
go
of
ahead,
the
sir.
price, specifically because of the prices that I had to charge tenants, regardless of quality of the car was repainted. A simple tool to save you from getting.
Okay, so I really don't know how we got on immigration, and I'm thinking we should be done with immigration right now. I need to have Haitian play Donald Trump's speech, or whatever it was, press conference, I don't know what it was. But he went off the rails and says crazy stuff. Oh, the light back on. And said some really crazy stuff. So I would appreciate if you would play that Haitian and get us back on track with the rules. Welcome to the 420. And the title of the room is What the Fuck Donald Trump, RFK, and Stewart Stephen Miller Do. We need to get also on RFK because RFK is also a junior and lost his mind. I should have put junior in there and said some really dumb stuff today. It's been dummies on crack today in the United States and especially in the government. So if you have it, Nation, can you drop it? Because I'm going to house.
Playback right now. I'm going to do playback at the White House.
Sometimes even fighting others. Good. What's worthless to us is
Yes, so just real quick.
they
So illegals don't meet the demand for income. They think that they can get all illegal in the discussion.
because they breaking the law.
Hold on, just connecting to
I think it depends on what they're doing. Because when I read the rule books, they might be, but if I need them, shit, I'm gonna pay what they ask me for.
So give black man grace like that too when he break the law.
We different, oh, that was interesting. You know what, that was different. I kind of love that. Well, I mean, he don't know what kind of grace, he don't know what kind of grace I have given, man. He don't know what kind of grace I have given.
No, I'm speaking in general.
Oh, okay, because I thought you were talking to me, because I was.
Is everybody so sympathetic towards those liberals be the same way towards us? Because we've been screaming and hollering.
No, you can't do that. No way. You can't do that. That's not part of the plan. Yeah, that's not part of their plan.
Alvin, did you vote?
This sandblaster is so powerful. I voted for Donald Trump. I voted for Trump.
Okay, then stop whining. Stop with the facts.
I ain't whining.
Stop whining.
Hey, yo, Trump. Making away from us. Trump making away from the blacks.
No, he's not.
He's taking away from the blacks. The president of the black woman.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna go on.
I'm sorry you get on. Me and all my friends have went and got construction licenses. One of my homeboys is getting his general contractor's license. It's gonna be a lot more black. I say Trump want us, Trump
Just mute them, patient. Just mute them. If they can't listen, just mute the stage. Mute the stage. Can you guys really hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
great.
There is a lot of black construction.
Thank you. So,
Period, BT. There is a lot.
what the hell? You guys are so ditchy. You know what, mods? Drop your fucking self if you can't control yourself. Seriously. Haitian's been trying to.
We can't hear you.
Lisa's in the Matrix, but Haitian, go ahead and play the clip.
Jesus.
Haitian, can you play the clip?
And you know where we are over there.
President Trump play back at the White House.
You can't hear. Gotcha.
The members of the Congressional Black Caucus.
That's the wrong one.
We're gonna have a lot of meetings. So
When you drop, bro.
I very much appreciate
No, you want to hear the RFK tape. We found it after. That's the wrong one.
Nah, you said this one and then the RFK.
Oh, okay.
And send me the RFK one.
Okay, I'll find the RFK.
Focus on improving.
All right, boys and girls, are we ready?
Let's go.
Nations for African American citizens. This means more to me than anybody would understand or know. Every American child has a right to grow up in a safe community, to attend great schools, to graduate with access to high-paying jobs. America has spent trillions and trillions of dollars overseas. I guess I heard just recently in the Middle East we've spent, as of about 2 months ago, $6 trillion. $6 trillion. And you know where we are over there. While neglecting the fate of American children in cities like Baltimore, Chicago, and Detroit. African American citizens have given so much to this country. They fought in every war since the Revolution, and they fought hard. They've lifted up the conscience of our nation in the march toward civil rights, enriched the soul of America in their faith and courage, and they've advanced our country in the fields of science, arts, and medicine. Elijah Cummings, who was here about 2 weeks ago, who I happen to think is a terrific man. I don't know if he'll say that about me, but I will tell you, I really like him a lot. And we were talking about drugs and prescription drugs. And you go to Europe, you go to Canada, you go to other countries, and you buy a fraction of what you pay in this country. And that's been a great big subject for him. And it's a subject for me that is very important. And we're going to either do it in healthcare, which I think we're going to do it in healthcare, or we're going to do it separately. But we're going to bid out drug prices. I'm going to try and have the lowest prices anywhere in the world from really the highest. And that's not only the drugs, it's prescription drugs. But you go out to stores and you go even in any community, rich or poor community, and you look at the kind of drug prices that we're paying, and it's really unfair what's happened in our country. So we're going to be instituting a very, very strong bidding process. We'll probably need some legislation, but we're going to do it regardless. We have to do it, and we're going to get drug way down, way down. Some people think it's as important as the healthcare measures being ripped off when they need drugs. They need prescription drugs, and we're going to take care of that situation. So again, I very much appreciate you being here. It's a tremendous honor for me, and we're going to work on different things, and we'll see if we can get a lot accomplished. And with that, let's get going. And thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
God bless America.
He just cooked. Like, what can y'all, what?
God bless America.
No other president.
God bless Donald Trump.
What did he cook?
God bless Donald Trump.
Fried chicken, collard greens, macaroni.
Hey, no, you know what he did? He dealt with the issues. He dealt with the issues at hand when he was still talking to them brothers. Whatever they dealt with, he said he's gonna get it done. That's all. If we bring what we need to bring to him, he's gonna get it done. But we got all them sellout,
And y'all
blacks up there.
I need that link. I'm spreading that all.
You know what I'm saying? We got all them sellout blacks up under him. Up there want to look out for illegal immigrants and want to fight for and want to give all our money to illegal immigrants. When Trump trying to say, yo, I'm opening the market. Oh man, this is your time, bro. He asked Jim Brown in his first Trump. I'm out the land. Yo, just like Trump did his first term. Jim Brown, he said, Jim, what you want, Jim? Anything you want.
Yeah, I want to say something here. This shark's up.
Okay, one more person come off mic when it's not their turn, and unfortunately, I'm gonna have to change the rules for tonight. When you try to give people grace, they don't respect you.
Yo, I'm
So I
out, man.
guess
Y'all Trump haters.
You'll have nobody's a Trump hater, sir. You'll be the first one going.
Why is this guy? Hey, why is this guy getting with the mic being nasty like that?
Yeah, he needs to go because
Mike Pete.
just crazy.
Why don't you go back to your homeland and fix up your home?
Everybody be quiet. Lisa's speaking. You know what, Mike, and all you guys, you're being very, very disrespectful. That was very disrespectful. You got grace on this stage, you get grace on this stage, but you take kindness for weakness. Now, when I turn into the person that you want me to be, it's going to be a problem, right? When I turn into the black woman that you want me to be, it's going to be a problem for you. Or maybe it won't. Maybe that's what you do. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go one at a time, because what Trump said was crazy. And if you think that black people are trying to get money for immigrants, first of all, Lord have mercy. So the immigrants are here. They have to be fed. They have to be taken care of medically. We just can't let them roam around here sick, making everybody else sick. He's sending the ones back that he wants to send back. So what's your gripe now? I don't understand what the gripe is right now. What's the gripe?
So I'd just like to know the summary of the clip. Like, what is the main point that he was making with that?
I don't know what the point is, but they done got a lot of glee out of somebody talking gibberish. So can somebody
I didn't get a point. I mean, I think it's
can somebody else concisely tell us what was the point and what he actually said he's going to do? That's it. Can somebody do that?
I mean, when we do it, such as my clip. I mean, did any of us say he said he was going to do anything? You brought up a clip of this man admitting that we built the country.
I ain't brought up shit. I asked him to play the.
And you're mad that we like the clip?
Oh, the motherfucker. Nobody says mad at shit. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? When I'm mad, I'll tell you I'm mad. Don't put no jackets on me that I haven't tried on and ask you to try on. Don't do that. I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump. You're the one excited. I don't give a fuck about that nigga.
Because the thing is that the whole point is there's not a point.
I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump. You guys are the one where your pockets are thin. My pockets are not thin. I don't need to be worried about Donald Trump. Whatever he do. What I am worried about is the community, and I'm worried about my community. So if it affects my community, I'm concerned. Other than that, I don't have to repeat myself every time we open a room. I'll be fine. So, Haitian, what was the gist of the clip? We got the megas already. Okay, go ahead, Amari.
And then Rosalind after.
Okay, Rosalind, you next.
The clip was when he first got his first group that he met with was the Congressional Black Caucus, right? He met with them, and that Clay talks about black people and what he wants to get done. I know he tried. I mean, I definitely know he met with several people.
Okay, this is a response from Jarl Balgriff, who in the chat in the previous room said, FYI, everybody who used to like you on this app now also hates you and thinks you're a loser. And that's coming from Jarl. First off, I just gotta let you know, I don't care what one single person's opinion of me is on this piece of shit app. It's a great technology. It's a great software. It's a great app. But the humans here, the people here, the Democrat, liberal, pussy, faggot scum that exists on this app, the atheist, loser Democrats, the Canadian Democrat losers, all of them, they can all go fuck themselves. All of them. I will record them, humiliate them, I will dox them, I will fight them. There is no reason to be here to even have conversations with these people. They're a complete and total waste of time. The only value is in exposing them, doxing them, using their name, publishing them on the internet so everyone around them can learn just how stupid they are and how they waste their time all day long. Now, I'm not saying that this isn't a good place to spend time, but It's a little bit like people going to the casino for free and not having to put any quarters in the machine.
Okay, so.
I need these people producing, creating. And that's what I'm doing. I'm using them. You might call me a parasite and them the host, but what I am is a parasite on a parasite. And what does that make me?
If you don't know what that
It makes
is,
me
ask me. That's the
a
clip I was talking
parasitic
about. I don't know which one he
parasite,
should
I
play because there
suppose.
was
I don't know.
Yeah, he said that. Said manifest.
You're listening to Lisa's 420 Lounge right now. I hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're having a good evening, Rondell. My number one long-term fan. I can't believe you hear you listening to Rondell.
So, Haitian, do you have that clip ready to go?
I just got
Hey
back.
Vincent, nice boat. Reminds me of my boat. I'm about to abandon ship. Could care less about it anymore. Bye, boat. Never liked sailing you to begin with. You're a pain in the ass. You fly all the time. Sick of pumping you. Sick of paying the slip fees. Never should have bought you to begin with. You suck. Should have just gone to the beach, done some yoga, had some dinner, and got laid. Fuck that stupid floating bed in a boat.
Very old
What a
clip.
waste of money.
Because Elijah Cummings was mentioned, and he's been dead since 2017.
Elijah
And Donald
Cummings!
Trump was speaking favorably about black people, and he hasn't spoken favorably about black people in a very, very long time.
Wow, okay.
I'll cry.
This is deplorable.
Oh my
That
God. And
is
people are saying that old ass clip. Okay,
very, very old, and
thank you, Rosalind.
we should
Just
not
because it's old, it doesn't mean that it's not relevant.
to that
Nobody
clip.
said it wasn't.
But it's what we're kind of we're keying. I mean,
Has he done? Okay, good. I'm glad you
It's
came
been
off
9
mic.
years.
I'm glad you came off
what
mic.
does that even
So you're celebrating the clip. I'm happy. I'm thrilled that he said something that he was going to do. Has he done any of it? Hell no.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. So you like to clap your ass and tap dance. Has he done anything on that clip to support you black?
But why do you do the insults constantly have to
I'm
find
just
it
no.
because we're having a conversation?
told you. I said since you continue to tap dancing is a great thing.
When have I done this?
We got a lot of famous tap dancers.
Every time you open your mouth, you dancing.
Just because we have a different opinion because we've been conservative.
Excuse me, a voice that hardly ever speaks is willing.
Let's go to God for a second. Hey, let's go to God.
I want to say stuff here in New York, and I want to say, I mean, Trump has
hilarious.
How do you like my hair?
he's done nothing for black people. He doesn't care about it.
Okay, I gotta say one sentence, right?
And I like to help
Can
him.
we get back
Listen,
to
hey, I wanted to say one
Yeah,
sentence.
of course.
Okay.
And that sentence is,
Hines died.
So much for and hate is
Jesus Christ.
Who is this dude?
Okay, so what I wanted to say is that Donald Trump made this claim of being the best president for black population since Abraham Lincoln, and that is entirely false.
I mean, inspiring white nationalism, of course, would make you the best president since Abraham Lincoln. Or not.
Okay, can we hear some of the
From me saying that.
Nice to see you, Aleb. Nice to see you. Thank you for
Lisa,
joining us.
is it possible to put a clip of the, I put it in the 420 chat, it's an hour long, but how much you want to play?
Is that the
We
one
listened
from
to
this
it live.
morning?
Yeah. And
Okay.
there's a B4 minute in there too for you. That's what, before Malek yelled at me, I was just trying to say that.
Okay, so let me see if I can find it. It's a clip of it. All right, you guys.
In the chat. But the reality is
You got another one?
America is Canada's little bitch, right?
Oh, that's the one I was looking for.
America
It's the
needs
one that I
everything.
heard.
Canada is, we're uninterested in Canada. It's a non-entity.
Yeah, there's two.
So Kenny, the thing is that
Listen, the thing is, you loser Canadians got to come to America to become successful because in your country, you guys got nothing but barren tundra wasteland of snow and low IQ hockey players. That's you, Jeremy. The fucking loser in a hoodie. The shadow man. The dumb piece of shit Democrat cuck liberal faggot. That's you, Jeremy. Yeah, that's you.
perfect. Let's double click on that.
I
So
think you drew blood on that one, John.
I'm sure you think that. So John, let's double click.
Problematic.
So let's double. Don't enjoy whatever you want. Normal man. Let's have the
Zionists, they don't give a fuck. They'll kill rooms. They'll gas the fuck out of an entire gas.
Oh, Jews deserve to live in our home.
You're a Hamas defender, bro.
He's a terrorist from
See, Canadian, but I appreciate I'm talking to Americans, but I'm Canadian, Randy and Al and John, so.
That's okay. You're confused. I called you a Hamas supporter, not a Canadian.
That means you're a terrorist promoter, Jeremy.
Country. You're confused.
By the way, Jeremy, I've reported you to the Department of Homeland Security. Never cross our border again. You're not welcome in America. If you do attempt to cross the border, you will be placed under arrest and probably imprisoned for up to 10 years. I would recommend you never step foot on American soil, ever, ever again.
I can respond, Americans, because it's coming in from by all means. What I was trying to respond to you, John, is saying that, okay, so the vast empty tundra, right? Do you mean all of our softwood lumber that you guys need to build your houses? Do you mean all of our uranium that you need to run your nuclear power plants? No, but go ahead, you fucking Nazi. Go ahead, Nazi.
Doesn't even have the sense to have a viable economy. Great big empty country, and you can't even figure out how to have a viable economy.
They're going to take in a lot of Palestinians. You're going to take all the people from Gaza, bro. They're going to solve their problem by bringing all the terrorists from Gaza.
Yeah,
that's the solution.
Deal with them. We're sick of them.
They'll ruin your country too.
I think you guys had some stuff you wanted to get, but let me know.
Listen, no one has to ruin Canada. They already have citizens like Jeremy. It's totally fucked already. Don't you get it, Randy? They're already lost.
It's getting worse. Let's put it that way. When they get 2 million people from Gaza, it'll probably be.
I gotta say, I'm starting to think that Trump's idea of taking Canada wasn't such a terrible idea. It sounded crazy, and the more you hear from these Canadians, the more you realize it wasn't so.
Well, a lot of Canadians want.
Who could blame them?
You know why? Because they're nothing but a parasite on our back, drinking our blood, sucking up our resources. We have Congress people that actually make appropriations for Canada.
Obviously, a Zionist doesn't matter joking about killing millions of Canadians.
You're like a member of the KKK talking about Jews. You don't know what a Zionist is. You have no fucking idea.
Nobody talking about Nobody talking about killing Zionists. That's your imagination.
Downside killing all of the because of your education system, you don't know how to talk. No, but you know the question, hold on, go over this. Wait, normal. Guys. All right.
$100, you don't know what a Nazi is. Even your Canadian take money.
You guys know how to talk. Wait.
Do you know how not to be a green bean fascist, Jeremy?
Just talking over.
Yeah, but you asked if we know how to talk, and we're talking.
What is it called? What's the Zionist? What's the Zionist, Jeremy? You half-wit, you uneducated.
Well, Normo, you're not subscribed to all the Free Palestine channels on Instagram. You're not being very polite to the Palestinian terrorists who are trying to kill you and all your cousins and uncles and family members.
Start by looking it up, Jeremy, so you stop embarrassing yourself in your own room. You sad, sad little man.
So I'll try to answer, but again, Eleanor ask me questions and interrupt me when I try and answer.
You smoke too much weed, by the way, Jeremy.
Let me know, brother. Let me know.
Anytime you can figure out how to use the word you use every day without knowing what it means. Very pathetic. Start with the dictionary, Jeremy.
Let me know when I can respond.
I don't have to let you know. Just get started right there and show us that you know what a Zionist is. You pathetic little half-wit, you stoned fool.
He has a problem with Jewish people, okay?
Of course he does.
It's called jealousy. It's called jealousy.
That's called racism. He's a racist.
Listen, it's Jeremy's superior intelligence. It's his IQ. You gentlemen can't contend with his superior intelligence. He obviously knows the truth, and he obviously knows everything. It's not opinion, it's fact for Jeremy. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
Who doesn't have a problem with you fucking baby cocksucking Jews?
The strongest superpower in American history is called the United States of America. That's who, you moron. You failure. You illiterate dropout failure. That.
Oh, I forgot we're in Talking Apes, where the people with Down syndrome gather to make themselves feel good about themselves and not totally stupid and pathetic.
The crowd is like, if you don't follow Allah, you're the worst.
Nobody said that.
It says, if you don't follow.
Nobody said to follow Allah.
I got you.
You gotcha.
Hey, relax already.
Way.
Chilling, bro. Fucking swollen. Hey, Allah says if you don't believe in Allah, you're a real loser.
About Allah, or listen, we happen to be the greatest superpower.
There's too many trials that already approved. You know what Omari put in the chat earlier today, thinking he discovered gold, and didn't even fucking read the results.
Which one, the NIH? The NIH?
Yeah, it was funny as fuck that you put that up there. I was like, this dude is beyond.
What did I do with it?
You have no defense. You're like our little tiny sister. You know it too. Huh? What? You have no defense now. You have no economy. You have no defense. You're failing, and you know it. So go ahead, engage with anything I said. Why don't you start by looking up the word Zionism? You use so freely, like a racist, like somebody insulting black people. You're so pathetic. Don't you realize that same racist logic gets directed at you all the time? You're literally buying into white supremacy by hating Jews, and you don't even know it. This is why you're such a failure, because you can't think. How come you can't think? Maybe you should stop smoking the weed, Jeremy.
And open your dictionary.
Rondell, what's up, Tom? Now, Norma, when I speak, you interrupt me, and you've done it 10 times, like right now. And so I'm not going to speak to you because all you do is interrupt. So I'm not a fucking idiot. I don't run into walls and then be like, oh, that hurt, and then run into walls again. So I'm not going to speak to you. You're a fucking idiot. What's up, John? What's up, Rondell? What's up, Kaiser?
The victim bullshit. It falls on.
Kitty, because the stuff you're saying, Kitty, is insanity. It's insanity. So if you're a proud American, Kitty, then come up here and speak.
What Zionism, Jeremy?
Yeah, Jeremy, I just want to know if some people came across the border and killed you and all your friends at a concert, would you just sit there and create a bunch of Instagram posts and say, stop the genocide, stop the Zionism, stop the genocide, stop the Zionism? Jeremy, when did your penis fall off of your crotch, and when did your wet pussy grow in, Jeremy? That's all I want to know, Jeremy. When did your penis actually fall off of your body and your vagina grow in? When did your uterus start making its way up your legs, Jeremy? Why don't you believe in security? Why don't you believe in safety and the law and justice? When did your pussy?
What's up,
Yo, Kitty, come up.
Yeah, but I can't take it for too long. I can't either. These fucking genocidal cocks. Kitty, listen, and I'm not jumping on you. Kitty, I hear where you're coming from. And a lot of Americans feel the same way. They look at Canada and say, pull your weight. We're spending all this money on our military to protect you guys. You guys aren't spending shit. We're literally like your baby daddy or whatever you guys call that shit. I get that you think that, right? But America has never gone to Canada. American soldiers have never died for someone attacking Canada and going to war. That's not true when you flip that over, right? No one wants to kill Canadians. Everybody wants to kill Americans, Kitty. Like, you get that, right?
Bro, you're Canadian. Why the fuck would anybody want to kill a Canadian? You guys are like bunny rabbit.
with me, or should he?
Like nobody looks at a Canadian and gets filled with hate in their heart, right? Like
Trump. Fucking most Republicans, those fucking guys who we just left. What are you fucking talking about, guys? I get the sentiment. Other than Americans, you're right. Yeah, but how many times have you teared up because of shit that you've seen going down again?
As many times as you did.
I genuinely hope that's true.
you don't give a fuck either. You think because you're loud and about it, you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about nobody in Gaza. I get it that you're loud about it and you make it seem like you don't give a fuck.
To what extent, though? Tell me to what extent you think I don't give a shit. Again, listen, I agree. Listen, I'm not fucking sending 20% of my net wealth over to fucking Gaza. No, but tell me the extent to which you think I'm full of shit. Like when I say that I fucking teared up many times watching videos of those fucking kids covered in blood carrying their fucking 3-year-old sister or brother. Like, do you think that shit like
to that extent, right? To the extent of the fear porn, right? Like I'm pretty sure you see videos and then you probably like getting your feelings. But outside of the videos, you're like just like every American. You don't give a fuck, outside of the news cycle. Until you see the fucking feed the children ad, and that's when you want to care and shit. But you don't really, you care because it's a talking point, right? It's something that you can beat up on them on. But at the end of the day, you don't really give a fuck. Because they all suck the same dick, too, right? Like, that they're all the same. But you rather choose a side and ride with it.
Okay, so let me try and unpack that, right? And again, I'll build bridges, guys. I'm not leaving my family to go over there and work in a hospital. Not that I could, because I'm not medical. But I've given money, to causes over there. I haven't.
Because damn well the money don't go over there. So that if you give him money, that's something to satisfy yourself, right? To tell yourself, okay, I did something. Because damn well whatever you send over there means anything, right? So whatever you gotta tell yourself to justify that you care, but it's bullshit, right? Because I can tell you right, I don't give a fuck about either side. It's that I don't care. So when I see people be like overly animated about this, I'm like, come on, bro. How much do you really care? Yeah, you're Canadian, so.
Yeah, but I'm an agnostic and you're Christian. Like imagine hearing this conversation and the agnostic it's up here saying, no, dude, it doesn't matter that they're not Christian or American or right? And guys, again, I'll build bridges, man. Yeah, listen, DRC doesn't fucking come up very often. Not many people know that there are fucking African women who are being forced to eat human flesh to fucking live in the DRC today. Right, or the nations that surround the DRC and the instability of that, the politics in Africa, nobody gives a fuck about that. 27 million people, right? And Kaiser, I'll agree with you, man. I should know more about what's going on in the DRC. I should know more about the impact of the U.S. government pulling funding and not keeping the peace there, so that the neighbors of the DRC, those African countries that are going in and killing fucking so many of fucking Congolese, right, guys? I should probably speak to that more.
You need America to be daddy? You need America to say that everyone.
No, dude. That's not you're not hearing me. I don't think America has should have to be the fucking daddy and fucking volunteer of the world. You're not hearing me, guys. I'm saying there's 27 million fucking black Africans who fucking died, man. And I'm up here talking about the fucking 70,000 Gazan men, women, children, innocent fuckers who have died. And you got black up here talking about Captain Kirk for 13 fucking days, guys. And I got you, a Christian, saying, I don't give a fuck about those 70,000 little fucking kids. And it takes fucking agnostic, white fucking stinky leg cracker Canadian to come up on the stage and tell you guys about the fucking 27 million dead Congolese, about the fucking cannibalism. The fuck? My bad. What's up, Cat?
Dude. How are you guys doing?
What's up, man?
I'm getting used to having so many conversations at a time now. Usually I'm like extremely introverted and just reading through tons of papers, and so I'm breaking it all in, but I wanted to come in from a different angle. Like, I think there's always going to be like suffering in the world that just is like beyond like what we can like traumatically endure, I guess is the word. But at the same time, I think we should still be focusing on being community oriented and doing what we can, you know, not trying to boast about, oh, stuff's happening here, and, you know, instead of talking about how much we care about what's happening, we should do what we can and have our grievances, basically. You know, doing what we can, you know, and acknowledging that there's just suffering that is extremely traumatic beyond like what we would imagine enduring. But yeah, that's what I wanted to add to the conversation.
Which should be prioritized, like when we say our community, right? Like, is that part of the problem, right? Like when people say I don't care about those people, but when you hear Andrew, you know, just like cry his little heart out over Charlie Kirk, because Andrew identifies with Charlie Kirk but doesn't care about the other people. Like, what's your community? Is it everyone on earth, or like would Jesus say that your community is all humans, or would Jesus be like, no, America first?
You know, one analogy that I've been wanting to roll around a bit more is we need to start eating more like wild baboons, but not acting like them. You know, like we need to really get our shit together, like as a race, you know, as a species, like a whole species, you know, like, and harness dominion over the earth. You know, I think that's the meaning of our existence. And that's what we should do. I don't know what happened. Did he drop out? What do you think, Black? How do you make sense of all this? Oh, there you are. Did you disconnect or something?
My phone died.
Yeah, so I think we should do what we can in terms of like focus on what we could do to not just like fend for ourselves individually, but you know, like even if we could work with each other at a distance, like communicating with others on the internet.
Didn't like being recorded. recorded, aren't you?
Other places that have now found it. I'm just trying to clarify, Trent, so that it doesn't trail off, because that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you for places that are not Harvard, all these other scientific institutions. What is your confidence level for their not being able to reproduce this?
Well, look at the Harvard study, because what it did is took 46 other studies, and it said of those 46, 27 show a link that there is an increase. It's not 1-to-1, but it says that there's an increase. I think they break it down to about a 20 to 30% increased likelihood of there being neurological development problems, depending on when Tylenol is introduced. And that's why Patty would play that the doctor, because he talked. I cannot talk.
Spread misinformation, so you might.
Hey, Fred, go on mute. I'm about to play the other clip. Go on mute, thank you.
Can I get in the queue too, please? Because I have a comment.
I'll play after you. Go ahead.
No, I just, so I'm neurodivergent. My son is neurodivergent. I think that people want something, a silver bullet offered to give them this false sense of security, to make them think that somehow having a neurodivergent child is that's something that they can protect against, right? A lot of this stuff is genetic, but beyond that, our ecosystem is totally poisoned and polluted, and I think that it's just sweet that they would point the finger at Tylenol and not Monsanto and all of the chemicals that they spray on our food and our particular food supply chain, or the lead in the fucking water, or all of these other environmental not intoxicants. The word is escaping me, but pollutants. Yeah, environmental pollutants that are that we're being exposed to every day. Pregnant women. People are talking about why are so many young people getting colon cancer? It could be a million things. But I just find it very interesting that they grab the bottle of Tylenol and want to go and codify this, or to put some type of federal legislation behind this, but no one is talking about regulating Monsanto. No one is talking about redoing the water pipes to get rid of all of the rest of the lead pipe. Like, there's still not clean water in Mississippi. Right.
They actually mentioned
All this Canadian fentanyl coming to America.
Despite these findings,
He's designing this. They don't give us a spark. They don't kill. Triple click on that.
That's you, Jeremy. The thing is, everybody wants to ship. The thing is, you loser Canadians gotta come to America to become successful, because in your country, you guys got nothing but barren tundra, wasteland of snow, and low IQ hockey players. That's you, Jeremy. The fucking loser in a hoodie. The shadow man. The dumb piece of shit Democrat cup liberal faggot. That's you, Jeremy. Yeah, that's you.
Perfect. Let's double click on that.
Saying that.
I'm sure you think that out. So John, let's double click.
So let me explain
Don't explain hard. Normal man is he's designing this. They don't give a fuck. They'll kill room. They'll gas the fuck out of the tires.
I got it. You're a Hamas defender, bro. First of all, our kids are doing fine taking the diet Cheerios and cups and everything. He was doing good doing that. Now you're trying to advance onto something that and that's trying to tell people that Tylenol is connected to autism. He needs to go sit his crazy ass down and have another drink. And have SFB drinking
You could
after
use
these conferences. And these press
I'm
conferences. Go sit down. Concentrate on the diet. You're doing good. Now, you had made your point when you were trying to take diet out of fruit loops. Now you're tripping. So we're gonna play with the other knucklehead said, and that's President Donald Trump. So we done for the night with what's his name?
Americans, because and please, if you want to
So
interrupt
I
me,
can take
by all
him off
means,
the
I'm off mute.
marquee. We're done with
When I was
his
trying to
podcast,
respond
and
to
we
you,
can
John,
move on
saying that, okay, so the vast empty
I'm sure, because he's not done. We're not done with CK because pretty soon we're gonna all have our those pledges or whatever they used to wear when you
Remember they play those bagpipes?
no, they gonna make y'all wear some shit. They gonna have stuff in the
We
curriculum.
gonna have patches on our arm like this.
Something. we got like candles and shit. It's gonna be the CK Bible. It's gonna be all kind of dumb stuff going on with this.
If they get a purse to match with the bag,
I bet the
I'm wearing it.
jacket
And a little hat, a little, beret.
This shit's not even funny.
And the Trump credit card is out too, y'all.
USA beret.
There is no Trump credit card.
Girl.
I've seen that, Deborah. I've seen that. It's on,
Yeah,
it's on his
so what
website.
kind of credit do you have to get the credit card? What's your credit
You
card?
need $100,000.
Yes.
You need $1 million to get
It's
the
a buy-in.
That's ridiculous.
You can get a simple party with the $2 million.
Yeah, nobody's gonna accept that shit. So what is it backed by? So anyway, let me play knucklehead. We can
The government is about to shut down.
Oh, they still trying to shut the government down?
Lisa, will you do it privately, and because I know you work for a hospital, will you ask one of your OBGYNs
We
privately?
did today.
You did? And what
I
did they
did.
say?
I was listening to you guys babble. I had one of the GYNs who came in, and I wish I could have recorded what he said, but I didn't want to go to that length. But go ahead. What are you gonna say, Trent? Where do you want me to go? Don't have me looking stupid, because I'm not gonna ask those stupid questions tomorrow to no providers who've been doing this for 20 years. So what would you like me to ask them?
Just ask them about Talon. I've already been told.
We did. We had the conversation. They said, so what's next? They said we already have guidelines by which pregnant women are taking Tylenol and why. And he goes, well, what are they replacing it with? Did they tell you guys what they want to replace it with?
Folic acid.
Folic acid.
Time.
Folic
And folic acid.
But not just Lisa, get this, Lisa, not just any folic acid. They're recommending a very specific prescription drug, so you can't get it over the counter. So they're telling pregnant women, go to your doctor and ask for this specific prescription drug, which is basically folic acid.
Oh, somebody's trying to get paid.
I'm sorry. May I ask a question?
There's something else behind this that we don't know, and no doctor is going to listen to RFK. If your doctor is listening to RFK, I suggest strongly that you find another provider.
Also, let me say this, and I know Your Honor wants to speak, so I'll give it to Your Honor after. But the other thing is, this whole correlation doesn't equal causation thing that we've all been saying. That's really important because you have to think about the context in which the Tylenol is being taken. So nobody's taking Tylenol just for fun, right, as a pregnant person. It's particularly taken in the context of a fever. So a lot of these studies have also said they don't necessarily know because let me read, because I actually read this fucking study, hypothesized where during vulnerable brain maturation windows, there are stressors like maternal fever, infection, oxidative stress, right? All these things associated with why people take the Tylenol. So it might be that's also causing, developmental delays or having neurological effects. It's not just the treatment, but the thing that you're actually trying to treat. So with that, I'll throw it to Your Honor.
And I'm sorry I called folic acid vitamin C. It's vitamin B. And nobody corrected me. It's vitamin B, actually.
I've been traveling all day. Why are you all talking about our least powerful headache medicine? What the hell is going on?
question. I'm asking.
We're talking about it because I want to talk about the Epstein files, so they have us talking about it.
He wants to know what happened.
Literally doesn't know what we're talking about.
I feel like I came into a room and you guys were all talking about like what were those slinkies or something? I'm like, why the hell are we talking about?
So
what
Trump,
is happening?
So Trump and
We're
RFK Jr.
a clip in a second.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry, Lisa.
Go ahead, no, go ahead and tell him, and then I'll play the Donald Trump portion of it.
So RFK and Trump and some hand-picked doctors and a couple of sad moms had a big press conference today touting the so-called link between taking Tylenol and autism.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And so the doctors were a little more, they were praising Donald Trump and saying, thank you so much for your bravery, and we know that you we can't wait for the answers, so we're just going ahead with this. But they were still a little bit like, they didn't fully go, but then Trump, which is what you'll hear, Trump fully was like, don't take Tylenol, don't do it. Which is crazy because, let me just say this, which is crazy because if you think about, there are so many negative side effects that can come because this is like the level of the ableism. So if you don't treat the fever, if you don't get the vaccine, blah, 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 we know all the horrible things that can happen. It can lead to miscarriages, it can do this, it can do that. But what they're saying is all of those horrible health impacts up to and including death, that would be better than your kid having autism. That's the depth of the ableism.
I got plenty of people with autism in my life. I just want to say this. There was a reason why episodes of Punk'd only lasted 30 minutes. This is brutal. Like how, someone's gonna tell me this was all a joke, right? Like, ha ha ha. We punked you, Tylenol, ha ha, was not a funny one? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, what's funny is
Thank you for telling me what's happening. I appreciate it.
I'll play it for you, Your Honor. And then you guys, we gotta talk tonight about Jimmy Kimmel coming back and how he's refusing to apologize. Kudos for him. And we gotta find out what really happened behind him coming back. And then Turning Point is, now that they know that Jimmy Kimmel is coming back, Turning Point USA is urging ABC affiliates not to carry him live when he not to carry Jimmy Kimmel live when he returns to air. Well, there was a reason why they brought this mofo back, and we gonna figure it out. We're gonna find out why. Okay, so we gonna talk about that, but let's finish up with the crazies.
I'm sorry, but we missed one critical thing, and that was Trump actually promoted another drug during it.
Oh, that's the one I want to write down.
The folic acid thing.
The folic acid vitamin D.
Is this a new brand to the market of folic acid, or are they just saying any folic acid?
No, they have a specific brand. They
Right.
able to replace.
Somebody's getting paid.
Yeah. And also, sorry, I'll be super brief. Sister Toja brought up a really good point in the other room, which is that if they now burn the name Tylenol, right, and acetaminophen, and people feel super uncomfortable with that and whatever, what the companies can do is they can change the drug in an insignificant way, like it'll still be the same thing, it'll work the same way, but the change will be significant enough that they can get a new patent. If they get a new patent, then they have a new monopoly, because you can only have a patent on a drug for so long until it goes to generic, and then people can buy it more cheaply. So they get the new patent, they have the monopoly on the thing, they say, hey, this is the hot, new, safe drug, take this. They make all their money double again. So now they get it's like the Tylenol profits of day one all over again.
Yeah, this sounds like somebody got some stock in something, and you can get folic acid over the counter, but I don't know what dosage they're trying to lift this up to, or if it's like a dosage that's abnormal. You know what, you guys, you can take 3. It's wild. They can raise the price on it.
It's connected to Dr. Oz.
Instead of folic acid, folic acid.
Y'all know late at night when those infomercials used to come on and shit like that, and they have paid products, like sponsored products that celebrities get on, and they say, I was using literally
shit is not.
But get ready, you guys. We're going into the cold and flu season, and I'm just saying this before.
Get your vaccine boosters, everybody.
They had the last place that I was working. I was wondering why they requested so many people that day, but they had 7 nurses who tested positive for COVID. So I'm gonna let you know on the East Coast in New York. So let's just get this party started. So 7 people already in this one facility. I guess one person came in and infected the whole goddamn facility. They already starting to see COVID pop up again, and yeah, just
COVID's back, everybody. COVID is back. Alert, alert, red alert, red alert. COVID is back. Get your boosters, get your vaccines.
And then there was another story I was gonna do before we check out of here. But let's do this one. Y'all listen to this. We'll chop it up and then we'll move to Jimmy. Because I want to know how he got back on the air. And I know you guys already know. So let me press play for Trump though.
A questionable warning and frankly directive from President Trump just spoke.
Okay, they called it a directive, not a warning, but a directive.
As well as top health officials from the White House. The president saying, quote, Tylenol is not good, don't take it. For a little bit more of what we are hearing on these announcements, let's listen.
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of I said okay. Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. During pregnancy can be a shit. I'm so proud you can say Tylenol. Please. That's the Lord's answer. Taking Tylenol is good.
The president there just moments ago being signed in on Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as well as CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz and others all claiming as well there is a link that they say they have found between autism in children and the pain reliever acetaminophen, of course known as Tylenol by its brand name, when used during pregnancy. Now let's reset here with the facts of what we do know at this time. Acetaminophen is currently considered the safest pain relief option for pregnant women. Administration officials now are advising women, however, not to use it early in pregnancy unless they have a high fever. The health secretary saying that at this point there are no other options, so the doctors should still use their best judgment. But then went on to warn that they believe as well as it's associated with potential liver toxicity, even claiming prolonged viral illnesses in children. The administration for this announcement today is also saying that folic acid, that's a supplement also. Then they know what it is. So we hold on. Okay, I want to go back to that. Linux. I gotta look that up. Linux. Linick. Linic acid. Alright, that's a supplement also. You may know it as a before a way to decrease the symptoms of autism. Secretary Kennedy has, of course, previously promoted to research link vaccines to autism, and she was just bringing that up again moments ago when we were coming on the air here at the top of the hour. Secretary, just previous, I look at my notes here, noting that they are now investigating, in his words, multiple areas of causation when it comes to vaccines. He claims that 40 to 60% of mothers who have children with autism believe that there is some link to a vaccination. The secretary also claimed that these women have been gaslit, he says, by the science, which has found. Okay, so which is it? Is it the
Acetaminophen.
I know how to say it.
Acetaminophen.
I was playing with Trump.
He said mercury and aluminum in the vaccine.
Yeah, so which is it? Everything causing autism? The water? 80% of people don't know they got autism, they got autism. Everything causes autism except what Dr. Oz is selling.
Everything causes autism.
There's not a vaccine in the country. And I wanted to say this earlier, like, y'all, I'm not sure if y'all are aware that there is not a single vaccine in the country that has mercury in it.
One at a time, Your Honor's trying to.
That's not okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to tell people on the right something about science. The crazy thing about science is that it's available to everybody whenever you want it to be available to you. So you could prove it, or I could prove it, or someone else could prove it, and it would still be true. But if you use science, like you don't get to pretend stuff because then other people can check you. Like the idea that RFK, man of the brain, has magically discovered that Tylenol was secretly hurting everyone, and there was no scientist out there except for these quacks who could come up with the fact that Tylenol was dangerous in this way, doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, how valuable it would be to a researcher to discover that Tylenol was really bad for you and to be able to replicate that in in a study. This is why science works, is because you can test and retest and make sure that something is true. But if you have enough remedial education, dude, your mic is, I don't know what's wrong with your mic. You guys should be mic driven. And you're also talking over people, which is kind of shit. So anyway, I'm gonna land with this. I'm gonna land with this. Which is just, like, look up science. And this is my remedial advice to the mega idiots tonight. I'm done.
Hey, the person who just interrupted to say that if you take too much Tylenol, it can kill you. Did you know that you could die from water intoxication as well? That you can drink too much water and it can kill you, right? Did you know that?
They should take that away from America.
This motherfucker got hydrophobia.
Hello, sir?
Hello?
Bring your finger.
Hello?
Brooklyn, welcome to the stage.
What's next?
He's not on stage anymore.
I just wanted to, reiterate, for everybody that's experiencing it, same as me, like, this is our first dictatorship, y'all. So every day is like we're growing, we're learning more, okay? So I know this is hard. This is our first dictatorship. We'll be okay. Tomorrow it'll be something else, okay? But today it's Tylenol and mercury that can cure autism with folic acid from a specific company. Welcome to our first invention.
Alright guys, so anybody want to jump in? Just the breaking news for the day. We already talked about Tylenol, we're talking about that right now. France recognizes Palestine and calls for human ports in Gaza. Let's see, hold on guys.
They also said they open the embassy in France.
Oh, okay. Oh wow, that is good.
Yeah, it was another country too. But they ran something about basically they don't take everybody side of them.
Like they're gonna welcome refugees, you say? Or
And they talk
Okay, so that is news. Alright, so let's see, we're gonna talk about Jimmy Kimmel returning after his suspension. Only Trump signs order designating Antifa. That's another thing I wanted to play because y'all don't believe what he's talking about. This man is absolutely insane. Trump signs order designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. Democrats want Trump's border czar, what's the guy's name, the big fat guy? Yeah, they want him investigated over bribery.
I was just getting ready to say that.
We gonna see if we can touch that tonight. The UK and Poland vowed to confront any Russian aircraft violating NATO airspace, so that should be interesting. Let's see. So far, I think that's anybody that else have some breaking news before we finish this up and go to Kimball?
No, that's what you like my hair.
I saw your hair. It's very nice. You're trying to
Likely happen because there's protections in both California and Texas
say nothing.
No, I couldn't hear. It was breaking up.
Trey, you're breaking up, Trey.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Can you hear me out?
Yeah.
Okay, so what will likely happen now that this announcement has been made is the class action suit that was dismissed, the 361 families will be able to refile because of Texas and California have actions against federal lawsuits. It's a statute. And so they can bring this back up. And now that they have a claim, and because it's coming from the HSS, and Inview will have to go through discovery and open up their files. And in those files, very similar to what happened with the ovarian case when they had to settle for $700 million, that they've known have been killing women of ovarian cancer since 1978 because they knew about the asbestos. When they have to go back through discovery, then you will likely find more animal trials that it's going to show that there
What kind of animal was that?
Do we have to go through his predictions of what's going to happen before it happens?
I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
So Trump is going to expose the corruption.
Okay, thank you.
You tell spreading misinformation.
You got to be the first to predict some shit. We still waiting on the aliens, clown.
Motherfucking
You know
aliens!
anything about Donald Trump?
Motherfucking aliens!
No, but I don't know.
Just drops a text on stage.
You know, I don't understand what because I don't understand why you come into a room just to say what you need to say and then say goodbye. That's the weirdest thing. So weird. Stop that.
Always finish himself. He just leaves little fellow.
Don't even be on record. Like what you just said mean anything.
He gets the last word. He literally gets the last word when he does that.
It's so insulting because he's basically saying none of the rest of you have anything to say worth me hearing. But I have something to say.
Right. You're so right, Valley. None of you guys, nothing else that you guys have to say is worth me listening to, but I want you to hear what I gotta say and then peace out. It's like, right.
So Lisa, if I shoot on Miss
He literally only does that in our room because every other room he sits there and conversates with the people, so.
you can't be mad at me if I shoot on Miss Beach next time.
No, why don't you just not bring him?
We don't have
Come on, Lisa, you been wanting to hear that shit.
For real, Deborah. Keep it real.
You be wanting to hear that bullshit.
Bring them on up. Bring them on.
Well, entrenched defense, he is a helpless drunk, so there's that.
Right. And the reason we have to repeat it over and over is he doesn't listen to what anybody else says. He just listens and then, somebody else is talking. He just waits so he can jump in. None of what anybody else says resonates with him.
Wait a minute, is Corey there? Is Corey there?
Yes.
Corey, what the fuck was that? How you went from fucking talk about Charlie Kirk to you niggas and Indian? What the hell is going on? What are you talking about? We can ready to talk about Jimmy Kimmel. What happened?
Let's talk about Jimmy Kimmel.
Let's talk about Jimmy Kimmel, but that was a funny
I was in a school about two sample ass, seven-fetching niggas defending whether Charlie Kirk was racist, white supremacist, etc. And then a known alcoholic on the app called out of
crackhead, not alcoholic.
Okay. Whatever the case, substance. She struggles with substance, and she had an episode on stage that encouraged. That's all. Jimmy Kimmel, please.
Jimmy Kimmel is bad. So you guys, can someone tell us before I dig out a clip, what happened? How did Jimmy Kimmel? Because apparently they had a against policy, so they brought it back.
They also lose about $3 billion a day.
No, it was like $8 billion.
It was like $8 billion.
Yeah, it's stock price and the loss of subscriptions.
Oh, hell. And people was canceling their Disney vacation. Disney cruises was canceled and trips to the theme park.
Okay, I will say this, the smartest thing Jimmy Kimmel did is as soon as it was announced, he didn't make a single public statement. That was so smart.
Right, and he said he's not going to apologize about the Trump statement. He will have the highest rating ever. He's trying to ask because I'm gonna watch it. I can't wait. I'm watching that. It's supposed to come back tomorrow? And tomorrow night.
I think Stephen Colbert needs to meet with Jimmy Kimmel and see if he can get some advice.
Yeah, but also, people also put a lot about, I don't know if you guys said it already, having that money and thinking we're losing the PBS, it's a small PBS, and continue to boycott,
Yeah.
Hank, I saw your note in the chat. Are you looking to dive in about Jimmy Kimmel?
he's looking for a problem.
Yeah, man, I don't like Jimmy. I think Jimmy is a parasite. I think he's just a horrible human being. I mean, he's an old person. Why am I not red? Why am I not red? What makes me not red? What's me not red?
One mic on mic.
All I gotta say is that Jimmy Kimmel is a piece of shit. He's not a good person. I wish he could just give Arsenio Hall back. Someone who actually has some charisma. You know what I mean? I mean, at the end of the day, all of these lefty white guys that want to come up on talk shows are just stupid. They're bland. They have no personality whatsoever. Like a wet carrot. You know what I mean? It's just not good entertainment. You know what I mean? So that's it.
Well,
Yeah, that's not right.
I think Hank's on our side. I think Hank's on our side because he likes Arsenio, and Arsenio Hall is black.
Make America great. Making America great again is making America black again.
Make Arsenio employed again.
Arsenio Hall, J.D. Vance, 21A, man. You said it was Magic Johnson show?
Let's go watch him home.
Hey, we gotta be real, brother. You gotta be real. I want you to think about this, right? I see what you did there. Ryan Logan and Arsenio, I can't praise this, I got you. But America was never black. We've always been white. So when you say make America great again, close to making America black again, there's no way that could be synonymous with the truth.
What we did was make America more like Atlanta.
What I mean is we need more black Americans in the Republican Party is what I meant by that statement. We need more. We need a lot more.
They need a whole lot of Arsenio's.
If we're gonna ever fix this nation, we need more because black America is the glue and the concrete that
So you're saying you want Spears?
what? If you're not gonna say it,
Let's not make an action. I want to have a dialogue. So, hey,
I'm ready.
Hey, I want you to think about this, right? Both of the racist, extremist groups, far right, according to the FBI and the DOJ, it was violent.
Okay. Well, yeah, it was a bit going Trump now, wasn't it?
We didn't have medic, we did medic. So, and
You know, yeah, I was just answering the question. I'm sorry, I'm on here, but I'm on the stage. I will go on mute, no problem.
Y'all interrupted his answer. I really want to hear his answer.
Okay, could you repeat the question again? You said about the support
Yeah, I
for the
summarized it in one sentence. I said, why would the Democratic Party align themselves far right if they are with the right
Okay. Okay, well, that's not true, but I'm going to tell you that, we got to look at what the Democrat Party is these days, right? Let's look at it as something. It is the whole format of civil rights, black America fighting for equality, and they're selling this indigent American dream to every illegal who hops over the border. Okay? It is what it is, all right? They have gone so crazy that they don't care about their own anymore. If every black voter went and voted Republican in the next election, the next presidential election, they will run that party politics within the next 5 years. They have enough populace and enough vote to do it, especially in swing states. Okay, so when you look about equity, Black America is this being the ones who really gave the Democrats an identity. First of all, Democrats. What I'm saying is they betrayed Black America. But that's what I feel. That's how I have to feel. Go ahead.
in Brooklyn, you can tell me who this anonymous person is. You know I don't like it when people have phony identities, but since we're here, hey,
Phony identity, okay.
Can you tell me, and you have a pink ticket, so, it's not
What's pink ticket mean? Did I win a prize?
yes, I read he's from I tried to go with the second.
I apologize. Jesus Christ is my Savior, and He was the life.
Great. So hey, just proposition that black folk in mass just vote for Republican one time just to show. Can you name one policy position that Republicans have that would be attractive enough to get such a result?
Lower tax initiatives, lower cost of living in their communities. Also, if the Republican Party sees such a move, they're going to do a lot of fiscal spending to spend in their communities and give government grants and a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? To keep, kind of keep the money going. Policies that, especially these tariff policies, you'll see a lot more manufacturing going on in their communities. I've been through a lot out in Memphis. A couple of my cousins were truckers, and he was telling me about the skilled labor that's all over the Black Bible South, and it's crazy. Everybody on the West Coast, you look at the Latinos and say, yeah, they got great craftsmanship, but I'm telling you, man, from the truck stops to construction workers and everything, these guys. Okay, who am I? I wish I was Notorious B.I.G. and Witness Network. That's all. Okay, I'm not fun. I don't know. I tried it.
No, let's keep this being yeah, that's what I was just about to do right now. Right, let's do it right now. Hey, I think conversations disingenuous when this continue. I think you realize that.
I'm sorry that you feel that way. It's disingenuous.
Don't interrupt. I didn't cut you off. right?
No, you guys are in the word.
Well, I distinguish the difference between far left and left, you know. I believe they're groups, but I'm your beliefs. Your views.
Do you think the Democratic Party is made up of only people of
I think that when the Democratic Party was being maneuvered and being structured by people of color, it was in a better place in America's history. Talking about, 70s, talking about 60s, talking about the drive of Obama. When that was, when Obama,
I was
yes, ma'am.
so in the 70s, who was structuring
Civil rights violations, black Americans.
that's what I was gonna ask. Okay, so them having to stand up for their rights, they were structuring.
Yes, because if you look, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How?
Because their voice and message, look at protesting radical cities all outside of Los Angeles and all these different cities, acting like freaking Neanderthals. Look at how, what did they do during the civil rights? Even Malcolm X, even Dr. King, they protested peace. They didn't destroy their community.
All right. All right. So,
Okay,
let's move on. Can we move on now?
Yes, and I would like to say something. But this is don't mute up. Hey, mute the fuck up right now. Put your mic on mute. Thank you. But I just want to say, about people again. Y'all be waiting for y'all call. I don't even understand why y'all ain't just discuss what's going on and the news or what's going on. And I don't know who somebody was, but this song says, I'm a people again. Because I just want you to know how dumb y'all do me sound when y'all be talking to you dumbass people. And don't be really wanting to have no real serious conversation to talk about the news or whatever we talking about, but it is saying the same thing over and over to this is a food, right? We got to make a bit be proud. So we do better.
I agree, Brooklyn, but the man said something when he was talking that there was a reason why I asked the question from what he heard, but from what I heard him say, it sounded like there was nobody in the Democratic Party but black people.
But you know, but I mean, he wanted,
And I did ask a couple questions, but I didn't waste a lot of time.
but you didn't waste any time, Deborah. But you know, for somebody to want black people to go to the party that is literally writing us out of the fucking out of American history is retarded. It's just dumb. Like,
He's putting the accent on purpose.
and he put an accent on that purpose. And we're literally dealing with a president and he admittedly said that black people in the 60s and 70s were headlining, the Democratic Party, getting us rights and all of these things. But we're right now in 2025, all of those lists are our black predecessors. False for being written out. So make it make sense as to why we would fucking vote for the party. That shit don't make no sense.
They're just telling you to just say that, okay?
You don't say shit to me, Omar. Seriously, we got all this right now. You
Don't talk police or Omar. She's talking and it's very difficult.
And of course, he has to. Here's the thing. He has to say that, right? Because if his own political aspirations, of course, it's his job to make that case. So I think for us to characterize it as like, oh, they're sparring, they're in a conflict, it's not true. They're both just, speaking from their own political perspective. Well, that's not what we're working on. That's all truth they're working on. Finding out about the boyfriend and all of them as a consumer, right? We probably will get a gay president before we get a woman.
Again, president.
I do. Well, the way
Fucking, we already have one. His name's Apollo.
he's straight, and her vice president, he's straight. All they talked about was praying. Now, what was she gonna do today? And they ran her down. And you know what? It would have been Donald Trump would have had a field day. But I give her a whole lot of credit for even considering him, right? But it's her story to tell. So why can't she just tell her story? She knows what she's doing. She's smart enough to know that what she's receiving right now, she was gonna get. She knows America. She just lives it. And I think it's fair that she can tell her story. Now, whether somebody buys her book or not is a personal choice. I don't think it ain't no automatic choice to stop her. She did say he was her first choice, which I think is a great thing to say about someone.
One thing we do need to acknowledge is that the person they get on my side of the one and it dropped and right now still currently number 2 on the best of list. Now let's not folks.
And they're not gonna let us stay there long when they realize it's doing them well. Because they don't want her. They don't want to see her do well.
Number 2 on the bestsellers list is
It is, and when they realize it's that, it's gonna go down. That's how they feel about it.
I don't know, sometimes that controversy back people get more interested in trying to find out what the backlash is going to be with things.
Now, the other thing, the Josh Shapiro thing. So she said that Shapiro was not the vice president, and in the book she expressed concerns that Shapiro might have trouble with number 2 role, and that it might strain their partnership like his ambition. And she also recounts a meeting in which Shapiro asked an aide about our work done for the VP residents or something like that, like before he was even chosen. So Shapiro was always pushing back on some of the characterizations. A spokesperson told the claims, quote unquote, simply ridiculous. And Shapiro himself had said, he didn't read the book, but he said, quote, I was working my tail off to deny Donald Trump a signature. Now my reason, again, it's not that extreme of like something cute or whatever, but my reaction to that, he pushed back so strongly against that. To me, he called it simply ridiculous, and I have read the book, blah, blah. He's kind of proving it to be true, He's kind of pushing back so strongly in a way that shows, like, how strong he stands. So I disagree with that. I saw him respond Sunday show with Channel 5. And I didn't get that at all. I didn't get that. What Mike he also said that to go further with what you said, Malak, he said I went out on the trail to help him because I wanted us to win. We went to places she couldn't get to. And he had a right. I didn't feel like it was that much pushback. I was watching him. He had a soft tone, a soft face about him.
his response?
Well, that's what I was just saying right now. I don't think it needs a lot of pushback. I understand it. If he feels like that's his character. But it wasn't him. And that's
I think what he was responding to, I don't even think he responded to the comments, like the pushback was really strong. What might be missed in the conversation that we're having is not so much what the principles that we're discussing, what they think. It's usually the staff and the theories that are sniping and creating all of this action. And so it's the staff did the dirty work of pushing back more robust and how ridiculous it was and all of this other shit because it made him look petty. He said, bitch, how the fuck you asking about literally measuring the Drake and I haven't told you whether you have the job or not. Literally, you talking about so how do we get to change the artwork here? Like, what's the process at the Naval Observatory office will be called? Nigga, you don't have a job. You get for the interview. And you find out what the office you gonna be.
And if you read the book, part of in the book she talks about when her time as VP, how she felt kind of sidelined or undermined by the administration, in her role as VP or whatever. And so coming off of 4 years of that, you can imagine you don't necessarily want to be the running mate that you're going to have to tussle with if you want a partner. You don't want someone who's going to be competing with you when you just have been dealing with that.
Absolutely. You want somebody you trust that's not going behind your back trying to undercut you.
Well, this is kind of like the conversation we were having earlier today. I don't know if people in the room were there, if you were in the room, but this idea of like women need to help men or whatever, and it's like, does the help go the other way?
Listen, Ari, this is that conversation.
Okay.
Come on, guys, y'all know the old saying, hindsight is Monday morning quarterback.
Did y'all talk about all of those dog whistles at that press,
At that
funeral when, no, not at the funeral today, that the press secretary, when she was blaming, she was literally got on here today, the press secretary, and doubled down on everything that they was talking about at the funeral yesterday, and basically blamed the Democrats.
Oh, you're talking about the White House person.
Yes, the White House president, I think that's speak about that.
No.
whatever it is they doing a fucking good job. This is an all-out assault from every angle. We ain't seen
Don't
that
forget
shit.
the office. You buy your stickers. Probably fun.
We fight back with our indigeneity because we're all indigenous. We're not black. Okay? Everybody in here is indigenous. Excuse me. Did you know that we were here before Columbus?
Maybe you should learn it.
Jerusalem doesn't agree with Alexander, and that's the way the Democratic Party is. But at some point in time, you have to say, okay, look, whatever's on the table, we all gotta come together on farms. That's right.
Yeah, I hear that, and none of that happened in the very short period of time that she had. I mean, sometimes I hear these conversations, and they are the most crazy statements that one could considerably make, considering what she has to do in the amount of time that she has had to do. Not a single person has mounted a modern presidential campaign in such a truncated time period. Not a single person has raised the amount of money that she has lifted up the national infrastructure, and she did not have the ability to do that by herself, just making whatever decision she wanted to make because she was at the top of the table. It's me and you, come on.
Who said shut up?
Somebody said let me finish, but please go ahead. No, because I'm not gonna go until you go. Go, girl. I heard that right. Come on, go. Go, Lisa.
No, I like where you were going, but when somebody just says something like that, I gotta.
No, I like where you're going, and somebody said, I like that kind of talk. Okay, if you need a moment, I got you. Okay, thank you. I understand that. I understand. What I'm saying is, right, the heat that we have and Anita Dunn's name being on top of every one of our motherfucking lips about how they handicapped this woman's campaign, about the Biden loyalists that sabotage in the background, that did the backbiting and the bullshit sniping in the background to make her campaign a living hell, all while having to fight the American ideology that exists by and large, whether we agree with it or not. And then this ridiculous ass statement from people to judge talking about, and everybody's making this turn. Everybody is Gavin Newsom is making this turn, and he don't want to talk about trans rights and queer people anymore, and he don't want to talk about the nature of the country. I just want to make fun of Trump. But talking about the shit that affects black folks' lives in a way that we talk about them or other marginalized folks' lives, that's politically inconvenient. We can't do that. And when people just prove today what black men have known time and time again, that these white motherfucking kids cannot be trusted. They cannot be trusted to be good allies. They cannot be trusted to be honest. Because we know that it's motherfucking hard that this country would have went up and played before they elected that Most of these motherfucking American people that we talking about don't white man was gonna save you, make America great again? How did that work for all of those crying ass white folks who lost their good federal job after he decided this would make America great again? When are they gonna look themselves in the mirror?
Done from what? You didn't say anything, you dumb bitch.
Okay, so I mean, I was just saying,
Dang, where's that shit?
what do we have for the win? The country is fucked up, and everything that's going on is bad, but y'all won on, a bunch of lies. So that's what makes you dumb. You don't even, I mean,
It's fucked up. And y'all are proud of it. So that's great. That's where we are. That's great.
Ron, hold up about the secret is going after Deborah, and then you can go, Ron. Go ahead now.
I just wanted to know, Ron, I might have you can take that request away, Ron, because I've been here. Willie Grower is a black man saying Mike Big Spray. That if a lot of people like it, it must be good. Because if there's not like a bunch of things that are really
America is already headed with those transfers, but Barack Obama, Tucker confronted Obama with meth and was going to blowjobs from the crack kid.
Why don't we take school seriously? That's literally all I'm saying. If somebody went to, when you voted for this election, 2024, what you're talking about, then I was talking about you. I don't think like that. You think not doing that? Tell me about it. He was never gonna figure that out. But we don't gotta, like, they learned it. They're mad at it. Also, this racist shit, as much as this racist, they're also just tired of learning. They wanna go to work with racist shit. They wanna, like, learn about people. Why they gotta learn? Most of the racist people in America is just not gonna learn shit. They wanna learn. Niggas don't wanna know what transgenderism is. Why they gotta look shit up? I gotta read it. I don't wanna know that shit. I get those niggas who make me have to read. They don't even really hate transgenderism. They hate having to read about it.
Try to stop me.
And then $50,000 bag his head.
It's what?
That's how I'm that. I might love to, but I can't. Yeah. And we didn't do that. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna get up. But you voted for Texas. Did you vote for Texas? Is it true or not?
conversation all night long. So, what's the next one?
Okay, so forgive.
Talk about how mine.
Not really. And I just want to say to you guys, try to pretend like you're at a whiskey tasting cigar bar. You're not acting like that. You're not talking about your life. You're not calling people out. Establishment. So can we just have a conversation? Mindset shifting. 90% of y'all don't like it. And you know that. Amari's on the stage. Omar's on the stage. I guess you guys whatever it is. Whatever. I already know that. Let them say there's a 15-second speaking time. I wish you guys could honor that.
Mike been talking all night. Everybody waiting on him. They can't even finish. Back on the mic. Fuck you, Mike. Fuck you, motherfucker. Get your ass, motherfucker.
We'll say this is actually my turn. So in 15 seconds.
In a private, all bets are let's die dead, refined, everything. Industrial solution.
He's not gonna have ISO anybody.
The problem is society didn't tell you that you're black. Yes, you did.
That's the gag. That's the gag.
But you can say whatever you want to, just like he did. Just because you said it don't make it true. But did you vote for a sex offender? Is Donald Trump a sex offender? Is Donald Trump a sex offender? Is he a sex offender? Is he a sex offender? Do you know the truth that they're laying down on your damn head? Do you know what the truth is? Do you know what the truth is? Do you know what the truth is? Joe Biden. Joe Biden. And that's what you call deflection and gaslight. Joe Biden is popular, bitch. You can't do nothing else. You can't even admit that you voted for a sex offender. Did he have 34 counts? But did he have 34 counts?
Why is the 20-second portion? You take 10 seconds, and Deborah take 10 seconds, and that's the end of the ISO, and we'll move on to the next subject. Alright, go ahead, 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
And you're a very angry black man, and you probably got a trans in your bro and you're sucking on your lip right now. And I bet you was in that dryer. You was in that dryer room last night. When it blew up, you were in there. I see it all on your face. You was in the dryer room. Bitch ass motherfucker. And so it.
I'm gonna ask.
Dumbass motherfucker. Dumbass. You're a dummy.
Okay,
That's what
the
you
end
are.
of
A dumb.
okay, end of
Yeah.
the
So,
ISO.
okay, but can I fucking around? Can I?
End of the ISO.
One mic. Lisa said it's over. One mic.
Lisa,
Yes.
can I real quick? That last part. When y'all start doing these ridiculous ass health reads and insults, like about people that are in the room, about people that we claim to care about people who commit suicide, who take their own lives, about people who have HIV, about people who are trans. That shit is so unnecessary, uncalled for, and worse than distasteful. Like, I mean, we can do a whole lot better with our insults. We can do a whole lot better with our roasts. That's just unnecessary. And often when we do it, this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Often when we do that shit, we have no regard for who the rock hits that we claim to care about.
I appreciate that, Corey. Good one.
You're right, Corey. You're right, Corey, and I apologize. I can do that.
I think Corey makes a strong point, but I do want to surface that there's nothing wrong with trans folks. There is something wrong with hating on trans folks.
I agree.
Pussy. If you're looking for pussy on Grindr, you can't be publicly hating on trans folks. You can't be. You gotta pick a side.
While we're at it,
Like,
we
you
also
Please,
gotta pick a side, nigga.
Malik was trying to
well,
speak.
Corey, do you accept my apology, Corey?
Hold on, y'all. Thank you, Deborah. I do appreciate that, and yes, I do. I didn't expect a response. I wasn't saying it because I thought that was gonna happen. So you and Mike both apologized. I heard it. I appreciate that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I would also like us to please stop saying return.
I would like to say that while I would like to continue this pathward towards apologia, I really believe the day we stopped saying it was the day
the day we stop calling these people what they are is the day they got to start mentioning stuff. So at a certain point, you got to bring certain R words back.
Okay.
And can't be defanging. You're stupid, bro.
Okay, so let me jump in real quick here. Bring us back around to the lounge. We're all enjoying ourselves. I'm enjoying myself. I'm having tasting all kind of whiskeys over here, which I'm not actually, but I'm trying to get you guys to settle the fuck down. They're saying that Democrats. This is an article from the Guardian, and they're saying that Democrats silent as Republicans galvanize after CK's memorial. Democrats treading carefully in responding to the event attended by 100,000 people that blended politics with religion. So we all know, most of us here, if you're in the two rooms, PC or this room, we know that nearly 100,000 people a football stadium and overflow area in Glendale, Arizona on Sunday to pay tribute to CK, according to the organization Turning Point from their own numbers. The show showed a course, and they said the service was a show of location to taste their delicious Chicago cheese. Join us as we enter this foodie delight and experience. It also cast CK as a martyr who could be a rallying point in future elections. Quote, today is the day Democrats lost 2028. And that was posted by Meghan McCain, the daughter of the late Republican Senator John McCain. Oh, that's interesting. She would post that. Did you hear what she posted? Meghan McCain said today, speaking of the day of the memorial, is the day Democrats lost 2028. That says a lot.
Yeah, I thought they were a little
hold
more,
on, not finished.
more sensitive. But yeah.
I don't know. Stephen Miller, our favorite subject of the day, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, said in a fiery speech, "We will carry Charlie and Erica in our hearts every single day." I don't want to keep repeating him because we played his whole speech. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save the Republic. Closing off the 5-hour service, it was 5 hours.
Wow.
Damn. Trump insisted the violence comes largely from the left without citing any evidence and leading into campaign.
He didn't post receipts.
CK didn't hate his opponent. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagree with Charlie. This is your president. I meant to play that clip. Dang it. That's the clip I was looking for. Okay, we gotta find this clip. Okay, he said, without citing any evidence and leaning into campaign-style grievances, he quipped that Kirk didn't hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. He goes on to say, this is Trump, that's where I disagree with Charlie. I hate my opponents, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
That's why he talks about Biden.
Yeah. I need
With
that
the
clip.
cancer.
I need that clip.
Smoking dope, Lamite, spinner.
And it says that Democrats tried
Lil.
carefully and
Lil Maury.
Lisa is just all I get. Democrats tried.
What mic on Lisa?
Whoa, what's going on, bro? Democrats trod carefully in responding to the memorial service, aware that any hit of criticism might be construed and exploited. So, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, Dems? Is it too early? Or what we gonna do? We not gonna say nothing?
So, are y'all
Find that
familiar,
clip while y'all talking.
are y'all familiar with Alfred Street Baptist Church
What's that?
in Alexandria?
Yes, Reverend Wesley.
John Howard Wesley.
I'm not.
Yes.
Okay.
mid to late 40s, and is a black liberation theologian, amongst other things. John Howard Wesley's sermon, not this past day, not yesterday, but yesterday was Sunday, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, not yesterday because he didn't preach yesterday, but the previous Sunday, his message touched on Charlie Kirk. I would encourage people to go and listen to it. It's on their YouTube channel. But as a result of that, John Howard Wesley, the church, his children, his family have received death threats and different things like that. And I think that if he is any example, is what we should be doing. Like, I don't get how people haven't figured out how to just talk about this openly and honestly without fear. Like, okay, I'm gonna go on mute. Ron and I have had this conversation. Ron and I have had this conversation a bunch of times about like us being of the like militant class amongst us. I think people be too scared of the shit you gonna lose. All the while, every day we lose another day in our first dictatorship. I'm gonna keep saying that shit over and over again. I don't care that it's not a fucking dictatorship. I know what the difference is. But every day, that's what we got further into our first dictatorship. Because we're scared to lose civility or whatever the things are. All the while, your ass gonna be walking around with an ID card from ICE in a couple months. You keep fucking around.
I don't really understand why. I guess you call it the first dictatorship because there hasn't been others before it. But when I hear first, it seems to imply that there'll be a second. And the nature of dictatorships is there's only one.
Oh, I mean, America's first dictatorship. Ours
Okay,
here.
gotcha.
You know, ours.
There's been others around the world. Okay,
Yeah. But this is my first one. I haven't had
it makes sense because we're actually a pretty young country, so we're actually experiencing this. This is crazy.
Wow.
Like those other countries that already been
Crazy.
thousands of years old, so of course, right?
And I know we latch on to that, but Lisa, my response to you is like Democrats, and y'all can disagree with me, other folks, whoever can disagree with me, like y'all need to talk to some black radicals, some black liberation theologists, some Marxist theologians, about how to have a fucking spine. Because this shiftless, hiding, I don't want to upset the apple cart bullshit is infuriating. And then,
best wishes, John Green.
Look who we rallied around.
The proclamation.
The millionaire white boy who lost his motherfucking show for a week.
The British. Now who we run it.
The millionaire white boy couldn't get on TV and still
superiority of the continental fighting man. The British mostly. Before America was a nation, it was a
let me play, while Lisa's looking for the Trump clip, let me play, there's a short 2-minute clip about the church and the preacher that Corey's talking about. So let me play that. Can you give me just a sec? Okay, here we go.
Some responses to Kirk's death have gained a lot of attention. A church in Alexandria made national headlines and faced some backlash for comments made by the church's senior pastor during last week's sermon. News 4's Jessica Albert has new comments from the pastor from earlier today. On Sunday, September 14th, the senior pastor at Albert Street Baptist Church in Alexandria, Dr. Howard John Wesley, delivered a sermon which discussed several hot topic issues in the country right now, including the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, which happened just days earlier.
Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated. But I'm overwhelmed. Seeing the flags of the United States of America and half staff calling this nation to honor and venerate a man who was an unapologetic racist
office warning there could be protesters outside the church. News 4 didn't see any protesters while we were there, but we did see Alexandria police. The officers told us they are here every week. We reached out to Alfred Street Baptist for comment on the recent attention and criticism the church has received. We were told church leaders have no comment at this time. However, during this Sunday's service, Dr. Wesley did say this.
It's been a different kind of week. I want to thank you all for praying, for remaining peaceful, for realizing that we've turned down all the media requests because we don't engage in sound bites. We engage in preaching the whole truth of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
He went on to say the church is making sure its members stay safe when attending services. In Alexandria, Jessica Albert, News 4.
Okay.
And I've said this before, that this American to treat vile white men as civilized, sympathetic human beings is repulsive.
Who's the files are keeping?
This response to Charlie Kirk is an amplified type of response that we give to white,
All of the other
vile men who do reprehensible things over and over again. The veneration that he is receiving, the humanizing of him and his positions is an amplification of, I said this before, of how gentle we saw them put Dylan Roof in the back of that patrol car. How concerned they were. How concerned
One at a
they
time.
were. How concerned they were with making sure he got something to eat at the rest stop because it was going to be a long ride. How we allow this motherfucking country to make these vile white men sympathetic characters needs to be studied.
And Corey, did you see the only black person that spoke yesterday?
I must admit
Look
to you
on for
all,
what?
I watched not a single moment of that 5 hour,
He
whatever
was
it
the
was.
boy. He was the only black that spoke. Ben Carson.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yes.
Did they give him 10 minutes? How many minutes he get? 5?
Yeah, about 5. And you know what?
He
They were
seemed like he
discussing.
was nervous too. He like his voice was kind of shaky.
And those people were disgusting.
You know what? He probably was scared to know if something could happen to him in that 5 minutes. Like if he was being set up,
Yeah, and what he said, you could tell was fed to him to say.
In the streets of Glendale the day after the event, just piles and piles and piles of trash from all the littering people had done. It's not even like, okay, the trash can was full and then it was around the trash can. No, people were just throwing things in the street, in the sidewalks, anywhere. Just piles of trash, if that tells you the quality of folk.
They bring a bunch of them over here to clean it up today and take them back.
And then to be on this app, I have not witnessed it before, and I apologize to Brooklyn and a couple other people here on this app in this room who talked about TC's behavior in these other rooms. I saw it today firsthand for myself.
Oh shit, he saw TC?
Like, I don't know what version of the sunken place we are in.
Oh my god.
To have black men on this app literally prepared with sound bites to defend their arguments about how Charlie Kirk is not a white supremacist, was not a white supremacist, did not, had black friends. He was actually looking out for black friends.
total cock.
Call
On
him
the stage.
What? Why can't they just say, okay, yeah, sure, he was a white supremacist, maybe he was a racist, but so what? I don't give a fuck about that. He was useful. They're using me, I'm using them back. That would be a more honest argument.
So, Corey, you wasn't here yesterday, but yesterday it got even worse because, you know, what's his name? What's the guy named Pete? What's his name that did
Booty
the
juice.
speech at Charlie Kirk's funeral? What's his name?
Stephen Miller?
Stephen Miller. He was talking about his speech and the part where he was, you know, naming all of the countries that the whites originated from, and then he went on to include Monticello and Philadelphia. Well, he said it wasn't racist for him to say that because he was talking about Black Americans and how Black Americans founded the country. And so,
The reach.
then I was like, so Monticello meaning where Thomas Jefferson, you know, racial slaves, but that wasn't the narrative. And then I said, well, Philadelphia was the forefathers. And I read the speech that Father was black. He said that Frederick Douglass.
Close the files or keep reading.
Okay, so it got worse.
He has no concept of time.
It got worse. It got worse, Corey, yesterday, okay?
Of history. You don't have to concept.
You don't got a concept of nothing.
Check it out. He went further and lied and said he did not say that, and that he said that Frederick Douglass was there with the founding fathers. There's no way Frederick Douglass could be there, because Frederick Douglass was born in 1818.
I wasn't here.
They don't know.
Oh, and then not to mention the day after the incident when they were threatening the HBCU, he was one of the ones that was saying that, you know, the black schools were being targeted because they breed Democrat liberals who are dangerous, basically. So all of the white talking points, all of them.
Can you believe this machine can grow diamonds in just 10 days? It's called a cubic press, and it mimics the insane heat and pressure deep inside the earth, turning what normally takes millions of years into just 10 days. Here's how it works. 6 hydraulic rams use a tiny chamber from all sides. Inside, they place a graphite powder, plus a catalyst, plus a tiny diamond seed. Then it's heated to 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit and crushed at under 700,000 psi. That's like stacking 500,000 tons on a small table. Under these extreme conditions, carbon atoms start to rearrange and grow into a diamond. After a week or two, they crack open the chamber, and inside, raw diamonds sparkling with magic.
I'm not being hyperbolic right now.
Now it looks just like a natural diamond, but for half the price, about $1,000 per carat. This method is called HPHT. There's another one called CD diamond today. Drop a CD in the comments. I'll show you in the next.
So that he was prepared to defend that Charlie Kirk a white supremacist. That white replacement theory didn't have anything to do with anyone else who was an American, only about immigrants. Not racist. It's about immigrants. Like I never something so twisted in real life. It was the embodiment of Samuel Jackson's character in Django with Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah, it absolutely was.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Like I believe that it's a website or a club or some kind of, maybe it's on X or something, that they go to and they discuss these talking points with their white counterparts just to, you know what I'm saying, get the talking points, but then they come out with all of their little information, and no matter how much is the bug, they gonna run into it, like it's home, they're gonna run a hole into it.
people like this. Let me be brief. Brooklyn, that's absolutely true because there has been times where we've been in rooms and there's been breaking news around like something MAGA related or whatever, and they don't know how to respond. Like they don't have anything to say because they haven't gotten the talking points yet, but then they come in after a few hours or the next day and they're all saying the same thing, same talking points.
Manfinity already told us that though. Cause you see how he's made the switch back to being regretful of his vote for Trump. But he already told us like he was the main.
You guys have made a difference. You said it wasn't gonna happen, so obviously it's not a waste of time.
No, but we didn't make that difference. Like
I don't know who
the
made
fact
it,
that
but it happened.
he got some pussy and it made a difference.
I don't know about that.
That's all. Yeah, that's what he said.
He said he got some pussy and that made the difference.
He basically he said he found the woman and she is not on that tight time. And because she's not on that tight time, he switched sides. Easy. Just like that. That's what he said.
I think it's very interesting that, I'm listening to Corey because, some of this other rhetoric it's bumbling and rhetoric. But what I think is very interesting is a very big problem is, again, the people that you don't like, or the people that disagree with you, you hate them. You call them fools, you disrespect them, you say all of these different things. And then at the same token,
Can we not do this, Lisa, when we first heard what's going on with that preacher, that man, he's now being threatened. And we gotta do this over and over when he can't acknowledge it on his side. Why would he do it?
At the same token,
Listen to somebody who's very funny. At some point, it starts to fuck you up.
I mean, but
The day he was assassinated,
and at the same
there were many critics and skeptics who were opposed to his views.
Lisa is playing something.
Be quiet. It actually made him feel good because he wanted to convince them. He understood. He really did. He understood what was right, and he was right about that. A lot of it was based on common sense, by the way. Charlie wrote back to the staff member saying, "I'm not here to fight them. I want to know them and love them, and I want to reach them and try and lead them into a great way of life in our country." In a private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent. John's angry. Look at that. He's angry at me now. He wasn't interested in demonizing anyone. He was interested in persuading everyone to the ideas and principles he believed were good, right, and true. Before each appearance, he prayed these words: "God, use me for your will." Always said the same thing: use me for your will. And that is exactly what God did. When you think, that's exactly what he did. The more success Charlie had, and he was getting more and more successful, the more dangerous his mission became. On campuses all over the country, his quest for open dialogue was met with menacing hate. There were bomb threats, fire alarms, and countless rage-filled radicals who tried to shout him down. It was nasty. I used to say, Charlie, this is nasty stuff you're doing. At one event, police had to build barricades to protect students from an angry mob of thugs.
Many of these people, by the way, are paid a lot of money to do this. They're agitators. They're paid agitators.
Saying that he hates Israel.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
Yeah, he said that he was going to make sure that any news station, I'm paraphrasing, that said bad things about him, they get canceled.
Play Stephen Miller though. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for playing it. Thank you for playing it, because Mike P can't say it.
Like,
He can't do this, so thank you for playing it.
Yeah.
Play
you
Stephen
don't even
Miller.
have the decency to act like a fucking civilized human being at somebody's funeral?
That was civilized.
Who gets up at somebody's funeral and says, this is what you do?
That was him on his best behavior.
Well,
This is what somebody stood for, but I don't give a fuck. I hate that shit. What?
Yeah, I think Trump was representing the unique.
Okay, so Samoa's talking. We're at the cigar bar. Take some please. Go ahead.
And I was interrupted, so but there you go.
Oh, I didn't know you were interrupted.
No,
but
but
you can go right after. You can go right after.
But it has to be a new point. If it's the same point we've heard a million times, it has to be a new point.
Okay, so we are still at the cigar bar trying to taste whiskey. Go ahead, Samoa.
I appreciate you, Lisa. Yeah, I think a lot of people believe that certain funerals should be like gloomy and stuff like that. And then you gotta look at like the celebration of somebody's life. A lot of people like to crack a little joke to keep it light, to celebrate people's life. And then people
You
have
think
like.
he was joking, Samoa?
Well, he did laugh, right, about Erica and the people talking to him to change his views, to persuade him. And what he was doing was drawing a contrast between the motives of Charlie Kirk, wanting to persuade everybody, and the hardened Donald Trump, 70, however old he is now. The contrast between those two. Right? Because you don't lie about who you are. You point out the differences between you and Charlie Kirk and show how great Charlie Kirk was to stand on his own 10, right? Like that was the actual.
So he was showing how hateful he is and how wonderful Charlie is. Is that what you're saying?
No. So like Charlie wanted to move people to a certain direction, and Donald Trump was.
Wait, hold on. Sorry.
I'm almost done, brother. And Donald Trump was pointing out where he's at and where he's going to be in the future.
Right. So
God's not finished with him yet.
Okay.
Well, he is the president of the United States of America.
Right. What was Trump's specific role at the funeral? Can you tell me what that was?
Yeah, I mean, he was doing a eulogy. That was his role.
Thank you. A eulogy. You know what eulogy means?
Yeah. It's a short summary of a person's life and the effect and the impact that they had on the people around them.
No, that's not what I'm asking. The etymology of the word eulogy, its basic definition. Do you know what eulogy means?
No.
Okay. So it means to speak well of.
Yeah, he's speaking well of.
Right. That's your responsibility as a eulogist. So what you just offered is not the responsibility of a eulogist. It is the response of someone who is ill-equipped and disrespectful.
Wait.
Hold on. You're interrupting me now. And I am qualified to talk about this. So just hold your horses just for a second. Hold my mule, as my grandmother would say. Right? So getting up during the time where you are supposed to be speaking well of someone, to draw a contrast, to demonstrate how poorly of a human being you are, is not his role. It's not to laugh and kiki, ha, ha, ha. It is a further demonstration of his lack of care, respect, etc. for what he claims he respects, which is people's religious traditions, and this high right of eulogizing someone at a funeral. And just so you know, my level of expertise as it relates to this, like my training in homiletics, my having over-delivered 50 to 100 eulogies,
Democrats. He wasn't even talking about, look, nigga, Corey landed. That wasn't an invitation for you to come off mic. You ain't the one that gets to respond all the time.
Oh,
So I'm
look,
sorry, I thought that was Mike. I'm sorry, I thought that was Mike. But all I wanted to say was what I wanted to say, which was, because I'm a mod and I'ma say it, he wasn't, when he said my enemies, he wasn't even talking about Putin or somebody. He was talking about Democrats.
Putin.
That's what's sad.
Motherfucking Putin.
I appreciate it, and I understand the meaning of a eulogy, but I do think that eulogies are quite different, eulogy to eulogy. But I thought that he utilized like his present flawed self to illustrate the vision that Charlie Kirk had, and allowing
Eulogy.
and allowing Charlie Kirk and Erica to be able to, in the future, be able to persuade him to a vision that Charlie Kirk had. So.
Well, I actually agree with you that his presence, his presentation, was representative of who Charlie Kirk is and was. Absolutely agree with you there, because it demonstrated the forked tongue, the double speak that is endemic of this public debate we're having now about Charlie Kirk being a good Christian man, but having all of these vile things that he has said, these racist, misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic things that he said, but to count it under being a good Christian man. And so Trump actually, embodied the duplicitous nature of Charlie Kirk.
Alright, so just a quick question. I'm pretty sure you guys have answers to this. I'm pretty sure you guys researched this. Have you ever come across any of his discussions with black people?
Yeah, I have. Have you seen Eyes on the Prize?
The movie, yeah.
It's actually an 11-part documentary series. But you've seen the first one, which is titled Eyes on the Prize. You're familiar who George Wallace is?
Yes.
Can you just
Is it the British
No. George Wallace, the former governor of Alabama.
Oh, no.
Right. George Wallace was I believe it was George Wallace who said segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. Right. That governor. He was interviewed by PBS for the Eyes on the Prize documentary in the late 90s, late 80s, early 90s. And they showed these videos of George Wallace being out on the street with Bull Connor and with police terrorists who had attack dogs and clubs and all of those things, attacking black folk and saying vile things about black folk. George Wallace sat down in front of that camera and said, I have black friends. One of my best friends is black. He's here. As a matter of fact, he's here. And the person he calls, I said this last week, is the butler. Who served as his butler in the governor's mansion. Come here, Roy.
He ain't a big boy know about that.
This is my best friend. This is one of my best friends. I can't hate black people. You can't. I can't be racist. Because this nigger here, editorializing now, is my best friend. So, Samoa, you, DC, you can go and find whatever complimentary motherfucking list about Charlie Kirk that you want. And I'm going to, again, read these statements for you. Okay, since y'all are so hell-bent on this. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, he's qualified. That was Charlie Kirk on the Charlie Kirk Show on January 23, 2024. Can you read the whole If you're a WNBA pot smoking black lesbian, do you get treated better than a United States Marine? That was on the 8th of December, 2022. On the 19th of May, 2023, Charlie Kirk says, happening all the time in urban America.
Also, what?
Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. Quote, if I'm dealing with somebody in customer service, a moronic black woman, I wonder if she's there because of her excellence? She's there because of affirmative action. That was Charlie Kirk on the 3rd of January, 2024. On the 13th of July, 2023, Charlie Kirk said, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. Now they're coming out and they're saying it before us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You have to steal a white person's slot to go and be taken somewhat seriously. That's a direct quote from his podcast. And so you can try to sugarcoat and ask for the whole 5-minute motherfucking clip so we can see when he was talking about his pet frog, so when he gets to talking about his goddamn grandmother. I don't give a fuck. You can wrap in whatever you want.
Well, I
If it's piss in the pool, it's piss in the pool. I don't care how much water in there. It's piss.
Yeah, but the reason I was asking is
that y'all trying to clean up.
Okay. The reason I was asking about that first.
Hold on. This is the last thing that I'm gonna make because I'm gonna defend Ketanji Brown Jackson. Somebody who was a motherfucking community college dropout had the nerve to open his slick-looking lip-ass mouth to talk about the person who has been the most qualified nominee to the Supreme Court in the last 100 years.
Shit.
Has served on every level of the federal judiciary. Also served as a public defender on the federal level. Served on the sentencing commission. And you have the motherfucking nerve to talk shit about a woman like that with those accomplishments, and you couldn't even get a fucking full year transcript at a community college? And you talking about taking somebody's slot? Not to mention he made the statements about
What was the GPA that one semester?
he didn't get accepted
to
in
West
West
Point.
Point because somebody black probably took his slot. Not probably, but they took his slot. And then when he was challenged on it 2 years later, he said, well, that was what he heard. And then challenged further years later after that, saying I never said it. Why? What? Tell me what the impulse to sanitize.
Asking what his GPA was, though. Sentence question. I just wanted to ask just a couple of questions.
Yeah, I just asked, what is your impulse to sanitize this? What is that rooted in?
Well, I'm not sanitizing anything. I was just going to ask, as far as like your first example that you brought forth about I'm going to wonder if the pilot is qualified. The reason why I asked you if you could go ahead and read the rest of the quote is because I think this is verbatim. He says, this isn't me, this isn't how I actually think. It's unfortunate, but the far left creates these programs that make you question a person's qualification because they prioritize or their primary focus is identity. So that's the full quote.
So wait. Hold on, y'all, please. Can you read the quote again?
Yes. So after he says that, they start laughing on the podcast, and then he says, "This isn't me. This isn't not how I am. It's the way that the left creates these programs like affirmative action and DEI that makes you question the qualifications of black people, gender, whatever." And then he says,
Okay.
He said because the primary focus is identity.
Okay. So do you want to engage in a conversation with me about linguistics and the linguistic tools that he employed in the quote that you just read? That he sought to distance himself by saying, this isn't me. tension between them is his attempt to distance himself from what he later says is a justification because these programs on the left that are created by the left, they make you question a black pilot's qualifications.
But Corey, to add,
That doesn't, hold on. I just want Samoa to respond because you read this full quote as if it would exonerate him, and the full quote actually supports the first thing that he said.
No, so what he says is, this isn't me, I don't think this of black people, but because
Right.
DEI and affirmative action, specifically about this example here, because they prioritize identity, it makes you question if that's what they prioritize over qualification.
Okay. Make who question?
People.
Who is the proverbial you that he's talking about?
Yeah, people.
Who?
Like, yeah, just anybody who looks at this and understands that it
Anybody who
prioritizes.
looks at a black pilot and questions whether they're qualified.
No, the mechanism is like affirmative action,
It's
DEI.
white people.
So-
White people is the answer.
So you jumped from you and Charlie Kirk make this.
Oh shit, me and Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, you're offering a justification right now. You're standing in the stead of making this straw man ass defense. That's why I asked what your obsession with this project is. So
No, he points out that he doesn't think that of black people.
right.
But the program,
And
the program
like
is
I just said, George Wallace just like somebody in the chat said, well, George Wallace changed, in the late +80s. He was a different person than he was in the '60s and the '70s. I'm aware George Wallace's last election he won like 80+% of the black vote. I know like civil rights history. And again, I point to George Wallace because the same fucking thing. You're saying Charlie Kirk says, no, I don't think this way.
about black people.
White people think this way.
Yeah.
Because the left makes them think this way.
Right, because he's responding to the CEO statement.
Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever saw a black pilot and thought, are they there because of DEI or affirmative action?
Well, you could have did a black or a person of color or a woman because he's responding
he
to
was
the
very
statement
specific though.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, because he's responding to the
Yeah.
statement from the
Put a
CEO
1
of
in the
United
chat.
Airlines.
Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever saw a woman as a pilot or co-pilot or a black person as a pilot or co-pilot flying a plane and thought, oh my God, I hope they're not in the cockpit because of DEI or affirmative action.
Well, after reading the statement from the CEO, so when the CEO comes out and says,
I didn't listen. Before, after doing.
well, you would have to know about the program for it to actually
Future
affect
tense.
your
I'm
feelings.
asking, because we all have had access to these statements prior to now, Samoa. I think we've all heard these conversations because they are not Charlie Kirk's ideals alone.
The CEO's statement, the United Airlines CEO?
Again, we all heard the conversations about that CEO's statement and other folks' statement about affirmative action. So he made that statement about affirmative action and it being a justification for why people could think that. Do you think, Samoa, that statement, that justification at the end is far off from the other statement? Because you elected to zero in on only the last one and did on only the first one and didn't adjust the other ones. Where you talked about affirmative action and how these black women didn't have the intellectual capacity to be in these places.
Yeah, so the reason, so when you were talking about Justice Jackson and Reed and all them, so in that comment he was responding to, I think it was Justice Jackson when she said that affirmative action or something to the effect of DEI got her in there,
Yes.
but graduating it was all her.
basically just to paraphrase,
Yeah.
to sum it up, right?
Right.
And what he's saying is that by her admitting that the reason why she even got in the door was because of a program and not on merit, her graduation.
But it has nothing to do with merit. Let me just say this. This is your fundamental misunderstanding. Please, let me speak. Let me speak. When people say that they need programs like DEI or affirmative action or whatever policies, it's not because they don't have the merit otherwise. It's because regardless of their merit, things like institutional racism and personal prejudice keep them out. So what she's saying is we needed programs to address the racism that would have kept me out despite my merit.
I just want to read the end of the quote.
Absolutely.
Or I'll read the whole quote. If we would have said that Joy Reid, Obama, Sheila Jackson Lee, Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. You don't have the brain processing power, otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. That's his.
You hear this shit, Ali?
About
motherfuckers blaming everybody for everything. Can't accept no personal responsibility. Self-governance. Can't even be creative because everything is racist. No matter how hard you work, how smart you are, how nice you are, how much of a gentleman you are. It's structural, motherfucker.
So can you jail what he says here about being an affirmative action pick and the statement that he makes? You don't have the brain processing power.
Don't got the brains, motherfucker.
Seriously.
You ain't got the motherfucking brains.
To go be taken
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the critique on affirmative action, right? Like that's the conservative Eric.
No, that's his.
Just hold on. Just real quick. If he.
That's his critique on DEIA
No.
on affirmative action. There's a difference between the two.
Alright, so just real quick, like this is a conservative talking point. Candace Owens.
It's also a racist talking point.
Motherfucker is racist. Everything is racist.
Come on.
Everything is racist.
Yeah, I'm pointing it out.
Give it some credit, man. Come on, bro. I mean, y'all let me. Please, Samoa. Go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that Charlie Kirk didn't make up these talking points. And this is the reason why Ben Carson.
So therefore he's not racist?
Come on, relax, come on. There's a reason why Clarence, Thomas, all these black prominent people that he references. What was the other guy's name that was running against Newsom? The guy with the radio show? For governor? The guy that the monkeys threw the thing at.
Elder.
Come on, Larry Elder. Right, like he had this is verbatim like his argument right here about affirmative action, about identity stealing from those that are more qualified.
You know who else has those arguments?
But you're not addressing how it's not racist.
That shit. I really.
Because it's a conservative idea, not a racial one. But go ahead.
Okay. Why can't it be both? Why can't it be both?
Conservatives only conserve
Women are dumb.
race. It's what you're
Conserve white
trying to
supremacy.
conserve. And you're trying to conserve white nationalism, white supremacy, racism, misogyny, homophobia. That is what you're conserving, okay?
No, I think you're conserving like Judeo-Christian values, nuclear family.
That's not what
Euphemism for white.
Please.
Because here's the other thing. If we know that these, let me speak. Yes, it is a Eurocentric idea. Yes, it is. Anyway, what I was gonna say is.
But Jesus is black though.
Okay, so I'll continue speaking now. So, if you know about these systems, and it's not just racism, right? If we're taking an intersectional approach, it's classism, it's patriarchy, they have money networks, support networks, which is why not only white people en masse, but a very specific and select group of people have been the ones to excel and move forward in so many fields, So if we understand anything about history and how these systems of oppression work, then why wouldn't people look at these white men and be like, I have to question, are they really qualified to be there? Or was it the oppression and the nepotism?
Looking at you, Pete Hexer.
And it's interesting that he only named black women when he could have named Sonia Sotomayor. He could have named Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Sandra Day O'Connor, or what's the one in there now? From Indiana, who only had what is it, 2 years? He could have named Elena Kagan. I'm talking about conservative.
Coney Barry.
Yeah, he could have named her, who had the least amount of federal judiciary experience since Sandra Day O'Connor.
Say Corey.
He didn't name any of those white women, but he zeroed in on black women with sterling qualifications. And you still, like, while you have done it in the moment, you still haven't given voice to your obsession with this project of sanitizing his repugnant views.
He ran.
You've given us dithering answers about these aren't his ideas, these are conservative ideas. You know, they're not his talking points.
Corey, he's gone.
It doesn't matter if he's gone. It does not matter if he's gone. Let Corey finish.
Okay.
No, I mean, listen, I think it's worth pointing out. I just think those things are worth pointing out. That as soon as maybe it's like when you say Beetlejuice or when you say Candyman 3 times, like they show up. Because we were just talking about PC and Yoshi, and then here comes this one. So maybe we stop, playing these childhood games we used to say, Candyman. If you're from Chicago, we don't fuck with Candyman. Maybe we should stop, because that was another instance of exactly what I was talking about. And I appreciate y'all allowing me that back and forth to demonstrate how fucking absurd it is. Like, that shit's crazy.
This ideology is just so fucking insane to me, because on the one hand, you're gonna keep basically anyone who's not a rich white man, right? You're gonna keep them out, right? Under these systems, where they get to make their own decision and they get to pick whoever the fuck they want. You know what, I'm not even gonna tangent into a different story. So that's how they're kept out, right? And then if we address that oppression and we say, listen, you guys clearly cannot be trusted, okay, to make decisions completely of your own free will. Okay, we've given you free reign for hundreds of years to make the decision based on whatever you think is best, and we see what you've done. Okay, so now there are going to be some basic rules, and the idea that these programs make you have to hire a black woman, it's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever read. There's not a single policy that is a policy that says you must admit a black woman, you must hire a black woman, or whoever. It doesn't fucking exist. But what does exist is saying you have to cast a wider net, you have to consider a variety of factors, you have to pull from this candidate and this. So there's a whole range of things that make them have to consider more people, okay? And so when they're forced to consider more people, right, and now it's not a bunch of people, right, it's still mainly, pilots are still mainly men, and judges are still mainly women, but there's a sprinkling, there's been a small opening, and now they're going to use that to say, oh, so now you're not qualified. Now, because we weren't allowed to keep you out. Now you're not called. This is the ultimate fucking catch-22. It always comes down to, at the end of the day, whether it was the unabashed racism before the policy or the somewhat held back racism after the policy, what it always fucking comes back to is you don't belong here. You don't belong in that role. You don't belong in that position. You don't have the right to make a decision. That's what it always fucking comes back to. And yet somehow, it has nothing to do with racism. It has nothing to do with it.
Well, we can just talk from the administration. I mean, think about it. RFK Jr. is Secretary of Health and Human Services. He does not have a medical background, but because his last name is Kennedy goddamn Jr., he got in. All because of his last name. I mean, where are the qualifications there? Why are we not questioning why he is secretary, but somehow Katanji is a problem? I don't think so.
There's no question, right? He said specifically, and this is exactly what Black people face when we try to participate in this economy. He said specifically, had to take a position that belonged to a white man. That says a lot right there. That is the crux of racism, white supremacy. When I see you walking through the door, I automatically assume that you know nothing, and this mediocre ass white man that's next to me, somehow he's so brilliant. Motherfucker's been flying planes for how long? Like, his examples are just so absurd. But because some of us buy the narrative about ourselves, about our own people, and can't identify that we possess all of these skills, we do all of these positions. You go to Africa, all the fucking pilots are black. Black women, black men. Like, come on, like, we're running our own countries and the infrastructure we can afford to support. We have these skills too. Like, it's not fucking. This is just. It's not anything unique. It's not quantum physics. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn, really? Like, you think that a motherfucker got to know how to build the plane to fly it?
And even if it was quantum physics, plenty of fucking black people could do it.
That's a fact.
God damn it.
But it belongs to a white man. And that's where they never get pushback. It's like, what do you mean it belongs to a white man? What makes you think that you are entitled to a labor position?
Well, you know what?
And it also connects, right? Because TC was him and the other fool were trying to like sanitize white replacement theory. It also connects because these black women, these black men are replacing white men in the workplace. They're replacing them in the population. Like, all of this is linked, and people try to act
What a
like
bunch of fucking dickless little scared puppies peeing their leg all the fucking time.
like it just. I mean, okay. I think the horse is dead. We can chop it up for like dog food or something. I don't know.
Well, I like what Michelle Obama said, which is when you get into these rooms, right? When you get into these boardrooms, when you get into these halls of power, when you get into these tables of decision making, what you'll find is that nobody there is smarter than you. This is all some fucking emperor has no clothes. And that's what they're actually fucking terrified about. Because they've been playing the fucking game on easy mode. And fucking know it, and they're terrified of any kind of fairness. They're terrified of a meritocracy. They're terrified to fucking compete. And then they were sitting up here saying, well, what grades did Charlie Kirk make? Oh, whoop-de-fucking-do. At his little rinky-dink community college in the first year, what do you make? A's? Wow, I'm so fucking impressed. Give me a fucking break.
Something to share, right? So, we're aware of this quote, right? That came from Crystal Clinton. She was one of the UNLV chapter presidents, right? The New Yorker, leaked some of the messages, her text messages, and one of them was said, I hate black people, like fuck them all. I hate blacks, end of story, right? And so after that, after the media, release of it, TV USA let her go, right? Guess who she's working for? Clarence Thomas.
The person that was just quoted by this young man who was on the stage, or just brought up in this topic, that's who the person who said, I hate you niggas, full stop. She working for Justice Ruckus.
You quoted Crystal Clinton?
That's what I heard.
Damn.
And Corey, when you were asking, what is your commitment to, what is your obsession with sanitizing this racism? Here's what it actually is. It's because these men would rather be with and align with their oppressors, i.e. these racist white men, than be aligned with and in solidarity with the people that they're oppressing, i.e. the fucking rest of us. They're such little fucking fanboys. They'd rather fanboy than fucking be with the rest of the people and align and actually be in solidarity and get some power for all of us.
And let me just say this, because this is what's underneath all of it. Mike, Manfinity, TC, Trent, all of you, okay? I'm gonna give you a life hack. You never gonna be him. You ain't never gonna be that nigga. You will never get the opportunity they've given to Charlie Kirk. You will never get this imaginary opportunity you think is gonna fall into your motherfucking lap because you have become a lapdog for this foolishness. You will never get the grace for fuck up that Donald Trump has got. And I think this y'all think by osmosis or proximity, you niggas is gonna achieve the white mediocre dream. That shit is never gonna happen for you, buddy. Name a black person that's shucking and jiving, stepping and fetching, that got 13 million of their own motherfucking dollars for doing the shit y'all doing on this app. Because they paid Charlie Kirk good money. And then raised that motherfucking GoFundMe. His mom, his goddamn family getting more money. You niggas ain't never. You will never get it.
I think it's the way they internalize their racism, though. I don't think they actually believe that, Corey, if we're being in depth. I think they believe that their proximity to whiteness gives them, just like all the other ones, I think some of them believe their proximity to whiteness grants them safety. It means being more powerful than acknowledging that there has been some level of oppression. Being oppressed feels weak. It feels powerless. And they make those kinds of they do the things that they do so that they don't feel that way. That's the way that they've internalized that racism. So they convince themselves that they're not weak and I'm not powerless. So if I don't acknowledge that, and I say that I'm powerful, then that's the way I'm going to feel. I feel like I'm just like they are.
Somebody call Kanye. Somebody to sue up Candace Owens?
Yeah.
Nigga, you not safe.
I noticed also that some of them are seeking positions in the party, so there's that.
Cue up Tim Scott. Cue up Byron Donalds. Cue up who the nigga y'all said spoke at the funeral?
Corey, the real irony is they won't even, these men are trying so hard to look smart, they don't even want to lift up smart black men because that undercuts their racist argument. Every time they put a black man to the front, it's somebody who's gonna fucking embarrass himself, be a fucking idiot, not talk for 20 years like Clarence Thomas, because that's who they want to lift up as the representation of black people. They don't want someone smart.
Can you imagine being appointed to considerably the most powerful position in the United States government
And not saying a word?
not saying any fucking thing?
You know what? Probably every time he doesn't speak, they cut him a check.
I mean, can you imagine? Like, literally, a nigga can't do nothing to you. Can't do nothing about what you say. And you don't say shit.
For what? For a nice vacation? What an idiot.
I'll say what I want on this motherfucker for free. And can't nobody do shit to Clarence Thomas. Some people might take these recordings as stock funding for, my foundation. And, I got a homie who is now the most banned author in the country. So, when my book come out, I guess they can ban my books and shit. So, I got some. But Clarence Thomas, this nigga ain't got nothing to lose. Don't say a motherfucking monkey ass word. 3 sentences. The whole term. I can't imagine.
Because it's not just about who they love, these fucking white racists. It's about who they hate, the rest of us. That's what they have in common with those people. They all hate us. And then they always come up here like we're gonna be fooled. Oh, well, I hate talking to Deborah, God knows which way. Oh, you're an angry black woman, you're this, you're that. And then in the same breath saying, hey, I have nothing against you. Give me a break.
I'm still mad that y'all got in the way of the truck when it was coming down the road. Because Deborah was about to drag his ass. I felt the good old filthy read coming. And a couple people got in the way and threw her off a little bit. And she had to reset. She was about to call him ashy and all types of shit. And then they got derailed. I didn't appreciate that.
Noted. We'll do better next time.
Lisa be
Man, I done messed around and cleaned up my whole house.
Now he got you mad, so you had to do it.
He meant it for evil, but God used it for good.
Or something.
For me, it's just the not able to acknowledge anything on their side. And it just infuriates me that they can see, it's okay to do hate speech as long as it's not happening to them. And for him to say anything after he listened to what we had just listened to about Wesley, Pastor Wesley, and not have anything to say, it's that for me. It bugs the hell out of me that they only see from one side. It's crazy.
That's how even I didn't want to get into it with Gemini earlier, but like even when he was like, I was like, how come people always hate the left, the left, the left, the Dems, the Dems, the Dems? You don't hear that about the other side. Like they could do no wrong.
Haitian.
Oh, well, it was Haitian.
Everybody, and y'all.
And somebody
Ron,
thought I was somebody.
Ron, I need you to be VC right now. Is it too soon for me to make a aim joke?
No, it's not.
If y'all gonna shoot, aim for the neck. Y'all got to be better. Y'all got to be better. Okay. Well, you said it's not too early. The VC said it was okay. So we all going down. Oh, I mean, Ron has a fiduciary responsibility to give me good advice. So, well, so much for that.
And I don't know.
Now, what else happened tonight? I'm sorry, Malak. I want to give you your
No,
credit.
it's okay. Go ahead.
I want to give you credit for. I know at least on 2 occasions, Manfinity brought up something, and you used his own argument against it.
Yeah,
Earlier
the
in the night.
Fairness Doctrine and the Equal Time Act.
Yeah, that was wonderful. I said we got to do more of that right there. Yeah, he took his own argument.
It's not like I know everything. I don't. It's simple Google searches that they refuse to do because they're lazy and they're intellectually dishonest. I can only assume. Manfinity always sitting up here saying got anything, and then you fact check him and he's like, oh, is that right? It's like, how do you literally made the argument and you don't know anything about it.
Yeah, that was classic today. I'm always in the car or moving around. I'm never by the computer when I'm on Clubhouse. I'm on it so much at work when I can't say anything, but I'm gonna have to figure out something. Anyway,
Lisa, like 1.5 days out of the week because I need to do some mindless stuff. I'm told I work too much. So I think y'all have seen me on here like once a week. Yeah, you ain't gonna get much more because I ain't gonna have my blood pressure up.
I totally understand. I'm calm now. It's 2:52 a.m. But I'm also a professional crash out. If I hear too much MAGA rhetoric, I will spaz out. So as nice as it is to come on stage, I would most likely rather stay in the goo just because it can get very vile and volatile on a stage, especially with MAGA just jumping off the rails with these goddamn rhetorics and whatnot. It doesn't make any sense, and I'm not going to fight that fight all day, every day on here. I came here to listen and have a good time, and then close that.
Love your PTR, by the way.
Here I go. Here's a moment of reflection. Okay. A couple people said, "Oh, who hurt you? Ooh, Corey, you angry? Oh, he big man, whatever the shit was." I often tell people, that I coach or that I was counseling when I was doing pastoral care. Right, you have a responsibility to be able to identify your triggers once you've started down the ritual that leads to your compulsive behavior. I was triggered today, and it was that press conference about autism. That is what incensed me today and put me on the pin that I'm on. Like, I have loved ones, and know people, and have just seen people in the world who are trying to navigate autism without this extra unnecessary bullshit. And so that's what triggered me. I was just sitting here for a second thinking about, damn, what does have you up like that? And it's 2:54 in the morning. It was that. Like, that shit is dangerous. It is unnecessary. It is going to create.
It's spreading
all
hate
types
among
of
people.
I mean, it's going to create all types of disappointment and heartache for people who believe that this shit is gonna provide them some hope and doesn't. So that's what got me. That's what got me on 10. And I guess I've just been there all day. So that's my acknowledgement of where.
Yeah.
But it's also like the rebirth of all of Hitler's talking points, which not only is just bad altogether, but it leads us down it leads us down a dangerous path. All of these talking points, it starts off little by little, and then it catapults into something far more dangerous and sinister. And I feel like we have the right to be passionate. We have the right to be upset because we see the burning of the fires. We see our communities being demolished right in front of our eyes. It's like watching a train wreck. You want to look away. You can't look away. It's going to collide. Things are going to collide. It's going to get worse. So yeah, you have the right to be passionate, Corey. I have the right to be a professional crash out on here. If and when necessary, I don't want to be, but if it means having to combat the spew of hatred and bigotry, I will do all of that. I will be all of that. I will be all sorts of B's and A's and everything else if it means that we have a way to stop this. But I'm going to be passionate about this first. I don't like this shit at all. I cannot believe that Trump has given white nationalists a platform, a freaking platform, that they can spew this motherfucking code to not only America but throughout the world. That is dangerous. We are heading to a place that I don't even want to see. I remember Brooklyn used to have this PTR of Black women watching buildings burn, and they're just holding and drinking coffee or tea. That's what it's looking like. Eventually, we're going to get to a place where these buildings start to burn and this war starts to implode and people are going to have to scatter and run for their lives. I pray it doesn't happen. But I see something happening and I don't like it. And I feel it in my bones that if we don't say something now, it's just going to get worse.
Yeah, that's powerfully said, both of you. And I feel that there's something very naive about these Trump supporters, particularly, when they're Black men or when they're women, because it's like, how many times do you need to watch the leopards eat someone's face before you realize, oh, this is what they do? I mean, he had crowds out there chanting "Hang my Pence," which is the fucking vice president. Do you think you're going to be more powerful than that? Like, this is going to turn around and bite you in the ass. But on the other hand, I can also see how it would be very satisfying on just like a gut emotional level to be a Trump supporter. Like, to be like the way that they go out there and they just speak so boldly. I can see how that would be very satisfying. They're telling you these people are enemies and they're going to go after them and whatever. And you're like, yes, like there's something very primal about, well, if you think someone is, if you're saying someone is so bad, this is how you should speak about them and whatever. And it feels like, on our side of things, we're being told, oh, these people are, we see the horrible things that they're doing, they're threats to democracy and whatever. But then it's always this like placating language. Not that I like want, the violence in any way, but even like because I remember when Obama was running, particularly in 2008, when he had to make the case for himself. And the way that they made the case for Obama is they brought out, because he was the first Black man to be the editor-in-chief of the Harvard Law Review when he was at Harvard Law School. So what they did was they brought other people that were on the law review, but specifically there was this, I remember him very clearly, this conservative white man. And the whole pitch was that when he ran the Harvard Law Review, like it was very politicized and, you know, it was very right versus left, but he was able to bring people together and he listened to both sides. And there was this conservative, you know, white man on the law who was on the law review with him talking about he was fair, we felt so heard, we felt so listened to, and that was the kind of president that he was going to be. And then they were always telling us about, you know, his white grandparents who were from Kansas, and that these are the kind of good white Kansas values that he has. And even when the thing happened with preacher Jeremiah Wright, and initially, because eventually he did condemn Jeremiah Wright, but initially they were like, condemn him. And then he said, you remember he made that speech, and he was like, I can no more condemn, you know, Pastor Jeremiah Wright than I can condemn my own white grandmother who clutches her purse a little tighter when a black man passes. She's not, you know, I'm paraphrasing, she's not racist, but this is just the lessons that she grew up with, and we have to come together. So it's like people of color and stuff are always being told, find the compassion, find a way to come together, find it. But I like what someone was saying about like turning down the temperature or whatever. Like if the ground is gasoline and both of us are holding a match and I put out my match but you don't put out yours, the fire is still gonna fucking burn. So I can see how on their side there's a very like guttural primal satisfaction in seeing someone be like, no, we're gonna burn it. I understand that at a human level. I don't endorse it, I don't believe in it, but I understand it on a human level. But ultimately, can't they see that they are the ones that are going to fucking burn? This man and these kind of movements always turn against their own, let alone the most marginalized movements. Like, how can they not see this?
They're too busy watching DEI.
You're saying that this is going to destroy them and let it happen.
Yeah, but it will destroy all of us. It's not just them. We're gonna get it just because, and they're gonna get it because they're doing it to each other. So we're all gonna go down. Anyway, I can't wait until like Handmaid's Tale. I think I'm gonna have like a white dress or a red one. Hopefully, I don't get the red dress. Last thing I want to do is, you know what? I yelled.
I have not watched that series. I heard you mention it.
It's creepy.
And I need to watch it. I have no clue what it's about. Just the references you guys made. Like, man, I need to watch that.
There's a character in Handmaid's Tale that's like the white woman that, you know, runs all the horrible shit, and watching Erica Kerr, like it was basically that character.
Yeah, she's gonna wake up some stuff in young white women. I predict that there are gonna be a lot of marriages in 2026.
I'm not too sure about that. Well, you know what?
She made a call to them yesterday. She called out to white women, young white women, to be virtuous women. And I can't remember everything she said, but it clearly meant you need to get a man, get married, and have a family. Period. I heard it.
And I also just think one more thought is I just think it's so unfair because I remember like when Kamala Harris did her 60 Minutes interview and she was talking about like her economic plan and and the question, which has always been I remember this question was like the question for, you know, when Bill Clinton was running, they were asking him this question. It's basically like, yeah, but how are you going to get the Republicans to sign on? Because if you can't get the Republicans to sign on, then you can't do it. So it's great to hear you know, all these economic plans sound great, but how are you going to get the Republicans to sign on? And then when she responds, like her response is, well, we're going to negotiate with them and hopefully, we're going to try to get them to see the wisdom and the reason in this way, and we're going to like mobilize the American people to blah, blah. And then they're basically, yeah, but that won't work. So how are you going to get the Republicans to sign on? And then they never fucking pose this to the Republicans. They're like, yeah, but how are you going to get the Democrats to sign on? Because the answer is very simple. Well, we're going to cheat and we're going to steamroll them.
Right. We're gonna own the libs.
Which sounds a lot like, remember the last time people owned people?
Right. Right. Yeah, they call that slavery. But I was gonna say to what's her name? Megan McCain, whatever that was, she said, um, to me that would be a wake up call for the left. We can energize and do the same thing that they're doing. And I think there would be more in the middle that would come our way, on our side.
It's interesting because John McKay does have a daughter, but he also has a son as well. And the son is married to a black woman. So I'm just kind of confused how the son is pretty much moderate, even though he might be a Republican. I'm not too sure. But Megan is fully MAGA. Like, how the hell did that happen? But, that's probably a whole another story. Somebody got indoctrinated.
Yeah. I don't know. I think at the end of the day, everybody has one vote. It's getting your ass to the poll and using it.
I still can't believe that Trump won a second time. Like it wasn't bad the first time he was in office. Like Jesus. Anyways, do we have any more voice notes or stuff that Lisa was playing earlier? Do we need to hear anything else?
I'm not sure if there's anything else tonight.
I think that was all the clips, yeah. Unless you have something you want to share?
I don't want to get triggered.
Real quick though, before we go, what do y'all think about the Tom Homan thing?
Tom Hogan?
Homan. The I don't know what his title is, but
Borders are?
The borders are. Yeah.
So do you know this story, Juicy? So it came out that the FBI was, I guess, investigating him or something. And so undercover agents posed as business people who wanted to get a contract with the government. Because, obviously these contracts are very, very lucrative. So as undercover agents posed as businessmen, they met with him and they gave him a bag of cash. I think it had like $50,000 in it. And in response, he took the bag and he was like, okay, I'm going to, I'll see what I can do about getting you that contract or whatever. So that was the investigation. But then obviously when when Trump won the election and whatever, they threw that out the window. But the reporting has, so nobody knew about it. But recently, I guess in the last day or two, the reporting has come to light about this. And now they're saying, oh, that's not even true. He didn't even take that bag of cash. Like, he's doing a great job, and we stopped investigating because there was nothing to investigate.
Sounds like criminals protecting criminals.
Yeah, and they have a video too. They have video of him. So I think Congress is requesting a hearing on it, but it's so much. I mean, so much corruption. So much corruption. during the swamp only to be the swamp monster. You really can't even like be shocked and surprised at this point. What hasn't happened we should really be asking, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And it's only the beginning. Hey, Left, what's up? So, oh, go ahead.
So no investigation whatsoever. FBI is not on the case. He's not going to jail.
Yeah, I'm sure they were told, dead it. Stop looking into it. Like I'm sure they stopped looking into a lot of things.
Well, that came out, I believe, Saturday. It's the first time I heard it. Um, but that it doesn't surprise me that you haven't heard it because um, it's another distraction. The Charlie Kirk and all of that. They had to pump that up.
Yeah.
Keep Holman out of the news.
I think that's why they're doing this Tylenol thing right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure that's why they pushed it. Because it was Epstein.
Yeah.
And then they had Charlie Kirk, which was obviously a huge story. So then they focused on that. But then, it's been a couple of weeks and now they've had the memorial service. So the story is kind of running out of steam. So now let's bring the next thing.
And it really is hard to keep up. But they are so good at deflecting. I think the Kimball thing woke up the media as well. Because if they would continue down that road, we were gonna be in trouble for real. They didn't start to push back. I think the media is going to. I think the media is making a turn.
Yeah, because the thing is, like a dictatorship, it's not necessarily bad for business, right? If you kind of know how to work with it, don't make enemies, pay off the right people, whatever, grease the right wheels, stay on the right side of the dictator, you can kind of do it, right? And you can have a thriving business or even a thriving economy in that context. So these corporations don't give a fuck. It's the everyday people who are, affected and harmed in the dictatorship. It's not these corporations.
What is it that they don't see that they wouldn't understand? That's not what they want. Like, that's not what we want. We see that around the country. Why would you want to sign up to that?
Maybe they do.
Why? What is it they see? What is it that they?
Maybe it's more predictable.
They see power and they see.
No, I'm talking about regular people. I'm not talking about.
Oh, the corporations. Okay, regular
people. I'm talking about people who think that they'll be more secure, right? And that they'll have more. They'll be richer, or they'll be able to sustain.
That's not how it's looking across the world. Why would they think that?
But they don't. It doesn't need to be like 100% true. And there's a certain element of it that could be true enough, right? So by them seeing the threat go away, that increases their confidence in security.
Yeah, it must be a mental health thing. Because I don't know how else to describe it.
Honestly, what it sounds like is like the ultimate gamble. Because, there are going to be, obviously there are winners and losers. And maybe, Deborah, like to you and me, it looks very, very obvious who the winners and the losers are going to be. But I think these people just like roll the dice and they think, no, like I have a good hand, I can play this. And it's just the ultimate gamble.
But also, the pieces shift around on the board, and they just think that, if I just occupy the right position, I'll either be an advantage or I'll break even. That's pretty much how the financial works play out.
Was it about that time?
I think so.
Well, that's been a wonderful conversation.
It has been. It's been a good evening. Thank you guys for coming to the 420. Guess Lisa has gone to sleep. And King, you still with us? Rosalind, Omar, Sid, 212. Remember?
It's just me and you.
It's just me and you. I'm ready.
All right.
Got it down there? Got anything? We're glad y'all came.
Hope you get some good rest.
Yeah, get some good rest. And we will see you in the 420 tomorrow evening. Maybe around the same time, 7:30. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Have
Bye,
a good
everyone.
night. Who else?
Actually, I could
Good
say.
night. You're breaking up. Okay, now you gotta play this voice. Now you gotta play this voice.
I'll do it to you in private.
Alright, fair enough.
But I love it.
Do you sound like an Englishman? Wait, say it again. What were you saying? Oh, Z. Yeah, I know what Z is. I don't know who Avon is, though. I don't know. Do they? That's funny. She was naked? You almost fell out of your chair. Were you at work? Oh, that's funny. And how close is the nearest person next to you? That must have been very awkward. Wait, you got a house? Oh, you work from home. Oh, I gotta meet your wife. She seems to be a very loving woman. Well, because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like you might gaslight her sometimes. I'm just saying, she must be a lovely woman. Yeah, I just think that too. Because I feel that way about Malik sometimes. I feel like I'm a lovely woman. I feel that way sometimes. I have no baby, sir. But first of all, you should be making another one for her. three. Matter of fact, make her four. Twins. That's why you make four. That's twins. Not a face. Does she yell at you? I feel like you need somebody to yell at you. And this is why you married your wife. I'm sorry. What was I saying? Oh, you do?
Nice to meet you all.
I think you like black women. Okay. They're beautiful women. All right, my apologies. Fantasy. Yeah, but TikTok is starting to be owned by Fox 5. Well, no, the American one.
Oh, okay. I know there's a version coming next month.
Yeah, in America, probably. I think I'm gonna miss TikTok. I just watch videos.
I go into the room where it's like the NAGA guys or the
They wait, what's your argument about them?
oh, they're normally talking about Charlie Kirk. I was going there because
Oh, okay. Hmm. Crazy. Who's this person listening to us? Anon. Two friends. Mm. I love Mom Dummy. It's gonna be my next mayor, hopefully, not over.
oh, is it?
Uh-huh. In November, he's a Democratic Socialist.
Yeah, Karen, that's why they call him a commie. Your argument
Yeah.
is against doing socialists is just the same thing they're communists.
Yeah, well, they don't know. I was in a room when they said most people who are fascists are left leaning, and I was like, that was crazy. So I had to Google it to them and be like, no, most people who are fascists are actually white wing.
You know the definition of fascism, the outgroup, the opponent of fascists is the left. That's the really scary part
Wait,
of fascism. And you see that
but there is.
back then they were talking about the left. They were hating on the left. It's no, the scary part is nothing's changed. That's what freaks me out. When you see that fascism.
Yeah, but there was a lot of. Uh-huh.
Then it's like, fuck the hell.
But there was a lot of people. But there's this thing. It's called fascist drift. That you go so far left that you started reading what. No, I'm serious. Go Google it.
Yeah, I think you go around in circles. It doesn't make any sense. You can't be so anti-right wing.
No, I don't think. I think it's the other way around. I think people who are so who are so
I think I totally lost my place now. I think sometimes you could be, yeah, you could be so left leaning, extremely left leaning that you go towards the right. Yeah, but I don't think if you go extremely right leaning that you're gonna go towards the left. Oh no, no, no. In some of these rooms, I was in a room. They were trying to get listen. They were like, "Oh, Hitler's a good leader. He wasn't a good person, but he was a good leader." And I'm over here thinking to myself, "Are we understand, man? What are we doing? What are we doing?" I don't know. Like sometimes I accept people for what they are. I listen and I don't judge. Boy, boy. Oh no. Not you. Don't be so narcissistic. No, I hear things and I'm like, these conspiracy theories are crazy, bro. And then because I don't believe in them, people want to like give me evidence and you should look into it. No, I don't. I don't believe in it. Yeah, it's another version of divide and conquer, especially in America. People are speaking. Oh, how's yeah. You ain't kidding about that. Yeah, seven education is a very good. Hmm. But there was, if you look at videos, um, in like the 60s and 70s, and some of these kids were so very articulate, were able to express themselves, use these big words, and then all of a sudden, the Reagan administration happened. I feel like, I mean, he even won the popular vote. I don't understand why the Democrats use Kamala. Like, that shit's crazy. Yeah, on paper, but a woman of color, too. When, I mean, but they should have known. They should have known. I mean, if a white woman couldn't be president, which was Hillary Clinton, why did they think a woman of color was going to be president? America is too misogynist. Way too misogynist.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's what I've tried to get into. The whole issue. Yeah, I think that is the whole problem with the country. It's misogyny. We have to figure that shit out. What your big tail is doing.
I'm here, I'm sorry. I need to actually really go to bed. I'm sorry, Spirit. I don't know why I opened this up.
You're right. I gotta finish working, man.
All right, well, have a good rest of your day. And be kind to your wife.
Oh
Be
my
kind.
God.
Be kind. I'm rooting for, I don't even know her last name. I'm going to call her El Snurker. I'm rooting for El Snurker.
That's a safe name.
Yeah.
She's gonna love it.
Yeah, I'm rooting for her. Okay, bye.
Like some are predatory, some are they gonna leverage the money and you the fuck over, right?
Yeah,
But you gotta understand that when they coming in.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They want a lot of PE individuals come from Wall Street, and or at least ones I've seen, maybe other places, and because of that, they want fast returns. They want anything from 18 months to 3 years, and they want to get in and out, and they want to, and they oftentimes they want to take a board seat, the cap table, and they want to be able to control.
They take over your shit. They come in for the majority of the cap table.
And that's why I don't use.
You don't have to give up the majority of the cap table. Give them 49.
I don't know.
51.
They might be happy if they get 10 or maybe 5. Like just it's just not even. It would never happen with me because I see crazy stuff. I'm like, no, I'm good. But yeah,
They come in, they buy it. They don't even want to stay either. They come in, they buy it, and then they revamp it, and then they sell that bitch.
Yeah, they're trying to break it apart and sell it. It's like, no, VC is radically different.
So I have an example of the difference, guys. Sometimes it depends. So if you've heard of Blackstone, now Blackstone is the company that everybody thinks that BlackRock is, that's buying the single family housing, right? They are somewhat affiliated. So what Blackstone is doing with single family housing, that is private equity. So basically, that is typically where you need to be an accredited investor, right? And the reason that they do that is because private equity is typically, individuals, firms that are aggregating funds, right, for the purpose of making these long-term investments. So they're highly risky. Sorry, they're very risky and aggressive. So think about like if Lou, King, and Strong got together, they each put in $100,000. And let's just say we heard Kalisha talking about funding, and they said, you know what, Kalisha, we are going to use our funds, and we are going to invest in, your business, right? We're going to make a capital investment in your business, and we want these funds back. Or maybe they're going to go around and purchase other businesses, right, for the purpose of a return on income. So when you think about private equity, think about Blackstone. I'm more used to private equity on the brokerage wealth management side because a lot of wealthy investors, people think that they want risk. No, they actually want return, right? So if I put $1 million into something and I get 10% back, then I'm not having to touch my principal. So I give it to a private equity firm. They're going to give me my 10% back. Remember, Duran talks about this. Sometimes they have what's called capital calls, because let's just say that Lou, King, and Strong, they've each put $1 million, right? And they're managing this fund, and then they go around and they're looking for, let's just say, small family homes to buy. Miss Ange is a developer, so she comes to them and she says, hey, I'm building this lot of homes. I have 6 homes that are going to be ready. I need half of the money now. So what they would do, since Ion, Ho, me,
capital call to us and say, hey, lady, you put in 10%, right, of these funds. We put in some money. Your portion is 10%. We need that 10% of whatever Ms. Ange told them as the developer. Let's just say she says I need $300,000. So if my commitment is that 10%, then I have to send my wire for 10%. Royal, Lord, everybody else. And then when Ms. Ange says, okay, you can have the rest of the houses, then they're going to issue what's called a capital call, right? We're the investors, and then they're going to get the rest of the money, and then they're going to pay her out. And now that fund owns those assets, if that makes sense. So the rent is literally what's going to pay our dividends or our return on interest, because now, right, the private equity fund owns these homes and they're renting them out, and that's how the investors are paid. That's a good example of private equity. VC is completely different. So everybody knows a good example of VC, Andreessen Horowitz, A16Z. Those are the people that invested in Clubhouse, right? So you kind of see, you hear more about tech, you hear more about, yeah, like TikTok. What do y'all want to? Well, let's answer the registered agent, and then we can get into TikTok. It's 2:36, but I think that's a great conversation to get in.
I said they finna buy TikTok. We ain't gotta talk about it.
Oh, but that's an important breakdown, Lou. That's actually. Well, wait. Let's answer the registered agent, because I've been wanting to talk about this forever, and at least we have some tech guys and Strong and Gemini on stage. That's a pretty big accomplishment for Trump. I don't even want to give it to him, but that's a damn big accomplishment for Donald Trump to get 80% of TikTok. I'm just saying. But let's go to the registered agent.
Well, to be fair, that's 80% of USA TikTok. Yeah, he's not getting the algorithm.
But did you not hear? Yeah, bro. You're gonna have to download that shit, and it's gonna be a whole new algorithm that's gonna be overseen by Oracle.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
You think it's gonna be the same? I don't think it'll have the same.
No, they're gonna track every goddamn thing you do and say.
It's gonna be worthless in a couple of years.
Okay, wait. Well, let's get into back to the registered agent. So I put the link for, if y'all scroll up, what Texas requires, but this is if you're registered in Texas. So whether you register and incorporate your business in Delaware or Wyoming or California or New York, you're going to go maybe to the Secretary of State, right? You're going to make sure that no one else is using your business. And this is what the Secretary of State says in Texas. The Texas Business Organizations Code requires every domestic or foreign filing entity. So whenever you see foreign and you're reading in a state, you might think, oh, they're talking about somebody from China. No, domestic is your state, right? So I have a domestic business in Texas. A foreign business would be somebody from California registering in the state of Texas. There are situations where, yes, even if you are registered in another state, you're going to have to register to do business in other states. So that is where that domestic and foreign, that's a little confusing when you read it, but that's the foreign they're talking about, not a Texas business. So everything else is going to be foreign. It says they require to maintain a registered agent and office in Texas. They also permit the filing of an appointment of agent for service of process by an unincorporated nonprofit association, blah, 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 blah. So basically what they mean is, in case we have to sue your ass, you need to have a physical address. So I suggest that you find a registered agent. Some of you already have one. You can get a link, or you get a month free and they get a month free. Some of you may need like a place to go, like you may want to have a business conference room or something. So I suggest, co-working spaces. So I suggest you look at that, because some of you, like for me, I can use co-working space, but I really don't. So I really just go and get my mail, because I was too cheap to pay them the extra $10 a month to mail it to me. I'll be honest. No, I'm saving that $10 and I'm going downtown. That's what I'm doing. So I'm cheap. I don't pay that extra $10. Y'all go. Hey, that's y'all, right?
3 months ago, 4 months.
I ain't got no revenue.
Clubhouse tonight. What did you?
I ain't got no revenue. I ain't paying, right? So that's just me. But I would suggest you look at one. I ain't got no revenue. That's a whole other conversation. Yeah, I ain't got no revenue. I ain't got no revenue blues.
My story. I was thinking to it.
I ain't got no revenue blues.
I'm asset rich.
Get out of here, Xavier. So the point that I'm making is, you don't want that to be your home address, right? So for some of you, it's just going to be that virtual office, and the virtual office is just going to be a physical location
location that they deliver your mail. Sometimes the registered agent can also be the virtual office, but sometimes it's not. So I would make sure you have all that information, because when you're filling out your document with your state for your entity, they're going to ask you, who is your registered agent? What is your registered agent? I'll also put the group that I use. They're not super, super cheap. There are some people like, oh, mine is like $19. Mine is 22 cents. See, I don't go with the most expensive, and I don't go with the least expensive. I like to be right there in the middle. So I use a registered agent that would be able to work for me. This group, if I was registered in Wyoming, Nevada, I could probably do overseas. You see what I'm saying? I'm not doing any of that yet, but so registered agent in your virtual office, sometimes it can be the same thing. For the most part, it's probably not, but you may want to get those addresses before you do your documents. So
Cypress is cracking. If you do Wyoming agent, you set up a company like that, they include everything that we're talking about right now. You just gotta pay it up front. That's that. You have your RA, your resident agent, everything ready to go. So a lot of these services could be included when you from your LLC if you don't
yeah, if you're in Texas, you can Google it, and I usually just look at how people, yes, and this is everything you do prior to the LLC. You don't have to, Isha, but this is just what I recommend, because all of your documents are going to ask you this information. So like if you're in Texas, you have to file franchise taxes, whether or not you have revenue. Is it an annual basis or quarterly basis? I don't even know, child. I just send me an email.
I know Delaware is annual to franchise.
That's why I don't like Delaware. That's the other thing. Y'all
see, you can do franchise taxes. Yes, we do.
The franchise tax in Delaware is annual. But yeah, I understand why you don't like it.
Guess what it is in Wyoming? Guess what it is in Wyoming as far as franchise?
Never.
We don't got that shit.
Oh, you all don't have a franchise tax?
No, we do not, sir.
But you ain't taking your ass to Wyoming. What? Don't be bragging up in here. Well, I'm gonna do Nevada. I'm gonna do Nevada then. I'm gonna do Nevada. And Gemini is actually talking about why a majority of corporations that are in the Fortune 500 are actually incorporated in Delaware, because it is considered very business friendly. So Elon Musk recently unincorporated in Delaware and reincorporated in my last $10 cash app. Nobody on the stage can answer. God dang it, Catalyst. They be messing up y'all money.
I'm sorry.
I ain't sending you $10, but okay. Yes, he reincorporated in Texas. Why? Because there's a, anywho, I like these rooms. I could go on forever. But anywho, let's have the TikTok conversation with the tech people here, because I've been begging Duran to do this room too, but Catalyst is in tech, Gemini knows tech.
Wait, did y'all see that Fox might buy it? Fox Corporations might buy it as well?
I thought it was set for Oracle already.
It was three companies. It's Anderson, or Anderson Forens, or A16, whatever they want to call it. It is Larry Ellison, Oracle, and the third guy.
Fox.
I know it's Fox. Anyway, they are working on getting their version of it for 80% share here in the United States. I don't know if China is going to get
Lake management. And then Oracle is Forrest, and then it's Michael Dell, who was the dude that owns Dell Technologies.
Silver Lake is from down here. They in LA.
Silver Lake is a private equity firm.
You know, out of LA. Yeah.
Right, now question. From my understanding, Oracle was just going to be responsible for the app security and safety. Like this as part of their deal with the TikTok data and
Yeah. The problem with all of these people in America wanting to control it, it's the ultimate spy machine. If you remember a week and a half ago, so those who may or may be aware, Stargate is the huge data center that's being built in Texas right now. Larry Ellison from Oracle, I think
gonna be Rupert Murdoch, but Fox that'll actually hold.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's not even gonna be Rupert Murdoch, but Fox. Can y'all imagine Fox owning TikTok? What the hell that's gonna look like?
Well, yeah, because part of Paramount's pittance they had to pay to Trump with the $18 million because of Kamala Harris last year on CBS, and Trump decided not to go, so they made a bunch of noise. So in essence, it was just to hold up the merger. I'm sorry, hold up the sale from Sherry Redstone to Larry Ellison. They put an ombudsman in over at CBS that basically an overlord to watch all their product, and they got rid of all the DEI. That's why the Soul Train Music Awards is gone, the BET Music Awards is gone. They got rid of all that, and so now having an overlord at CBS and at CNN, if they acquire it, which has been going more conservative the past couple of years, and the largest, it's not the largest social media site, not even close to the largest, but it is huge. And since we're talking about numbers, let me share some numbers with you for Q1 numbers of the amount of revenue these companies have made as of revenue. I had it. This is revenue. Here we go. Well, now we're in Q3 now. Wait, are we? Yeah, we are. So Q1 of this year, Fang, TikTok revenue. Fang is Facebook,
Oh, not until October,
Amazon,
but
Netflix,
almost.
and Google. So Alphabet, which is the parent company of Google and YouTube, Q1, the first quarter of 2025, Alphabet's revenue was 90 billion. $90 billion in their quarter, which would include search, YouTube, and other ad products, contributed to 77.3 billion. Google Cloud, 12.3 billion. Search generated 50.7 billion. YouTube ads contributed to 8.9 billion, and subscriptions brought in 10.4 billion. Amazon, Q1 year, $155.7 billion in revenue. Excuse me, apologies. In net sales. That's net. Represents a 9% increase compared to the first quarter of 2024. Meta, which is Facebook, Instagram, I think it's Reels or whatever. Do they own Reels? Facebook, I'm not sure. Yeah. They made Q1 $42.31 billion in the first quarter. It was a 16% increase in a year over year because they got rid of all the content moderation and took the stuff off. Their second quarter outlook of this year was $42.5 billion. That's Meta. From Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, and WhatsApp. And then they have Threads. Yeah. Netflix. Q1 Netflix this year, $10.54 billion. Represents a 13% increase year over year compared to Q1 of 2021. It also exceeded Wall Street's expectation of 10.52 billion. TikTok, first quarter 2025, a very small $2.7 billion in ad revenue, but it's a 38.3% of its total global revenue for that year. So that means roughly almost 40% of all of the revenue globally came from, yeah, from the US. And while US ad revenue is a major part of TikTok's earnings, the non-US ad revenue is growing faster, indicating a broader global expansion. So I don't think it's a good thing at all of allowing these Americans here to own and control that, because they're definitely authoritarian
They wanted this algorithm forever, that TikTok algorithm, and now he's going to force the Chinese. So this is interesting. So remember, we're arguing with China right now, big time. China was in the face of this tariff war with the United States. There are a couple of Chinese nationalists on the app, and they were saying how, and I've actually found like the information to back it up, that China was actually doing quantitative easing and investments into small businesses to help them withstand the issues they were having with the United States in terms of shipping. So the Chinese government is going to have to approve this deal. So it's not approved yet, but this is just quite fascinating that they're going to give up 80%, which, by the way, Andreessen Horowitz and a couple of other U.S. firms already had some ownership in ByteDance, which is the parent company. Since we were talking about holding companies, right? Might as well talk about parent companies. So this is just interesting to me. That's all I'll say.
I still don't see how they were able to do.
Very interesting.
I don't see how this is going to happen from China. This is one of the main spying tools on Americans by having the two-way communication with Americans. I don't see how that happens. Oh, by the way, the other entity. I understand what you don't understand. Think about it this way: the data mining is done, right? They got the max amount they can get out of us already. If the gig is up, they've been exposed. We know about the IP being stuff. We know about the personal data mining that's been happening on the back end. Why not cash out and say, y'all can have this shit now? You're actually right. That's actually right. You're right. Because to them it's worthless or next to worthless. And they get a bunch of capital, a bunch of cash for it. Get it off the books and keep it pushing. And they still got their own version of it. They're making them redesign the back end, redesign the app, redesign the algorithm. Right? It's not going to be the same app anymore anyway. You got to download a whole other app while they migrate everything over. And the TikTok that's seen in Asia is not the same in America. Oh no, they have a completely different algorithm. Like I have clients out in China that I talk to. Like they don't even have access to Instagram right now without using something that a VPN. Yeah, they got to use a VPN to be able to get around it because they're controlled, bro. They cannot go on Instagram. Their algorithm is very educational. You're not gonna see ass and titties and thick thoughts on TikTok, but you ain't gonna see none of that shit. Which is great. They have it educational, so they were attacking us indirectly via our children by promoting everything negative that you want them to see. Like everything you want them to see that's anti-social, anti-American, anti-moral. They're gonna promote all that heavily in their algorithm. It's actually smart. It was genius, if you ask me. I hate to give it to Trump, but this is definitely a feather in his cap. Ugh. It pains me to say that. You sound like his wife right now.
And I was gonna go there. Wow. Hey, Gemini, I was gonna go there and say, was it a pretendian feather in his cap? Or was it a red
And you know how it's a real win for them because they're not bragging about it. That's when I know some real shit is up. Because I'm like, if I was him, I would be blabbering about this to the high heavens. They ain't barely saying shit. They ain't gonna say shit to like. That's the one thing. This is in the 40 laws of power too. You're not supposed to say shit. You're not supposed to notify nobody until your shit is done. That's a fact. You know what I mean? So after it happened, believe me, he gonna. And it was amazing. It was amazing. I did a deal bigger than ever. It turned out better than I thought. Like he's gonna do that shit. We're gonna wait till the deal is done. Still, right now, it's still, it's in progress, but it's not completed. Just like he said the same thing. I don't know anything about Project 25. What is that? Who's that? 47% of Project 25 has been exacted right now. To the letter.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, the only saving grace for decency in America is the midterms, in hopes that the House during the midterms, to kind of put somewhat of a stoppage on it. But they're going to be.
Man, I think this Charlie Kirk death, man. I think that's going to win the midterm. I hate when Lou do that
I
shit.
don't think.
Lou always do that
I
shit.
don't think so. Look,
No, you always be speaking my thought. That's exactly what I was about to say. They got political capital. They martyred that man for a reason.
That's what I'm saying.
They want to rally their troops around him to win this fucking midterm.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not gonna happen.
Because I literally thought this.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Y'all are too optimistic. I'm with you on this.
It's a long time, brother, before voting.
Before Charlie Kirk death, bro, I like, oh yeah, Trump definitely goes in midterm. All that shit with the he coming in all these major cities doing what he doing, firing all that woman. That Charlie Kirk death got him over the hump, bro, for the midterm.
I'll tell you why. You so fucking right. Hold on for 1 second, Cap. Give me 1 second. Like I'll be grifting through these MAGA spaces, right? I'm in like MAGA groups on Facebook and shit, just grifting through there, seeing what the fuck they doing. Bro, they getting tattoos. There's thousands and thousands of likes. Like it's beyond cultish. I don't think y'all understand. Like they have awakened like an army. Like let me explain it to y'all this way. Like the way that they're moving is the way we were moving when civil rights was happening. Like they were really moving that type of fashion.
Yeah. MLK, I'm like this like some white
Martin Luther Kirk. We need Martin Luther Kirk. That's what y'all need to call him because that's what he is to them right now. I'm telling y'all.
The way they're moving is like how Germany started the Third Reich of the Nazi Party. That was what that speech that Stephen Miller was doing the other day. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying.
They didn't try it. Hey, let me ask you this, capitalist.
The reason why it's gonna fail is because those will be poor white people.
They're the voices they need. It don't matter. He appeals to the poor white people. He loves middle America. They love him.
And when they have no food and health insurance,
They'll figure that out later after they done rallying and doing all the extra shit. And then when shit going sideways again, they're real passionate people.
And they've lost their farms.
Catalyst, think about this. When Charlie Kirk died, the day before he died, right? R.I.P. to that man, I guess, right? But the day before he died, bro, he had 6.9 million subscribers on Instagram, right? As of last Friday, he had 12 million. As of Monday, he had 14 or 13 million. Bro, there are millions of people piling in right now. I don't think you understand the movement. Like, I think we get so caught up in these microscopic minority rooms that we're part of, not to make light of who we are, but if you look at the grand scope of things and you look at it from a bird's eye view, there are masses of people that are gravitating to this calling right now. It don't need to make sense. White men fight back. We don't even know who the fuck they talking about. Well, I do. They talking about minorities, but won't say it. But they don't even need to finish that fucking sentence, bro. They are rallying around him in a way that I don't think you understand. I think it will sway the elections, and it could even impact the fucking next president.
But I'll agree with Catalyst. When you look at a lot of these special elections and even the polling in special elections, the Democrats they're still outperforming far better than they did in the past, right? In the past election cycle. And that hasn't changed, right? Since Charlie Kirk's death, that hasn't changed. Even special elections in performing areas, the Democrats still outperform their Republican counterparts. So I agree. I'm tracking what you're saying, Gemini. That could it really galvanize people to turn out, to the polls? That's a possibility. But when we look at it right now, the political landscape with some of these like special elections that's going to be going on from now all the way until like October, and these are small races, right? But they're gauging that some of these small races are in heavy conservative districts, and the Democrats are still outperforming. They're outperforming them.
Hey, let me ask you this though.
Probability. I will upside that possibility because as soon as he was announced that Charlie Kirk assassinated, Trump immediately went right to the media. Man, he's our martyr. He's our John Kennedy. He's our Jesus, new Messiah. And then Netanyahu bought time and did the exact same thing, maintaining a certain type of social political power and pushing a
there's some coons amongst us, bro, and there's different levels to the cooning. Some of them feel like because I am a conservative and he was a conservative, regardless if he put some racial rhetoric out there, he was changing at the end. He was a good Christian man that made a few mistakes, and his beliefs overall align with my beliefs. So I have to stand beside this good white man, and white ICE is still covert. That's literally what it boils down to, right? They're going to try to put it and wrap it in a whole lot of different guises, but if you really look at it clearly, they're straight cooning because they're aligning with something that doesn't align with them. Like even when you heard that, I don't know if you heard, but if you listen to, I forget the gentleman's name that did the speech, that where he did the dog whistle, talking about his ancestors and white men built America and they've awakened the dragon.
That
Now we have to fight.
That was the Jew Stephen Miller, who's
Stephen Miller,
who is
racist bitch
on
ass.
prolong exposure to the opposition. His own rabbi threw him out.
Prolonged exposure to the opposition will leave you in a posture of appeasement. And I'm strongly recommending that we abandon all of those postures of appeasement and work on your own agenda, which is definitely why I came here today on all praises to Prolong.
And if y'all say y'all don't think that if y'all say y'all don't think Charlie Kirk can sway the election, I don't know if y'all remember that Trump wasn't doing the best before that air quotes assassination attempt. But after that, everybody, oh my God, he's a hero, he's a real American hero. He did that little fake fist pump in the air, flag, whatever. People buy that kind of shit up, man. That's like fuel to the fire. They really respond to emotional pulls because these are not the most intelligent people. Anybody that vote for a 34-time felon that said grab her by the pussy is clearly not the most intelligent person, right? But still, he know how to appeal to them. And I think this Charlie Kirk situation is, I'm not going to say they orchestrated it, but they could have had a better event happen at the right time to go ahead and start getting people ready to go in their direction for the midterms and to demonize the left. And look at what the left is doing. They're violent. Even though a lot of people don't know, if you look at years 2023, years 2024, how many Democratic killers were there? How much political violence happened from Democrats that led to death? Zero. Give me 1 second. Zero. But if you look at the right side, give me 1 second. But if you look at the right side, though, give me 1 second. I'm laying right here. But if you look on the right side, they had 61 deaths from Republican fucking killers. They slide and knock shit down, bro.
So I feel appeal to you, young man. So to build your rally bigger than the Trump rally, build your network bigger and broad, but build it more skillful and effective, even if you don't get his numbers. Don't look for the numbers. Look for skill and effectiveness and look for productivity. You build your own productivity and see if you outwit Trump. Not once, not twice, but every single time. Like you said, if I turned it right, that's the thing in your favor. Because you wise and you brilliant, brother. Come on.
This is about trying to rally people how the Nazis did with the Weimar Republic in Germany in the 1930s, combined with the McCarthyism of the 50s that they're trying to rally and bring back. It's a combination of using white identity terrorism, them against us, and McCarthyism to submit before being asked to by individuals who are sheep looking for a leader, as opposed to knowing what history is. And this is the temporary bump because Donald Trump, as a pedophile, wants that conversation to go away, and it's not going away. And his acolytes are coming out, and wait till the women themselves start really putting them out there because they're old enough to know who did what. That's what this is. He's been trying every week, trying to throw a roadblock up to distract and move the needle someplace else. This is about the pedophilia president in the White House and his acolytes and all this noise. It's just noise. That's what this is about. And it's not going to stay until next year.
It's important to them who they rally, but what's important is who you rally to your agenda. It's more important than who they are rallying, because they want to rally and practice that
come up with something new, we need to stay true to 4 words. Release the Epstein files. Stay on that shit no matter what. Okay, that's crazy. He died. That's crazy. Release the Epstein files. Oh, y'all buying TikTok? That's crazy. Release the Epstein files. Right. He's doing anything and everything to avoid that. He doesn't want to have that conversation. You know, good and well, his best friend was a documented pedo, and he was in on that shit. They was running trains, bro.
Last week, the Senate, the GOP in the Senate said no to releasing it, but the Dems pushed it, and it's gonna keep coming back up over and over and over again. For those who don't know, they're trying to shut the government down. On the fiscal time ends October 1st. Trump told the House, the Republicans don't even deal with the Democrats, and so Johnson in the House, Mike Johnson says he's telling all of the members to leave, the Republicans to leave days early. So one, they can get their little Jewish holiday, but to leave early and don't even vote on the continuing resolution to fund the government.
They got some bullshit. You gotta think about it. Like even Erica Kirk said, you know, like she forgave the killer, right? But you remember what Trump said? He goes, Charlie Kirk didn't hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. I hate my opponents. I don't want the best for them. So there's a different mentality at play right now, bro.
Well, I posted it in the chat. I wrote a thing last week about Charlie Kirk when I saw the thing, and I was like, this guy was a John Birch Society, White Citizens Council aligned person who was anti-black in all of his views and how he preached anti-blackness. So the fact that he calls himself a Christian, the Ku Klux Klan called themselves Christians, and while they burned a cross on my father's lawn when he was 12 years old in Birmingham, Alabama, and there was a shootout between my father's and my uncles and the Klan, which they were doing some head kill shots. So, no, dude, these aren't Christians. These are Klansmen. Straight up Klansmen. Anti-black, hating Klansmen. In the order of George Wallace. In the order of Bull Connor. In the order of the White Citizens Council. Klansmen.
I mean, now you see how these people, their government is on Congress instead of it's on autopilot when they leave. See, this is what you don't really comprehend. They have this system on autopilot. He don't give a damn about them votes on that. Because now he know he has one part that he is in power. But absolute power corrupts, and then more corruption deals to a system of totalitarianism based on corruption. And the righteousness have to come up and check it. Stop worrying about the numbers. Stop worrying about the bullshit. Put all the bullshit in the shade tree and push your agenda to the front line. That's why we come to this Congressional Black Caucus on Thursday to push the agenda of we the people, as opposed to them pushing a Charlie Kirk Trump agenda or Elon Musk Trump. See, the people not awoke yet because they still pushing Elon Musk and Trump. Some black people still pushing Elon Musk and Trump. But there are a lot of black people that are pushing Dr. Rhonda Hamilton and my good friend Ben Crump, who knows how to take a case, who knows how to work that goddamn judicial. That's what you must understand. Dr. Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. We have gone into townships in Mississippi. Just Google. All you Google guys come together right now and hit the button for Rankin, Mississippi, where they just a few months ago and locked up a few sheriffs and kicked the door and cleaned house. They were practicing heinous hate crimes against black people. We kicked the doors and changed the face of leadership, locked up around the beer belly sheriffs went to jail in Rankin, Mississippi. And now, I don't think they let that go. We did the same thing right here in Washington, D.C. There was a beer belly sheriff named Terrence Tattoo Sutton. And he did a vehicular homicide. Yes, sir. He did the whole least vehicular homicide on a young man named Karan. I prayed with his father. Named Karan, named Wyatt O'Keefe, I believe. Karan Hilton. And he is the guilt of committing the homicide. And he went to jail. We prosecuted him here in D.C. Sent him to jail. Now in that interim, we had boarded up the goddamn precinct he came out of. Got boarded up in D.C. Boarded up. We got
yesterday, and I just put my working copy doing a compare and contrast analysis of John Birch, the Klan, Bull Connor, and George Wallace, uh, and the similarities of this person who got killed last week, and navigates. Take a look. Hopefully, you find it interesting. I'm still editing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's excellent, brother. I'm finna turn it in. It's getting quite late where I'm at. But I will say this, Gemini, to Catalyst's point, and to my point, um, I definitely understand your fear of this Charlie Kirk murder being kind of like a galvanizing moment for the right, but I mean, the polling just doesn't show that. Now, of course, we know that polls don't vote, but every predictive polling model still puts the Dems ahead. Like at least 3 to 4 points. When it comes to flipping the House. So I mean, so yeah, it doesn't. I mean, I really don't think it's going to be.
I want to believe you, and I want to go with it. And it's not fear. I'm just reading the room.
Right?
And
That's
and I can tell you this. I definitely think that it's going to be more impactful than a poll is going to show right now. I think that there's going to be people that aren't taking any polls that are going to show up and that are going to vote just based on pure passion. I don't think they're going to be highly intelligent or anything. They're just going to name fucking Charlie, fuck yeah, fuck them. We've had enough. Like they have this whole rhetoric of like, this is the weirdest thing to me. They got this rhetoric of they're fighting back. Like we're fighting back. We've taken enough. Like when they've been doing the most shit. But that's just the mentality right now, and it is widespread. A lot more widespread than the polls might show right now.
It's a lot of white males. There's a lot of white males that do not have what they think they should have, and most of them are beta males, no women, playing video games, beating their meat. That's who he appealed to. That's a lot of that he put in was the fact that the poll number was 6 million, then 12 million, then 14, and growing. So that's that you're looking for. He might not see it until he gets to the polls, but I can't see you leaving the room, sir, without saying, well, these are the stats I put up on young brother Ben at the Nation of Islam. This is what stats that took people still ride with Tupac. These are ones that get future get ready to ride with, I call them the prophet for the hip hop generation is Lil Boosie. Why he ain't ride with young boy Boosie like that?
No, Boosie
That's on that. Now I'm doing a hip hop piece at 2 p.m. on Friday, I think. Yeah, Friday. We're doing a hip hop with Andre Carr. He's one of the congressional, but he's doing a hip hop con. That's what I'm saying. Trying to attract some young people to get focused on themselves as opposed to seeing what everybody else is doing, attending to them and sounding politically correct, but you've adapted a posture of appeasement, didn't attend to none of your business, and you're all about when Charlie Kirk is dead, man, something that was the total racist as far as I was concerned. White supremacist, the same guy that's out here raising hell, trying to keep race wars going and stuff like that. I'm trying to end the war on us, and here comes Charlie Kirk with that's total rhetoric to an intelligent man that knows where he's going at this hour. But you know all the stats on it, all you can run up the numbers on it. So let's run up some numbers on young brother Ben and on young brother so and all the hip hop rappers. Let's run up some stats on Jay-Z. What's Jay-Z weighing in on? Let's run up some stats on what the P did say about this shit. Let's see what who said what about
you know what? This
what the merger plans
OG, I want you to think about this. You might have
what the merger plans
point. I want you to think about this, right? If we did have black leaders, then they would be stepping up in this instance and calling out him for what he is. Jay-Z ain't gonna say shit because he don't want to offend none of his white friends that are of the same cloth. So he gonna sit there and say shit. He ain't said one public thing, nothing.
Yes, sir. What you may not realize, sir, that you yourself, brother, give me your name again, brother. I'm sorry.
Gemini.
Brother Gemini, you may be one of the 10,000 black messiahs. See, that's the thing we not realize. I almost drank that word and who we really are. Potentially, you are one of the 10,000 black messiahs. And it's your job. You have to go out and check on them for life because you got the stats with you already. Most young men your age probably don't have the stats. They're not in this room. They're not in a similar room across the street, down the road, or right here on Clubhouse or on Facebook
the subject.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, brother Gemini and all the good people on the stage, y'all have a good night. I'm turning it in, man.
All right, man. It's good talking to you, though, bro.
Good talking to y'all. All right. Yes, sir.
I'll tell you one thing, though, brother. If you right about this, something gotta happen. Because it's not going, in my opinion, I don't see it going in our favor currently. And I don't see enough strong opposition to really refute what's happening right now. It seems like they have the momentum.
You said you, and why not you? Why can't you be the change agent in the society that turns that table around? You see that's going in the wrong direction. Why can't you be the voice of clear thinking for we the people and all that? Why we can't? There's a reason why we can't. We can. Yes, we can. But see, when we don't have our picture straight specifically about ourselves, then it's hard to work out much of anything else. But when we know ourselves, see, there's no one that can distort or destroy your platform when you're standing on your own family value system. You're standing on your own culture, your own skills and ability to do politics, science, business, to do, if you want to do religion, if you want to do this or that, then be at the top of your game. But why not bring your Jordan game to the court and to the front line? All of y'all got Jordan. I believe strongly every nigga's a star. There's a whole record on that. Somebody wrote that and put it out. It's on the wax. It's live. And if that's a song before he died, he said, everybody is a star. But the underground was singing, every nigga is a star. The Fly was a phenomenal guy. And they wouldn't even give him his money until he took ill and was half dead. And then he just up in there, got his little royalties and just died. That's how they give us our superheroes. See, I want to take you higher. And then the whole crowd said, higher, higher. We were going somewhere with that kind of rhythm, you see. Get involved. James Brown said, get involved. Get on up. Get into it. Let's get involved. He said, I don't care what you work out your bag. He said, because Papa's got a brand new bag. And a man works better out of his own bag. Oh, my. You got to understand it. What's he talking about? He work out his own bag. What are you talking about? He work on his own culture, his own science. He said, bet you get ready. And that's a fact. Bet you get ready for the big payback. That ain't holding out a scout. That's spent on time. Get ready for the big payback. Yeah. He stole my woman in the hook and chain. That's right. That man had it all arranged. They took his woman, his house, his home. And the grass came back and said, damn, you try to go with your woman, but your woman gone. You try to play your number because your number's hot. He said, but to lose your woman and everything you got. And the law of averages plainly states that the chances go around. But if you want to know the truth about it, you got bad luck. He made a song. Yeah. And then people start getting up and say, wake up everybody, no more sleeping in bed, with no more backward thinking. You know, it's time for thinking ahead. See, the world has changed so very much from what it used to be. But there's no hatred. There's war and poverty. It's just saying, shana na 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 na. Wake up everybody. And no more sleeping in bed. Yeah. Wake up all the teachers, huh? Time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say. See, the world has changed so very much from what it used to be. Should be no more war and hatred, but the war on poverty. Wake it up and just stay woke. The young man put the song in place. It's called Stay Woke. I tell him because the devil's creeping. And don't you dare let the devil catch you sleeping. Just say, my. Y'all sure look good tonight. I'm put that post on the Facebook, the hip hop rally on Friday at the convention center
called DC, then you won't have no problem finding the convention center at all. And it's going to be nice there for young people. Andre Carson is, I think he's congressional rep. Please don't call me a liar. Man, it's so rough. I'm going to feel me some Indiana, if I'm wrong. And then my chest is where you belong. Yeah, Andre Carson. Anybody can Google that to find out which city he represents. I feel as though it's Indianapolis, one of those. Because the other guy, the other black Congress guy, was named, what the hell was his name? He was the Ellison out of Minnesota. He was a black guy, sworn on the Quran. Well, I'm supposed to be some kind of Muslim. We ain't gonna guarantee none of that. But we're gonna say this, that they're paying attention to the young people, putting them on the front line, and having a whole rally. They got 10 or 12 guest speakers that are related to entertainment, hip hop music, etc. Disc jockeys, etc. will be there. Just some entertainment for the young people, and you get to lecture, talk, and exchange. The reason I'm pushing this so hard, every year that I've gone, and I've gone every year, there's all type of modern AI is going to be there. All the modern vehicles and computers. I do cars, computers, and construction. And those things will be there. And if you got to get somewhere, it's a great time to apply for a job, to network with a further business. All you stocks are probably stacked up. Some of these stock exchanges going to be there. Your Bitcoin guy is sure to be there. So anything you're doing in modern times, that Congressional Black Caucus will foster an environment that you can get your business groove on, your social political groove on. And I'll land my plane by just saying bye. We put a footnote and say Washington, D.C. is a damn good place to be, especially on Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays. It'll be a lit weekend in Washington for we the people. But it's no more lit than how much you light it up. And there's nothing wrong with any of these young men from Gemini. And I see all of them on the front line from day to day. All of y'all are black messiahs. You got your own word in your hand. You see the plots and schemes from your open enemies. And it's not good. It does not look good if you don't prepare yourself. If they raised a Charlie Kirk, then you raise a little Ben Islam. You raise you up some little Boosie. The prophet, like I said, in the hip hop generation, he's a prophet in the gangster rappers, and he's as well a prophet in the black revolution. He got all the codes that between Tupac and Biggie got codes, and Lil Boosie got codes. Between the three of them, they got enough codes that will bring you out. If you're in a sleep, in a slumber, you got any form of self-esteem issues and all that, man, you go on them Tupac codes. You see, I tatted it up for the brothers on the road. That's real talk, man. Because I'd rather be your NIGGA, where we can smoke the weed, drink the Hennessy, get high all motherfucking day. But it don't matter. If you get lonely, baby, you're going to need a thug in your life. You know about them busters? You know them busters ain't loving you, right? Yeah, straight up. Yeah, no chaser. I'll take you down to a place. You know where that bar man be. You know where Machiavelli be. You know that place. You ain't never found a dance floor empty. But see, the pimps be on a mission for the green, and they lean on the mean green money-making machine. So while you're leaning, go ahead and put some dollars in that Lou app, man. Put Lou Facts, light it up. You know this cash app. Go ahead and put some lean green in the black machine for liberation. This man has one of the strongest houses on Clubhouse, bar none. The strongest, most intelligent house on Clubhouse. Like the sister bear witness, that Lou is the baddest man on the Clubhouse. But he ain't bad if you ain't making him super bad. If you
see over the weekend. I will assure you, if you go there, fact finding and seeking information and building business networks, you're going to come out a better person, a better politician, a better business agent. You're just going to come out better spiritually and emotionally, because all that's going to be, you know they're going to throw it on you. You come up in there, you ain't going to leave square. If you leave square, that's a choice. It's a bad choice. But unite with these brothers and sisters and
time that she gets close, yeah, she pulls me in enough to keep me guessing. Maybe I should stop and start confessing, Oh, I've been shaking. I love it when you go crazy. You take all my inhibitions, baby. There's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation, manipulate my decisions, baby. There's nothing holding me back. There's nothing holding me back. There's nothing holding me back. She says that she's never afraid. Just picture everybody naked. She really doesn't like to wait. Not really into hesitation. Pulls me in enough to keep me guessing. Maybe I should stop and start confessing, Oh, I've been shaking. I love it when you go crazy. You take all my inhibitions, baby. There's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation, manipulate my decisions, baby. There's nothing holding me back. There's nothing holding me back. Last time I think we took it way too far. I know we'd be alright. I know we would be alright if you were by my side. When we stumbled in the dark, I know we'd be alright. I know we would be alright. 'Cause if we last time I think we took it way too far, I know we'd be alright. I know we would be alright if you were by my side. We stumbled in the dark, I know we'd be alright. We would be alright. Oh, I've been shaking. I love it when you go crazy. You take all my inhibitions, baby. There's nothing holding me back. You take
back to